Big day for the Ziggurat kids. Judgment time. Testing their mana juice and flavor. This decides if they're legit or total losers. In this fam of insane sword gods, first kid touches the rock sword, and boom, green, glow, wind powers. Pretty decent stuff. Next girl gets a blue glow, way cooler. Fam's hype, another genius kid. Rayan's up, big boss calls him out. Touches it, ... Weak white light, total flop. Cue the mocking laughter. Boss shuts it down fast. Room clears out, just him left. Then weird. Sword glows again, this time, blazing, GOLD fire, OG founder vibes. Melts anything. Boss is shook, gonna watch this kid closely. But Boss doesn't know Rayan's secret. He's a reborn, top-tier assassin. Betrayed, flashback, Cold Knight hero meets his master. Master found the tea. Rayon, wench, rogue, he wants to deep. They brainwashed kids. Rayon glitched out. Rayon asks, how'd you know? Guy says, 2 leashes. Bro, not one. Pain hits, chest. Darius drops the bomb. Rage worm, in his heart, eats him on command. Worm starts munching. His ticker vows to scratch Darius first. Charges in, head chopped off. Rip, but wait, Darius is bleeding. Got it. Darius bounces, tells minions to trash him. Dying Rayon's raging about his stolen life. Prays for a mulligan to get sweet revenge. Suddenly, his necklace glows. A screen pops up, chosen by Wrath. But oops, he dies too fast. Glitch. Later, Mom plays with baby Sunshine. It's Rayon reborn to Sylvia. Plot twist, Rayon kept his killer memories. Thought it was a dream, but nope. Realized this dream is his new life. Mom chats, saying, Dad's away, no name yet. She thinks he's dumb. For Rayon, it's weird it's taking forever since he's been alive 100 days. Rayon figured it out. This fam is totally loaded and fancy. Huge bonus spawning here. Honestly, he needs all that loot to get his revenge on Darius. Stuck inside since birth. Total lockdown mode. So he has zero clue where he ranks in this crib. Worse, he can't nail the Firelinks tech yet. Bummer. Smashing Darius is gonna have to wait a hot minute. Then Helen the maid barges in. Big Boss is home. Lady Sylvia. Mom freaks out, trying to get ready, but oops, Lord walks right in. Too slow. Dude has insane vibes. Rayon knows him instantly. Sylvia calls him Dad. So that's Grandpa to you. Kid, just one look, and Rayon knows exactly who this is. Glenn Sigart, Northern Lord of Destruction. Top dog. He respawned in the most OP family around. Lucky. Glenn names the kiddo Rayon Same. As his old life end says, stay invisible. Rude. That night, Rayon's been blocked from training for a long time thanks to naps and mommy playtime. But he is hyped to finally grind his Firelinks solo. Basic mana styles usually make you suck nature, juice, and stuff it in your gut. Boring. Firelinks differ. They spin loops around the heart-boosting stats. Best warrior tech ever. Plus, it has a cheat code. Big shots like Darius. Can't sense it. Just gotta level up strength and learn the Sigart sword style. Then his revenge plot against Darius is totally set. One small glitch though. His new body's mana tubes are full of killer ice. With 9 paths blocked, he's basically gonna die soon. Only fix. Smash those blocks using Firelinks. After grinding for a bit, dude gets woozy and passes out. Sleep wins again. Actually, lucky he crashed when he did. Glenn sneaks in to check the baby and scans him with aura. Next morning, back to the boring baby grind. His hardcore mission, crawl a little further. Daily to wow mom. It's super annoying to act like a tot when he's mentally a grown dude. He'd rather take the ice pain than be coddled one more second. Soon, Lady Sylvia gets a fancy. Guestrone spots the ragged saint instantly. In Rayon's memory, this guy's healing skills are legendary. God-tier genius. Basically the continent's #1 healer. After the usual sup and high scruffy saint told Syl he pulled up just to see the kid. Said the kid's a cutie like her to tall, opposite of Grumpy Gramps. When the dude heard Glenn named the tot Rayon, aka, he got super salty. What was the old man thinking? You could tell by the sass that Glenn and the saint go way back, confirming the BFF rumors. Checkup done. The saint dropped the bomb on Sylvia. Kid's got the curse of bitter frost. Yikes. His mana pipes are iced over. Being a swordsman? Nope. If he doesn't get help, he's basically toast. Sylvia flipped out. No way. You're lying. He ignored the drama, promised to fetch meds for the boy. Maid walks in. Yo, Saint. Boz wants a word. Saint dip. Rayon was hyped to finally know his diagnosis. Time to plot the master plan to fix this mess. Then Splat Mom's tear hit his face. Caught him off guard. He looked up. Mom was bawling. Screaming. It's a lie. She finally hyped herself up. Telling him, I ain't letting you check out early. Rayon felt a weird feel punch in the gut. Been a while. Why the drama? Oh, right. He hates seeing Mom cry. Trying to comfort her, he wiped her tears and squeaked Mama. That did it? Lady Sylvia went full beast mode, crashing the Lord's meeting, ignoring the maid. Lord was mad, but she bowed, begging to save Ray's life. She kept pleading, but Glenn just gave her the cold shoulder. Pointless to save a kid who can't fight for the fam. Useless. He's your grandkid, she cried. He just ordered her out. Once the guards tossed her, Saint called the boss a dummy. Saint spilled tea. Glenn was mean, even though he'd called the doc Aesop after spotting the issue himself. Glenn ghosted the question. Just give me the report. Saint mana circuits are clogged. Growing up looks risky. Rayan's chill for now, 'cause Glenn blasted the frost with aura last night. Still, 0 chance he'll be a warrior. Plot twist. Lord says, whatever, just keep him alive. Saint teased him immediately, accusing him of acting tough to hide his soft spot for the kid. The Saint asks Glenn why he picked a name meaning shadow. Of all things, Glenn laughs, saying, ages ago, it meant the total opposite. Later, Sylvia feeds Rayon that potion the scruffy Saint left for his health. Our boy is pumped that he's chugging a fire elixir. It'll toast the chill in his mana veins. Time zooms by and Rayon turns 5 years old. Ding! Sista says he completed his second flameling. Boosts in his soul rank, mana, affinity, focus, and stamina. Best news ever. He bets the fast leveling is thanks to those system alerts. This system interface is invisible to everyone else. It appeared at birth so he can check stats instantly. The only bummer seems to be his weak stamina and the curse remaining, despite the second link. He only survived this long. Thanks to the juice and the massive love from his mom and maid Helen, it feels like he isn't moving fast enough. But hey, he's 5. He has time to grind. He was the ultimate assassin in his past life. After all, with the flame technique, he'll totally overshadow flaws, especially once he masters Sigurd-style swordsmanship. Patience is his best weapon to 0. A continental powerhouse. Getting lost in revenge now would be dumb. Soon, Mom brings a change of clothes. They've got a big event today. It's the discernment ceremony. Context. The world's balance relies on 6 lords and 5 demons. Rayon got reincarnated, the house of one of those 6 lords. Lords keep the vibes positive, while demons try to wreck the peace. This ceremony sorts the gems from the junk, and today is House Sigard's turn. At the venue, everyone glares at Sylvia and her son with pure shade. They whisper nasty stuff about her and Rayon's health, calling her a total flop. Some complain it's unfair for a failure's kid to be let in, but Sylvia just struts forward, ignoring the haters. Rayon feels the burn, but Mom tells him to focus only on her. Then the Lord arrives. Rayon hasn't seen him in 5 years. He sits, and a massive blade, called the Sword of Discernment, drops in the center. The Lord starts the show. This magic sword reads the max mana potential of anyone touching it. A Sigurd kid named Warren gets called up first. They test young kids because the skull closes up at age 4, sealing their mana potential. The whole point is to find out if the family heirs are top tier or total flops. Warren touches the blade and the crowd goes wild, cause the glow is blindingly bright and pure. Typical win for Karen's kid. Apparently, next up, a kid named Runnin' Sorn from House Slurn gets called up. Basically, brighter light equals stronger mana. Plus, it shows your element type. Runnin' takes her turn, and shocker, she's hailed as a genius. Everyone's like, classic Slurn talent. Rayon sees the crowd as thirsty for flashy stats. He knows he'll flop since his mana circuits are frozen solid, despite unlocking his second flameling. When Rayon gets called, haters glare while he walks out with his mom. At the sword, Rayon tells himself to chill on the hype. He just needs to know his best element for training. As Rayon puts his hand down, weird fire blasts out and mesmerizes him. He hallucinates gnarly monsters surrounding a lone young fighter. He stares hard, totally baffled by what this means, watching the beast loom over the kid. Then, the warrior lifts a flaming blade and smashes the earth. Boom. One hit, massive explosion. Everything's wiped out. After that crazy scene, Rayon snaps back and checks the sword's reading. Weirdly, the sword shows something totally diff from the vision. A glow appears, but doesn't even hit the halfway point. The crowd roasts his weak light, but Glenn stays quiet. Sylvia plays supportive mom, says he did great, and they sit down. The crowd snickers about how a Sigurd heir could be such a new. They drag Sylvia too, saying she only gave him her looks. Soon, Lord Glenn tells them to zip it and asks why they're causing a scene. When they shut up, he declares the show's over. Once everyone dips, Lord Glenn and his butler are the only ones left with the magic sword. Glenn thinks Rayon is a lost cause. Suddenly, huge flames burst from the blade, grabbing his attention. Fire wraps the sword, blazing harder than anything seen all day. Glenn stares, mesmerized by the sun gold glow. Checking the archives, he realizes the only time this happened was with the Sigurd founder, whose aura was so savage it could melt demon flames. Turns out that gold mana only showed up once in history. Pretty wild, it's back now. After watching the crazy beautiful light for a bit, the big boss suspects Rayan is the culprit, but the math just ain't mathing for him. 7 years later, Rayan's stats finally pop up on the system window. That pesky curse? Yeah, it is still hanging around. Trash stamina and 0 athleticism. But hey, he farmed some water resistance to help his stiff limbs. It looks like he is about to unlock his third flame link at the ripe age of 12. Later on, his mom drops a reminder that they gotta hit up the next discernment ceremony happening today. Our boy is dreading it. He really doesn't want to deal with those annoying jerks again. Shortly after, arriving the ceremony for the new batch of kiddos wraps up. To Rayan, the whole thing felt way faster than the last time. Suddenly, the Lord calls him out. Yo, why did you ghost the basic training summons for a whole month? You think you are special? Rayan is totally lost. So his mom jumps in to save him. Turns out, she intercepted the mail and didn't tell him. She begs the Lord, saying Rayan isn't built like the other kids and that the icy curse in his body would wreck him if he tried. Her crying falls flat because the Lord is having none of it. He says, my house, my rules, no exceptions for anyone carrying the name. In Lord Glenn's eyes, even if your legs don't work, you better crawl to training. That is the Sigart vibe. Mom is shook, but the Lord hits back with, you planning to run away again? He makes it clear that they follow the code or they hit the road. Simple as that. That cues the peanut gallery to start gossiping about some past drama, chattering away about how she ditched the family back in the day. Rayan obviously hates hearing people trash his mom. The whispers make it obvious why she is public enemy number 1. She left, but she didn't just pack a bag and go. She nuked her own mana core and skills for love, leaving her with 0 aura. She gave it all up to marry her dream guy. Tragically, he kicked the bucket right after she got pregnant with Rayan. With nowhere else to go, she had to crawl back home. The fam treated her like garbage for tossing away her birthright. Rayan decides he is done watching her get bullied. He is her son. After all of a sudden, Kid steps up to the big guy, ignoring his mom's panic. He tells the Lord, fine, I will be at training next month. Bet on it. But then Denier Sigart, head elder, cuts in from the sidelines to object. He complains that he was kept in the dark and warns Rayan that training isn't a walk in the park. Rayan stands his ground, going as far as claiming he will crush it to honor the family crest. The Lord frowns, dropping the Sigart name is a heavy promise to make. Glenn unleashes a savage aura, crushing bones until blood spills. Rayan realizes this. Killer pressure beats his old masters. He clenches fists to survive. When he finally faceplants, his mom and Helen rush in. Denier begs the boss to chill, claiming Rayan's just a noob talking trash. But the Lord ignores noise, telling them to let the kid cook. Sylvia cries that her son's too weak for this grind, begging him to stop. Rayan, stuck in a mom hug. Flashbacks to his edgy assassin past, just lurking in shadows, totally invisible. Frustrated, he breaks free. He wants a generic glow-up this time. Another goal, just getting Sylvia back to VIP status. He steps up, admitting he's clueless about the Sigart hype since he lived in the boonies. He says he'll join the tutorial to see what the deal is. Feeling responsible for his squad, Sylvia, Helen, and the Annex crew, he stands his ground against the big boss. Amused, the Lord asks if he plans to judge the fancy name just by basic drills. Rayan's like, only way I got. Glenn grins, promising to set the difficulty to hard mode. The heavy vibes hit again, and Rayan drops. He's just thinking how to mix his pro assassin skills with flame ring hacks to win. Even while Florty vows to show them this pebble is actually a diamond. Meanwhile, at a gym, Karun Warrior's head honcho chats with a guard about the fake news that Rayan was totally broken. The guard insists it's legit, since maids heard the talk between the saint and the Lord, confirming the kid's sick. Karun knew the kid looked glitchy when they met, but that doesn't explain how he tanked the Lord's aura earlier. He figures maybe Sylvia's genes are just OP, boosting her son. So, Karun tells him to get maids to sneak a spy into the annex to watch everything. Rayan grinds too hard, and Mom drops an I told you so. Later, at the 5th training spot, Glenn visits instructor Lamar, who's faking a nap. After waking him, the two OGs roasting each other like old times. Glenn's like, bro, it's been 50 years. Grow up already. Joke's on him. Dolph jeans. Mean 0 wrinkles. Baby. Lamar figures Glenn wants to baby the grandkid, so he snaps. Mom just left, and nope, I ain't going easy on the kid. You gave me the keys to this gym. Remember. Plot twist. Gramps didn't come to beg for special treatment. He actually wants the difficulty set to nightmare to filter scrubs. Lamar figures Glenn's going hardcore mode because he actually cares. Trying to fix his messy past with Sylvia through the boy. Glenn's reply, if we weren't boys, I'd have your head. After that heartwarming death threat, Glenn bounced, leaving Lemaire wondering what's so hype about this Rayon kid. Meanwhile, Ryan just unlocked his third flame link. His stats are popping off body, soul, dex, mana, all up. Stamina's boosted and water resistance hit 3 stars. Best part? That nasty frost curse is finally fading. He's stoked. The secret sauce. Grinding smart, not just hard thanks to mom keeping him in check. Plus, that magical HUD is basically a cheat code for leveling. But this is just a tutorial. Real pain is coming. At Sagart, his current power is just the basement level. The goal? Flex so hard that the haters shut up forever. Then wreck his Riva. While he's zoning out, mom slides in for a late-night chat before departure day. She hits him with D. Do you really have to go? Terrified he'll grind until he literally breaks something. Just wait 1 more year, she begs. But Ryan's like, nah, he's sick of watching the family treating them like dirt. If he wins, the disrespect stops. Mom gets all teary-eyed, shocked that her kid is actually paying attention to the drama, so she drops the lore. Back in the day, she fell for his dad just a regular night. Big scandal. To be with him, she literally nuked her own magic core and bailed on the family. They had a quiet life and even a daughter. Then the cadre of Eden creeps spotted Sylvia and ambushed them. She was pregnant, dad wasn't op enough, and they were helpless. She had to watch them get wiped out, right before Grandpa's secret squad swooped in to save her. But the squad was just a little too late, too far to save them. By arrival, hubby and daughter were toast. Staying solo was suicide, so she had 0 options but to crawl back, instant family scapegoat. Dad wasn't buying any excuses when she returned. Rayon listens and thinks. Wow, she ditched her duties to be happy, then ran back just to survive. Kinda selfish? Makes sense. Why? The fam hates her, but she's his mom and actually loves him. Across 2 lives, this is the first real mom, he said. Can't treat her like trash. He asks if she regrets bailing. Her answer, nope. Life as a Sagard made her feel totally invisible. Levy made her feel real. Worth it? She was happy then, and she's happy with him now. Her only regret, she thinks she's a crummy mom. Rayan's like, chill, you're good, don't worry. Sylvia starts bawling. Rayan's totally lost. He calms her down, then goes to check his magic links before training tomorrow. Mid-chick up, a creepy ghost dude appears. It says it's time and claims a massive rage signal pulled him in. It's Wrath, demon ruler number 2, here too. Serve vengeance because someone's super salty. He demands Rayan's soul, then pauses. Wait, a kid summoned him? Talk about awkward. Rayan's confused too. They start quizzing each other. Wrath doubts a pint-sized kid could have that much rage, but a closer look convinces him. He accepts the kid and demands he pay up with his soul for the revenge package. Shockingly, Rayan says no, he wants to off Darius personally. The ghost flips out. Cute. You thought this was a negotiation? Demons decide. You abide. He's taking what he wants. He goes nuts, surrounds him in cold fire, and rushes in to hijack Rayan's body. The hit starts freezing our boy's body and brain. The spirits pitch we can delete any enemy, even gods. Just let the rage in. Easy peasy. Rayan resists the chill thanks to his stats, but the ghost adds more than ice. He's cranking up the internal rage dial. Ghost keeps taunting. Give up the body, and we'll crunch your enemy's skulls. Tasty. Rayan's dicey about letting this sus entity inside. Might endanger the squad. The ghost gets salty and says, I was preserving your meat suit for me, but playtime's over. Finna eat you now. The crushing pressure makes Rayan feel like he's gonna glitch out and crash hard. Before he blue screens, he has a big brain move to nerf the mental load with flame links since his ice race is holding. Since it's his only clutch play, our boy sparks the link. Asterisk, bam. Flashbang stuns. The spook, it rages that a noob dares to tank the hit. Rayan says, I'll handle my own payback. Not handing the controller to a ghost. Wrath. Flips. Ghost. I'm a demon lord. Put some respect on my name. Rayan's. Some lord, you can't even beat a kid. Major burn. Turns out Wrath is totally he just respawned and has massive lag. Suddenly, a HUD pops up. New skill unlocked. Rayan's confused. The UI makes Wrath go berserk. Hey, that system is my copyright. He screams. Rayan asks if he's the dev. The thing confirms. Yeah, I coded that. Rayan fishes for lore on why it exists, but Wrath gatekeeps the info. He leaks the tea when Rayan asks if it's an XP booster. Rayan clocks the vibe guy named Wrath has 0 chill. Seems the flame buffs are way more up his last run, cause the system is a speedrun cheat. Wrath yells, give it back. Rayan replies with a mana-infused sucker punch, but it does 0 damage. Wrath realizes he can't win, so he morphs into a bracelet. He ups to chill cause his mana pool is empty. Plan is to camp until he recharges and can take over. Rayan thinks about yeeting it, but risking a system crash or growing the ghost isn't worth it. Seems like a better strat to keep the enemy close to supervise the creep. Rayon asks, why a flower bracelet? Kinda cringe. Wrath snaps, it's the aesthetic, deal with it. Next day, Sylvia's stressing, but Helen hypes her up. When Rayon gears up to leave, the ladies look super Helen says, don't int, and he promises to play safe. Sylvia stops moping, says glah, and waves him off. As he bounced, Sylvia begged Helen for some good vibes regarding her baby, but the maid was like, chill, he's buff now, he'll crush it. That pep talk totally helped Sylvia, who was basically a fountain of tears earlier while Rayon swore he wouldn't wreck himself or pull a muscle. Soon, a bunch of kids mobbed the 5th gym entrance, yapping away. Rayon chilled on his own, noticing the crowd wasn't just main and branch family, big shots, but also random vassals and invitees who got a golden ticket. Then, some dudes started roasting his noodle arms, asking why he didn't bolt. They even mocked his flower bracelet, making Wrath totally lose his cool. The ghosts roasted them hard, but lucky for them, he's invisible. Rayon heard the trash talk, marched over and was like, say it to my face, instead of buzzing like annoying flies. Shocked, they got all salty, asking why some Aniclock branch kid thought he could step to them. Hilariously, they're branch family too, so it's wild they have the guts to act all high and mighty. When he dropped the you only trash talk those below you logic, they raged. One guy grabbed Rayon's collar, yelling, know your role. Rayon grinned like a psycho and started to pop his knuckles, until a main family kid interrupted the brawl. It was Warren Sagart, the genius tested before Rayon, way back when. Warren scolded the boys for being messy, and asked if they wanted to embarrass the clan in front of guests. The guys backed off fast and said sorry to Warren. Then Warren strutted to Rayon, asking if he was still clueless. He bragged that Rayon is basically dirt, he can flick off whenever. He warned Rayon to lay low or get booted from the annex. 2. Warren figures Rayon is only at training, because he finessed the system back in the chamber, not for skill. To him, he's a total loser, just waiting to wash out of the program. Leaving, Warren told Rayon to beat it, since he'll probably fail anyway. Before he could bail, Rayon clapped back that Warren's trash talk needed more spice. He noted that being main family means zip. Since he has 0 rank, he's not a boss, so he can't really do anything. He joked Warren should go cry to daddy, turning the kid beet red. Warren sputtered the classic, how dare you, before instructor Lemaire kicked the door in to lecture the class. Lemaire thought it was funny they were beefing before class even started. Rayon, having no clue who the teach turns out to be the Sword of Light, retired because he got wrecked. Lemaire splits him up. Save the drama for after orientation. Kiddos, showtime. Lemaire drops his name like a total boss at the ceremony. There's like 160 here, and he's thinking, way too crowded. So he's like, I'm cutting 75% of you right now. Everyone's freaking out. Getting booted on day 1? Big yikes. He goes, my house, my rules. Don't like it. Tell the principal. Boom. Straight into the cardio from hell. Lap after lap on the track. The rule? Sprint until I say, stop. Wrath's confused. Why Rayon's chilling at the back like a turtle. But Rayon knows this ain't a sprint. Teach wants to see grit, not just speed demons. Duh. It's survival of the fittest, and Rayon plans to be the last dude breathing. The pros spot Warren and running, leading the pack. Total prodigies. Future MVPs, for sure. Then they spot Rayon lagging. Struggling hard. Not bad for a sick kid, they figure. They bet he'll drop any second. But Lemaire's staring. He's thinking, this kid's built different. Usually, he can't read the stats of OP legends cause they're too deep, but he can totally see everyone else's vibe colors. But Rayon? Blank canvas. Nothing there. That only happens when someone's potential is literally off the charts. The bullies who roasted Rayon look back, joking he won't last 10 minutes. Meanwhile, Rayon's like, just jogging. Really, in his past life, ... monsters chased, this track run is basically a cakewalk. Hours go by, legs are burning. Lemaire is shook. Rayon is still moving on empty. It's way past just trying hard. The kid is running on fumes. That laser focus, only for people who've stared death in the face. Plot twist. Now, Teach is hooked. Warren sees Rayon still on his tail and goes, how's Coughing Boy keeping up? He heard the tea earlier from his dad. The kid is legit dying. So what gives? Salty, Warren cheats with aura hacks to flex on them. He zooms off, ditching Runin and Rayon, who seem to be the only ones left in the dust. To Rayon, Warren acts like a total brat compared to Runin, who's actually chill. He decides not to speedrun so he doesn't mess up his flow. It's not a race. Anyway, meanwhile, the other students are dropping like flies on the sidelines. Some ask who the heck Rayon is, while others are salty because they heard he's a sick kid. Rayon Kache, someone whispering. Does that dude ever run out of battery? He almost laughs out loud because, the chill in his veins feels like death, and his organs are about to rage. The only reason he's still standing, is cause the flame links are squeezing out stamina like the last drop of toothpaste. When Wrath sees Rayon is gassed, he tries to hijack the controls. He demands the body so he can dunk on that little runt. Warren, seeing that grin on the spirit's face, Rayon knows he's in deep trouble. And yup, Wrath hits him with another freeze attack. It hits like a truck. Rayon gets dizzy, but he has to fake being totally fine. Wrath is convinced no human can tank this level of power. Rayon fights to hang on, knowing the spirit will snack on him if he slips up. But, miraculously, nothing breaks, and Rayon keeps jogging. Wrath goes full rage mode, wondering why his hacks aren't working on the kid. Meanwhile, our boy feels like he's about to game over, because he can control his body. His vision is glitching, and his breath is at 0. Just as he's about to crash, the instructor yells, "Cut!" and stops the drill. After they stop, Warren gives Rayon a dirty look for not quitting, but Runnin watches him with interest. Wrath is still buffering, trying to understand how Rayon survived the cold combo. But Rayon just reminds him, "Told you not to help me train." Bruh. Instead of stopping him, Wrath's attack actually. Buffe D his flame links by forcing his body to work overtime. Suddenly, a notification pops up. Rayon has met the hidden condition of moving way past his physical limits. His stats level up a bit, which just triggers Wrath even more. After the class huddles up, Lemaire gives props and admits he lied about the cut rate. He says it wouldn't make sense to fail everyone on day one. This wasn't the final boss. However, he drops a truth bomb. If they treat training like a joke, most of them will definitely fail, especially since only Warren ran at full speed and he was being sus with aura. Lemaire warns them to follow instructions so they don't wash out, though it won't be a walk in the park. From now on, they're temporary noobs for 6 months until the real exam. At the end of 6 months, Lemaire is picking a valedictorian to. Later, Lemaire heads into the Woodston app on a rock, only to find Lord Glenn chillin' there. Glenn checks the vibes. He hears Warren and Runnin are beasts, just as predicted the rest of the squad, totally ready to carry house seat. Only Glitch Lamar is drawing a total blank on Rayon's deal. Weird. Lemaire spills the tea on how the kid booked it to the finish line, even with his energy tank on empty. Says it's major deja vu. Only seen this craziness with Boss Glenn before. Lemaire's loving the drama. He's been dying of boredom since his core broke. As the big boss bounces, Lemaire bets his true heir is hiding in this batch of noobs. Glenn, totally in denial, swears it's a fluke and the kid's hopeless, but Lemaire calls cap on that. Meanwhile, Rayon hits up the gym immediately after that killer workout. Some nosy dudes notice him. Moment he splits, the guys trash talk, claiming Rayon cheated the run since he's confirmed sick. One of them, Crane from the branch squad, spills some juicy gossip he heard. A rumor, the elder slipped the kid a potion. That explains the hacks. The gang gets salty, Rayon beat them just cause he chugged a potion. Time to teach that smug brat a lesson, obviously. They slam Rayon into a tree. He's totally confused why he's getting jumped. They yell that they're ticked off at Reject Axol, high and mighty after cheating with an elixir. Knuckles crack? They say they just want to chat. Yeah, Classic Wrath loses it that he takes this crap and wants to bust their heads open right now. While Wrath rages Rayon, total psycho on the inside, loves it as he wrecks. All 3D leaves them messy. The beatdown is so gorgeous, Wrath almost starts blushing. Boys on the floor, begging. Check Rayon asks if Warren sent them. They swear Warren's got zip to do. With it, Rayon doubts it since Warren totally hates his guts. Once confirmed, he warns them, way nastier stuff will happen if they snitch or come near him again. They run for their lives, just happy they didn't die. Meanwhile, Lemaire peeps from a tree, loving the show. Feels like watching young Glenn 2. Confirms Rayon is a secret beast hidden among the pros. Back at the crib, the system pings Rayon. Wrath is pleased. So, dexterity up by 1. Sweet. Naturally, Wrath goes absolutely nuts, points for entertaining him. He screams, the system is bogus. Rayon reminds him, dude, you built the system. Wrath rages that getting his tech stolen is new to him. Wrath starts cursing, then realizes Rayon isn't even being ghosted. He drops a wild deal on him. Win 4 stat boosts or lose and eat pure rage. Just gotta snag first place like Lemaire wanted. Rayon spies a bonus perk in the mix too. By winning, so Wrath says, he gets a nerf-ed skill for his boss. Also, the penalty for losing is kinda sus. Just a smidge of demon angst that seems small right now, but totally snowballs into a psycho rage later. Ghost is honest, so he figures the loot is worth the gamble. Clearly, a trap, but his pro-gamer moves guarantee the win anyway. So, the homie shakes on it. Wrath smirks, thinking he's gonna hijack the body soon. Later, the squad hits another drill. Dead tired from cardio all morning, plus, that insane squat hold? Lemaire ordered. Teach hypes it up, claiming this squat is the meta, tells them to freeze until he says stop, then naps to test their grit. While says, it's your grades on the line, dude. Kids start whining about the grind. They want to skip straight to sword slashing? Warren rounds up the boys' four-blade practice. Scared their skills will rot just doing squats. Wrath nags Rayon to go join the fun, but Rayon thinks waving sticks is useless for total noobs with zero stats. He needs raw gains, not fancy moves. Especially with his Ice Curse debuff. Gotta grind the fundamentals first. At the gym, Runnin stalks him, totally shocked. His crazy gains despite being sick recently. His leveling speed is actually super sus. She thinks his form might be the cheat code. Curiosity peaks. She walks up, totally mute. Rayon notices the creeping, asks Soupy. She totally ghosts him IRL. Just keeps trying to figure out his buff secret. Then it clicks. She sits right next to him. Starts lifting like a weirdo. It freaks Rayon out, so he ignores her. He moves, but she trails him like a shadow. She realizes his scent gives her a major buff, which creates lighter gravity, maxing her lift stats. Rayon's, like you, good, but she denies it. So, Runnin just decides she's gonna glue herself to Rayon 24/7. Warren's crew walks in. Salty Singer with that family outcast. Warren thinks there's 0 point in lane basic drills, betting Rayon's too weak to ever get on their level. Before the big test hits, he tells the squad to sharpen skills so they don't suck. They bounce, and Warren knows. The test will prove who's actually the boss. Later, Dorian asks to join Rayon, noticing Runin's shadow mode. Dorian's an outsider, not main clan material. Rayon sighs. Okay, so a hyped Dorian offers a cookie. Rayon tries to return. Snack, but sees Runnin, eyeing it like a starving pup. Her puppy eyes freak him out, so he hands it over. The three start grinding together daily, racing side by side. They totally bond. Seasons change, but the grind never stops. 6 months in, Rayon runs like a zombies, chasing him. He smokes everyone now, except Runnin and Warren. Finally, exam day rolls around. Folks from everywhere show up to see if their kids will flop or fly. They pack the arena as Lemaire speaks. Sylvia, Helen, and Lord Karen grab seats. Wrath pops up to troll Rayon about their bet. He's sure Rayon will lose since he can't beat those two. Rayon shrugs. Tests are wild. Anything goes. Soon, the duo find Dorian hiding, shaking about the results. Proving they're tight, Runnin tosses him a cookie. Rayon realizes he's a magnet for total weirdos. Helen and Sylvia cheer because their boys survived 6 months and actually made pals. Then, a speaker announces, the househead is here to watch the show. It's rare, so the crowd is totally shook. Someone whispers that this is the Lord's first time showing up. Lemaire acts shocked, but Glenn says, this test decides the clan's future, so he must watch. With the boss here, Lemaire starts the selection, finally revealing the mystery test topic. Suddenly, and much to Lemaire drops a massive vibe check, telling the class the exam is just surviving his spiritual pressure. He breaks it down. For the squad, fighters can't dodge pressure. This is a test of your soul's grit. Some cranky guardian you'll that these noobs barely know aura, and now they gotta face spirit pressure. Then the whole peanut gallery starts booing the teacher. Lemaire, totally over their drama, claps back. Spirit pressure ain't just flashy aura tricks. It's your soul's level. You earn it by grinding XP as a warrior. Turns out, real pros don't even need aura to be legit. The boomers keep yapping until Lord Glenn cuts in Lemaire's, right? Aura or not. Every fighter builds their own pressure based on their life story. Train hard enough, and you get that spirit swag even without magic. Since the big boss spoke, everyone shuts up. Lemaire goes, no more whining. Cool, let's start. Runnin is up first. Lemaire warns her, I'm gonna crank up the pressure, but if you didn't slack off in training, you'll breeze through this. He smirks and blasters her with heavy vibes. She's totally shook. The pressure definitely hits, cause she starts wincing immediately. Use aura and your he says. Use that mental muscle you trained, even though it hurts, and pushes back. She powers through and grabs Lemaire's hand. He's actually impressed. She nearly wipes out, so he catches her before she Nice grind, he admits. Keep that energy up. Then it's Dorian's turn. Dude looks like he's about to pass out from fear. He's gotta walk through the pressure on pure mental grit, just like Runnin. But Dorian thinks his grit meter is sitting at 0. When told it's either pass or fail, he YOLOs into the storm but flops halfway. Rayon spots something weird. Pressure on Dorian feels different. He wonders if Lemaire is tweaking the difficulty settings based on each kid's stats. Somehow, Dorian crawls and grabs Lemaire's feet. Good job, says the teacher. Believe in yourself more, bro. Then Dorian ruins the moment by puking everywhere. Gross. Warren Sigard is next up for the torture test. The pressure is insane. Warren thinks, did the others really survive this? He starts shaking and realizes he's frozen stiff. Lemaire tells him, you've got a crazier talent than anyone here. But him and his little fan club totally wasted time swinging swords around. Cluelessly, instead of buffing their stats or training their brains, he also gets a harsh reminder. He relied way too much on his aura. Whenever things got dicey, if he tries that cheat here, it's game over. Meanwhile, Warren is sweating bullets, haunted by how his dad roasted his big brother years ago. Realizing that Pops will dump him like trash. If he flops, he goes full send. He literally trips his way to victory, grabbing Lemaire's leg. Hey, a pass is a pass. Lemaire drops some wisdom, telling him he's only 12. Stop acting like a grandpa and train like a kid. Finally, it's Ryan Sigart's turn up to bat. He steps up and gets hit with a spirit blast so hard he almost fainted. But this pressure wasn't just heavy. It was way crazier than what the others got. Mom and Helen started freaking out. Even Lord Glenn raised an eyebrow at the massive spirit bomb Lemaire was dropping on the poor kid. Rayon is sweating it too, wondering if this is a test or an execution. Lemaire cranked the difficulty because Rayon's potential makes the others look basic. See, your rank isn't about your muscles. I tease about how swell your soul is. Lucky for Rayon, he's got the Sigart bloodline and the grim spirit of a master assassin. Then, to Lemaire's total shock, our boy tanks, the pressure like a boss, grabbing the Lord's attention. He gets inches away, and Lemaire is thinking, no way this is real. Unlike the other clumsy new, Rayon doesn't trip. He walks right up and shoves Lemaire back. The crowd gasps. Total silencer. Lemaire and the Lord are shook. Rayon just grins. So, did I pass? Or what? Everyone else thinks it's impossible. He tanked that pressure. Even Karun can't believe the brat actually touched Lemaire. Lemaire stands there, frozen, wondering how a sickly kid with zero aura did that. Finally, Lemaire asks, what are you? Rayon's like, I'm Rayon. You've watched me for 6 months. Dude, Lemaire argues he used enough spirit pressure to crush a giant, hoping to see him squirm. It shouldn't be possible. Rayon just shrugs it off. Which only makes Lemaire more annoyed. Time to announce the scores and crown the top trainee. Warren and his dad tense up. Rayon takes the gold. Sylvia and Helen start bawling, happy tears. Their boy won. While the crowd gossips about the upset, Warren yells at Lemaire, claiming the results are totally fake. Lemaire blinks, listening to Warren, brag about having better stats than Rayon in every way. He claims Rayon must be hacking or using magic cheats. The mob backs him up, claiming Rayon's win is totally sus, since he's a relis and cursed with that frosty hex stuff. The drama gets so intense that folks even start doubting, teach Lemaire's honesty. Finally, Warren wants a 1-versus-1 brawl with Rayon to end the beef. Lemaire knows Warren's just salty and chasing clout cause he craves that top spot. He lets Boss Glenn figure out how to squash the rumors. The big boss asks Rayon to fight Warren and prove his scores aren't total fake news. Rayon tells the boss, hard pass on the duel. Since grades are out, why fight for 0 loot? That's a waste of time. To fix the mess, the boss puts the top rank on the line and bribes Rayon with a bronze medal. If he wins, Rayon perks up fast since gold, silver, and bronze tokens from House Sigart are rare drops with massive perks attached. Snagging a shiny token from the House Lord means fat loot. That offer totally changes his mind. Rules are simple, just one single round. Use weapons or aura. You take the L immediately. So it's pure fists and muscle only. Fight starts and Warren rushes to deck Rayon. But Rayon dodges by a hair. Shook that he missed, Warren tries a follow-up kick, but Rayon shuts that down too. Warren flexes his dad's charging tiger move and spams attacks, but Rayon keeps blocking them all. Some peeps think Rayon is helpless and can't clap back. Warren's ego is bruised, cause a weak branch kid is stepping up. He swears he won't let that top rookie title slide to Rayon. He remembers his dad ditching his bro for being weak. Now he's sweating cause his dad's watching. Gotta prove he's the alpha. Meanwhile, Rayon just chills, dodging every single hit. Rayon isn't hitting back yet cause he is busy downloading Warren's fight pattern and moves. He finally gets it. Rayon stops, and Warren thinks he quit. He moves to end it, but Rayon mirrors his punch perfectly. Warren freaks as his hand gets knocked back, and Rayon gut punches him so hard he KO vibe. The crowd and Warren's dad are totally losing their minds. Even Boss Glenn is stunned. Rayon used the tiger fist back at him. Warren asks how he learned that move. And Rayon's like, "You showed me, so I just copy-pasted it." The crowd starts whispering, wondering how on earth this kid used the tiger fist. Did he learn it instantly? Warren is still wheezing, and Lemaire knows Rayon is legit. He's confused how Rayon countered and spun the tiger fist just by watching. Pure genius. Lemaire is totally vibing with this. It's the raw talent Seagart needed. The kid has top-tier server potential. Pause. Then Boom Ryan takes the W scoreboard. Doesn't lie. Sylvia literally can't handle it, so she tackles Rayon with a massive, teary bear hug. Meanwhile, Runnin's dad brings the same energy over there. Warren ghosted by Pops. Just him and the butler. Brutal. That night, Warren's crib is dead silent. Awkward. Dad finally speaks up. "Remember the one rule? Be number one. Don't catch an L against anyone. You trying to shame me? Loosen to those scrubs? Strike one, buddy. You already messed up. Graduation is your last shot to redeem yourself. Win or else." Dad walks out. It's super obvious. Warren has to clutch up if he wants to stay in the rich family. He gets salty. Blames Rayon for literally everything. How did he lose? He grinded so hard. It makes no sense. While moping around in despair, he rage walks right into the training center's gym. Place is empty. He spots the lockers mid-workout. Rayon's locker calls to him. Just a quick peek won't hurt, right? Not stealing. 10 pairs of wrecked shoes in 6 months. Whoa! Flashback time. Rayon was always on the grind. While Warren was flexing for clout or chilling, Rayon worked. It's Clarion's the real MVP here. Warren, not so much. He puts the stuff back and dips, feeling super bummed. Later, Wrath is salty about the bet. Never seen a kid like this. Finally, he asks, "What are you?" Rayon just ghosts the question. System ping. Stats increase by 2. New skill unlocked. Awareness of Snowflower. Wrath claims it's got too good for a noob like him. It buffs the sense range. 1 star though, a measly 1% boost. Wrath brags he could pump it 10 times higher easily. Weird that the skill is named Snowflower. He asks why. Wrath loves it. Rayon thinks it's cringe. Wrath rages. A bit later, Big Boss summons Rayon to the main hall. Sylvia starts panicking. She thinks something bad is gonna happen, but the butler says chill. Actually, Master Sigard is personally giving him a medal. Glenn looks totally done with the drama in the throne room, but he coughs up the medal, cause a promise is a promise. That shiny trinket goes to Rayon with a catch. Return it later to snag a legit prize or favor. Our boy snatches the option and drops a bomb. How do I get my mom? Her rank back. The Lord is shook. Glenn asks if he really means putting his MOM back in the main squad. He admits it's technically doable, but only if Rayon pulls off a miracle the whole clan respects. Easier said than done. To Glenn, getting that kind of clout from the Sigart crew is like walking on the sun, especially for a total noob. Rayon loves the challenge though. Thanks. Glenn chucks the bronze medal back and turns to bounce. Glenn stops him like, "Brah, that info was free. You haven't picked your real reward yet." Rayon suddenly clicks on what he actually needs right now. He asks for a combat manual, but Glenn says, "Chill. You'll learn that in basic training." Our guy insists he needs better aura. Trixton the rookie stuff. He wants a technique worthy of that bronze medal trick. The shadow moves from his past life are weak sauce. Now, he'll need way more power to restore Sylvia's status and absolutely wrecked up. Glenn snaps his fingers, and boom, a secret library pops up, showing off stacks of books. Rayon is low-key geeking out. Huge shelves, packed with hundreds of titles, tower over him. Glenn mentions this as just a tiny slice of this collection. To get the perfect book, Rayon just has to stand center stage and hands up. While he strikes the pose, he's praying. This new skill beats his old shadow garbage. Suddenly, a book yeets itself off the shelf and floats right to him. It's a beat-up old thing, but seeing it pick him makes Glenn and the butler lose it. Glenn can't figure out how he snagged that specific tome. Then fire blasts out of the book at Rayon. He's like, "Is this part of the manual?" He cracks it open and blinding light explodes, freaking him out. The Lord is stunned, silent, as the flames rage. Out of nowhere, Rayon starts tripping into a vision. He sees Glenn getting a report that Sylvia ditched the family estate, but Glenn brushes it off, saying the clan's rep matters more than her drama. In this flashback, back in the days when Glenn thought feelings were for losers, and only cared about clout, he got strong enough to rival actual demons, but yeah, that power trip cost him big time. Later in the vision, Glenn gets the news that his son's granddaughter got jumped by the Eton mass crew and didn't make it. The Lord starts shaking. That tragedy finally forced him to find his feelings again, but it was too late to hit the undo button. Haters gonna hate, but he decided to go all out and protect the kid this time. Rayon is totally confused. What kind of weirdo book is this anyway? Poof. the book vanishes into thin air, and it feels like the book's vibe just yeets into his body. The Lord calls him out, like, "Yo, what did you just do?" "I decay man," he shrugs. But oddly, the magic technique is stuck in his brain now. To catch him lying, the Lord asks for the skill name, seeing as he didn't even read a page. Rayon pauses, then goes, the million flames technique?" A system screen pops up. You've obtained the million flames skill. It's burned in memory and you've faced the eternal fire. Seems like the standard way to download aura skills at the library. Glenn checks if Rayon actually remembers the data. Once he confirms that he does, Glenn's like, "Cool, enjoy your bronze prize. Now shoot." Rayon dips, but the butler stays behind. Shook that the kid just absorbed the magic book. That skill belonged to the OG house founder. Literally nobody in history could read the first master's secret stuff. So yeah, nobody thought he'd snag the million flames scroll. Butler's stressing. If word gets out, Rayon and Sylvia are toast. But Glenn chills him out, saying nobody knows about the skill anyway. Meanwhile, Rayon knows the book's data is totally his. Nah, Glenn said it was rotting on the shelf since nobody could use it until So, seems like the vibes are shifting. Rayones Jesus. Why give him loot worth more than silver or gold medals? This skill is clearly on the tier of the legendary. Gotta grind it properly. Only problem? He can't gather aura to save his life. He didn't expect to master a god tier skill instantly though. Then, Wrath peeps. Things are going sideways. Acting weird, Wrath actually says, "Do your best. You finally got good loot." Getting interrupted would wreck him total, game over. Wrath's right, but it's sus. He's deaf, plotting something. The Golden Flames skill sucks mana from nature into the core. So, if Rayon gets cut off mid-charge, his circuits fry and he's useless. Worst part, he's extra at risk, cause the chill blocks his flow. Seeing Wrath smirk, Rayon warns him not to mess around, but gets ignored. Realizing Wrath is tuning him out, Wrath's like, "Yo, I'm gonna crash your training sesh just once." Rayon's spooked. "Break me, and I'm useless." But Wrath here's the tea. Normies would die, but Wrath can hack the body to work. For Wrath, this loot is too legendary to skip. Rayon acts cool, but Wrath says cut the crap and start shaking, cause you never know when I'll strike. Rayon finally realizes, this dude's a total op. I mean, he is the Demon King. Kinda obvious. Give him an inch, he'll snack on your whole soul. Rayon ignored him cause he was chill, but now, gotta watch his back. Also, another drama alert. Our boy caught a sauce maid sneaking out at night. Meanwhile, the spy maid Jadil is drafting a snitch report for Lord Karun. Rayon's usually boring, but finally, she's got actual tea. What Jadil is about to leak is the cracked technique he got from Bronze Metal Guy and his crazy mana flow. She knows this intel. Totally viral material for the Warrior Palace. But she hesitates. He's just a kid. Is this really her life? Still, she floats the paper down the river to her boss. Suddenly, a blade touches her neck, and a creepy voice whispers, "Time to go back. Move or scream, and you're deleted." Sweating buckets, she wonders who jumped her. His killer vibe freezes her. She checks the river. It's Rayon. He's like, "I've sensed you since day one. Enjoy the show." Weird flex, since she thought her stealth mode was perfect. Turns out Rayon was just trolling her this whole time. He forces her mouth open and feeds her something nasty. Then he fishes her note out of the water. It's blank. Classic secret spy paper tricks. After guessing and watching her flinch, he tries Moonlight. She's shook. Plus, her face twitches when he mentions Karun Sagart. Bingo. That's her boss. Jadil trained for years to be the perfect spy. Can't believe he read her poker face. Then it hits her. That burning pill, it was a rage worm. Flashback time. Jadil, hired by Karun to spy on Rayon for big cash rewards. Wait, did you actually feed me a rage worm? She panicked. Rayon raised a brow, impressed she even knew the critter. She gagged hard, but that slimy snack stayed put. The kicker? That worm is a living GPS tracker inside her gut. It tracks her non-stop and lets him kill her instantly on a whim. Plus, Rayon totally clocked her as a spy from the palace. She'd been lurking there 7 months since the ceremony. Judo in Pelthis wasn't the cakewalk she planned. It was supposed to be a simple scoop on a random kid. Just gather info on some sick invalid, and Sylvia, she never guessed, a monster was hiding in the annex. Terrified, she begged to fake the report immediately. Rayon refused. The truth would leak and expose her incompetence. With a smile that was straight up chilling, he gave her a promo. She was a double agent now. She'd feed Karun junk info and hide the real secrets. But the price? She had to spill everything on Karun. Rayon wanted every secret, and Judel nodded fast. He grinned like they were just gossiping over tea. He told her to bring actual useful dirt next time, then turned on his heel and walked off like a boss. Wrath was confused. He never saw Rayon summon a worm. Turns out, the whole rageworm thing was a bluff. He hates bugs, just used a poison that hurts like crazy. When asked how he read her mind, he just shrugged. He said he has plenty of ways to snoop if needed. It was so cold even the Demon King called him a monster. Rayon spent his break training Aura until boot camp. Even though he grinded like crazy, he couldn't unlock the Aura skill before the deadline. Only 42 kids returned to the grounds. Proved Liamir wasn't joking about the cut rates. Runin bumped into Rayon, and they stared awkwardly. The intense silence started to weird Wrath out. Flashback Runin's mom grilled her back home. Did Rayon help? And did she actually thank him? Runin admitted she totally ghosted him on that. Apparently, Dad said never talk to boys first. Mom lectured her on having manners, regardless of gender. So now, she mumbled a thanks. Confusing Wrath asked, what's her deal? And Rayon shrugged. Then Dorian popped up out of nowhere. He whined about almost dying during the tryouts. Being an official trainee was stressing him out. He had nightmares about how brutal it would get. Dude keeps yapping, eventually hyping up how Rayon totally crushed Warren's score. But the joke's on him cause Warren's lurking right behind. Goss screams like a baby and hits the deck when he sees him. Warren strolls up to Rayon, clears his throat, and it gets super. Suddenly, he bows, admits he acted like a jerk last week, and takes the L. Then he drops that he isn't quitting and will definitely run it back soon. The squad is shook as Warren just dips. Rayon, surprised a 13-year-old kid can own his guessed he's finally repping the Sigart name, right? Wrath ain't impressed though, just raging that they need to beat the brat senseless for forgetting his place. Then Liamir pops up to say he gives M props on becoming trainees, then says real work starts now, sticking to basics, but with a few spicy twists. Mid-chat a door nearby busts open and this weird girl storms in. She's dropping major bad words cause the door was stuck. Dorian Panixi knows her. Liamir says she's a flunk out from the last group. Looks like she be crashing their party. Nim smartest she looks savage and cuts Liamir off. While he tries to play nice, first thing, she calls out the top dog cause she hates looking up to scrubs. She wants to throw hands with whoever won last time. Crazy chick demands a brawl right now. So, Rayon steps up since she asked for the MV. He doesn't look tough, but she's down to scrap anyway. Warren pipes up from behind, asking why she's acting so trashy. Marta gets in his face and goes at him, telling him to shut his trap or else he's dead meat. He asks if she's ignoring Rayon's legit win that was stamped by the bosses, but she brings up she heard he threw a fit too, so she can do whatever. Warren says he's done being pathetic, and everyone sees he's changed. Right. Then, Runin blocks Marta and tells her to get lost. To Marta, they look like one big happy loser family, so she acts like she's backing off. But it's a fake out. She spins around and lunges at Before anyone can blink, she swings for the fences, but gets blocked and dodged Tisley. Rayon fires back a killer punch. She blocks it, but gets launched back. A look of pure vibe hits Liamir, while Marta looks totally shook by Rayon's speed. She rages hard, charges Rayon, but Lemaire snags her. Wild how Lemaire zoomed over there, in a literal blink. He teases her for ghosting him. Rude much, knows he's low tier to them, but the silent treatment stings. Seems like besides Runin and Warren, Rayon's aura game is basically zero. Lemaire says bra later when he's leveled up, so Marta chills. Things cool, but Wrath goes nuts, asking why spared her. He wants her wrecked and frozen for 1,000 years. Rayon spills his plan. Dodge fights till she is loot he wants, then bet the top rank. He tells Wrath to just chill, and swears the payoff later is way sweeter. They drill stances, then get a 10-minute breather. Warren grinds basics, realizing it's no cakewalk. Nailed Form 2, easy peasy, but Form 3 is a total headache. But the crazy part is how Rayon, the flip side, mastered 7 forms in under a month. Fast learner, he's stressing cause they'll be in sword class together. Warren ain't the only one sweating bullets. He checks on Marta, who looks like she's crashing hard. She swears, sure Rayon is new to throwing hands, but somehow leveling up insanely fast. Rayon had zero prep, unlike Warren and Runin. Worst part, he's frost-cursed but still grinds all day. Marta gets super ticked. She refuses to lag behind. She's always been hyped as a total genius everywhere. Since joining House Sigart, she's been the apex predator. She crushed those fake prodigies from the main and branch clans, laughing at their salty faces. She's the real deal. But now, she's shaking in her boots, totally freaked. Later, a staff guy gives Marta props for her grind. She blows him off, but he stops her. Say Rayon's hype is fake. He can't ever beat her. When she asks what the heck he means, he drops info on Rayon's fatal glitch he can't fix. Rayon's training when some dudes ask about his stance. While the guys watch him do a quick demo, they think his skills are straight fire. Salta Marta mocks that Rayon made the same sword. Class so fast, calling him a maybe prodigy. but she roasts his trash mana sensitivity on purpose, saying his skills are wasted since he's jokes he'll peak as a teacher. And the gym went dead quiet, exactly what Marta was aiming for. She just had to point out that after 4 months, Rayan still had 0 aura gain. Looking back, the butler did spill the tea on Rayan's trash aura stats. He brought up some old drama from way back, at the first ceremony, where the magic sword proved Rayan's mana vibes were non-existent. To top it off, he's the only loser on the 5th ground who can't glow yet. Dude guesses, the best mana skill. A bronze badge gets you as mid at best, barely better than the total noob stuff. Since Rayan flopped at that, his mana talent must be totally bottom tier. Marta loved hearing this, figuring his fighting skills won't matter if he can't magic up. No mana, no warrior status. Honestly, what really ticked her off was a scrub like Rayan blocking her hit earlier. While she's gloating over her cheap shot, she sees Runnin' Death staring and asks, "You got a problem?" Runnin' straight up kicks her out. That night, after a full grind, Rayan wraps it up. He actually likes training, past life, just survival, and assassination hacks. Now, actually, leveling up via martial arts is kinda a blast. Wrath is raging that Rayan let Marta talk smack, but Rayan just ignores the noise. He reminds Wrath there's 0 point fighting her yet, just like he said. Suddenly, a knock. He opens up to find Runnin' holding a box. Surprising enough, but then she offers him this brown treat. He's confused, but she's like, "Eat it." His assassin instincts scream, poison, but he doubts she'd actually wreck him. He takes a bite, mind blown. Even Wrath admits he's never tasted sugar like this, even in hell. Both of them totally geek out over the flavor, and Runnin' finally mumbles, "It's orb ice cream." She turns to bail. Rayan calls out, but she ignores him. Wrath screams more, but Rayan wonders if she was just worried. Runnin' loves sweets, typical kid stuff, and it looks like she sacrificed her very last one for him. That kindness makes him grin. He definitely owes her one now. Rayan heads home and gets smothered with extreme mom love like he's been gone months. It's been 1 week. Rayan skims the monthly report Judiel plans to send the palace, then asks if she got any dirt from them. Nope, just a stronger order to stalk Rayan harder. Considering how fast Rion was leveling up, people hyped his moves, but dipped when he had 0 aura. Even Lord Karun totally left Lady Sylvia on read. Judiel's suspicious. Do you skip an aura day on purpose? Instead of answering, he hits her with the reverse card. She realizes she messed up. Totally not her lane. Wrath spills the tea. He thinks that struggle is cringe and pathetic. So Rion goes to grind XP and boost his chances. Wrath calls him a monster for trying that hard. Weirdly, he finds Lemaire vibing with birds outside. Rayan's like, "Yo, what are you doing in my yard?" Lemaire claims he's here for special elemental training. Next morning, Lemaire drags him up a mountain. Rayan complains, but Lemaire says, "Trust the process." This place seems useless for learning aura though. Lemaire remembers peeking at Rayan's stats earlier. His aura was like lava fierce and totally its power level was on a different plane entirely. It wasn't fighting the chill, just vibing with it. Mixing fire and ice, that's some extraordinary talent. If Rayan learns this right, he's gonna be a beast. They find a good spot. Suddenly, Lemaire drops a blinding spirit bomb. The sheer amount of force totally shocks Rayan. The wind feels sharp, like literal razor blades. Apparently, wind comes in warm, cold, and slicey. He wanted cutting wind, so he made it happen. Now it's Rayan's turn for a discovery moment. He's gotta focus on fire, since his mana is lit. Lemaire takes him to the supposedly perfect spot. They visit a blacksmith who instantly roasts Lemaire. This is the spot for the hottest fire in the north. Old guy asks about the kid, Sigurd's grandson. He's told, dude is not impressed. 0 claps given. He wants the boss to come, not these randoms. Meanwhile, Rayan is staring at the fire, obsessed. That flame. It's the vibe he's known his whole life. He's seen fire. But this kiln's heat is the real deal. The rude grandpa says his name is Vulcan. Rayan knows him. He's the server's top blacksmith. Legend says he made Glenn's sword. Heaven's renown. Our boy bows, acting super polite and proper. He's like, huge honor to meet the great Vulcan. Vulcan's sus. Did Lemaire prep you for this? Lemaire denies it. Says Vulcan's been here 10 years. Seems like this is the only spot Rayan can vibe with the heat. Lemaire begs to enter. Vulcan says, shop only. But Lemaire panics, can't let peeps see Rayan's noob training yet. Vulcan's confused, until he hears, the kid is Sylvia's spawn. Now he's listening. Rayan swears he'll be chill, and just needs the heat. Silence hits. Then Vulcan admits he's making gold coal. Way hotter than basic stuff. Took him 10 years. Vulcan basically says do whatever. Just don't bug me. Rayan is totally stoked. Outside, Lemaire's shocked Vulcan actually said yes. He offers to bring some booze, but Vulcan's like, dude, ain't for you. Rayon walked in and the fire went crazy, roasting the coal. The kid literally breathes fire buffs. Vulcan thinks this newbie might make his dream real. For 7 months, Rayon keeps crashing to kill, visualizing his dream fire until it clicks. They say fire is a boss element, but if you tame it, game changer? In pro hands, fire is actually super chill. But Rayon still can't trigger the golden flame art. He remembers Lemaire saying too, focus on the specific flame he wants. Thinking of Rec and Darius and saving Sylvia. It's obvious he needs a flame to light the way and beat any monster, anytime. It never burns out. Boom. Fire pops up and energy starts flowing into him. He zones in to grab that fire and level up. It's like he's in some wild trance, seeing the fire manifest for real. Just as he focuses, Wrath crashes. His brain, planning to hijack his body while he's weak. Rayon freezes up because his cultivation got interrupted. He got too comfy and forgot. Wrath isn't a homie, but a demon trying to kill him. Worse, he's the Demon King boss. His body feels like it's cracking and breathing sucks. Move, die. Stop the golden flame art, also, die. Only option is to focus and gather his aura to stay alive. Vibes are intense. Wrath mocks him while he struggles. Rayon's losing it. Wrath claims his soul is theirs. Resistance is totally futile. As he blacks out, Wrath trash talks him, saying his life's a flop, just like some random coal-burning grandpa, but he promises to handle the whole revenge plot in his place. Hearing about Kill Cole gives Rayon a wild, last-second clue, totally desperate play to keep from dying. Turns out, he needs to slurp mana straight from the kill, not the heated nature stuff. That crazy intense fire is gonna eat everything, and he can snatch that power up. As he starts, Wrath gets super salty that he's switching Meanwhile, Vulcan's coal starts popping off way louder. Shocking him, flames yeet out of the furnace. He's never seen heat spike that fast. He figures something suspicious is up with Then he spots the kid shaking, which is super weird, cause there shouldn't be zero chill in this insane heat. Totally unclear why the kid's shivering like a leaf. Then Lemaire suddenly spawns in to stop Vulcan from touching him. Vulcan argues the kid's gonna get wrecked if they leave him, but Lemaire insists they can't do squat since he's in a trance. One tiny poke and he'll cough blood and get deleted. Frost is totally covering Rayon's body from the chill. He's feeling, but neither dude can do a single thing to help. Lemaire just prays Rayon doesn't kick the bucket. Inside the trance, Rayon's grind triggers Wrath, who yells at him to quit cause it's hopeless. Rayon refuses to fold. Like in his past, life a total fail with zero peace until he died. He's focused on not replaying that life, so he heads for the fire. The heat gets way too intense. Looks like the kiln's gonna crack from this sudden power spike. Suddenly, all the kiln's mana starts to pile up in one spot. Lemaire wonders if Rayon's sucking it all in. The mental tug-of-war goes on until Rayon finally grabs the flame. Boom! A massive explosion rips the trance apart and blows the kiln's roof off. When the blast hits, the guys panic about Rayon, but get zero response. A sec later, the kid walks out of the fire. Totally fine, rocking golden flames like nobody's ever seen. Meanwhile, the screen shows Rayon unlocked golden flame art. He soaked up that insane heat, so his art just hit 2 stars, gained fire resistance, and melted 2 strands of that bitter frost curse, plus fixed his trash stamina. Looks like he also soaked up the melted frost from Wrath's crazy chill, unlocking a chill of bitter frost straight at 2 stars. Wrath's trolling was a total bonus. Rayon didn't expect all these buffs. Suddenly, since he tanked Wrath's griefing with mad focus, the system buffed all stats by 3. All of Rayon is totally shooky, basically speedrun levels that take years, all thanks to Wrath messing up. When Wrath clocks he got scammed, he screams, "How are you alive?" Rayon's brain should be mush by now. Classic Rayon just smirks. Bragging he's unbeatable. Real talk. He was literally seconds away from game over. Lesson learned, no matter how chill he gets. With Wrath, the guy's a nope. Rayon's gotta gatekeep his secrets from now on. Vulcan rolls up to check the damage and sees Rayon's actually got the aura. Rayon's like, yep, and it's all thanks to you. Pops. Bummer is the furnace. Got wrecked. Rayon says, sorry, but Vulcan's just glad the kid isn't toast. Mid-chat, Vulcan spots something weird glowing in the ashes. He shovels up some coals and his jaw hits the floor. It's the legendary golden coal he spent forever trying to craft. Flashback time. Everyone used to clown him for chasing some mythical coal that didn't exist. Back to now. Holding the glowing rocks, Vulcan realizes he just witnessed a legit miracle. This stuff burns hotter than white coal and is way tougher than the black kind. He finally unlocked the achievement. Spent decades grinding for. All thanks to Rayon. Rayon's like, I didn't do squat, but Vulcan says his mana spiked. The kill temps, blasting magic heat into every nook and cranny of the shop. Then, the old guy asks Rayon, What type of fighter he's aiming for? Rayon's vibe? Unshakable, no matter the drama. That answer totally throws Vulcan off pretty deep for a pip, so he tells him to come back in 3 to 5 years when he's ready to really swing a blade. He's gonna stash those golden coals just for Rayon's return. Vulcan's retired, but he'll come out of retirement to craft Rayon's gear. Rayon dips out of the kill to head home. Vulcan's just hoping the kid survives till their reunion. Meanwhile, Lemaire is hyped. Rayon finally unlocked his aura. Sigart lurks up behind him. Lemaire bet you're relieved you can stop stalking your grandson now. Sigart immediately hits him with a hard nope, not me. Lemaire ignores the cap. Kid's aura is cracked, must be all that kill heat he absorbed. Plus, the little dude was able to spam his aura instantly. Total prodigy behavior. Sigart peeped one more thing. Rayon took the leash around his neck and claimed it. Over at Training Ground 5, Runin's camping out for Rayon, holding a box of chocolates. But the gossip mill is spinning. People saying Rayon bricked his aura training for 7 months. So, Lady Marcia, take the crown since Rayon's looking like a total flop. Runin hates the shade they're throwing and brainstorms a way to boost him. Plus, her mom always said, you gotta pay back the homies who help you out. Finally, Rayon's back at the gym after ghosting for months. Still bickering with Wrath about who's actually the boss. Boom, runs right into Runin. She hands him a tub of orb ice cream. Guess she's stressing, 'cause his aura's still 0. Like, don't be sad, bruh. He says thanks, and she catches that fresh scent she always vibes with. It's way stronger today, and smells awesome. She's clueless. Why the? Rayon thanks her again while Wrath goes nuts, begging to inhale the snacks immediately. Rayon thinks that's a trash idea. That's her favorite snack she's sharing. He tells Wrath to quit acting like a toddler. He shuts the box instead of pigging out. Runin's totally shook. She asks, feel better? He nods, and she turns, beet red. Totally made her day. She bounces away all happy. Rayon just chuckles. She's such a weirdo sometimes. Class gathers up. Teacher says things are gonna change next month since everyone's sick of the boring grind. They've been stuck on mana basics for 7 months. Time to spice things up. The class freaks out. Already, isn't that too soon? Lemaire drops the bomb. Sparring starts next month. Marta looks thrilled. She's been dying to punch someone's face in. These fights decide graduation ranks. Big stakes, guys. Now, everyone's hyped to train like crazy. Classic Marta pipes up. So what are we doing about the loser with 0 aura? Staring right at Rayon. Everyone whispers, but Lemaire shuts him up. Actually, he got his aura. Marta's jaw drops. She's totally stunned and wonders when the heck that happened. She recovers fast and mocks him for being so slow. Remember, I don't listen to weaklings. She sneers. She's been waiting to strip him of that title. He doesn't deserve. She vows to crush him in the ring. Warren steps in, blocking Marta off from Rayon. Back off, he says. It's cheap to fight him when he literally just got his powers yesterday. Marta rolls her eyes at Warren's honor speech. Honor is for winners, not for the top student who took 6 months to catch up. The class gossip starts again, as she claims taking 7 months proves Rayon has 0 talent. She's flapping her gums to anyone listening, saying auraless scrubs stay irrelevant no matter how sick their blade game is. She even bets the whole reason the Teach Wants a Brawl is to scrap the busted ranking system. But Lemore just plays it cool. 0 answers. Marta thinks Rayon's hog number 1, way too long for his skill level. Time for an exit. Getting back to business. She dares him. Winner takes the top spot, but Rayon hits her with a hard pass. Rayon goes, you don't sit at the poker table with empty pockets. So there is 0 point risk in his rep when she's bringing absolutely nothing to the pot. She doesn't fold, just mocks him like he seems to think he's actually untouchable compared to the rest of the crew. Rayon smirks, scared. That triggers her, so she bites, figuring it's his funeral anyway. To make him bite, she dangles a 9 Blossoms pill from Daddy, basically a cheat code for buffing stats if he wins. Rayon grins like he just won the lottery, and reminds Wrath he promised to snag some sweet loot from Marta. Told you so. 1 month later, fight night finally rolls around, and Marta is buzzing to finally settle the score. Girl's never taken a hit, not even in the streets. Rayon was the first to land a smack. 8 months of stewing, and she finally grabs the chance to make him pay for that total embarrassment. He's a 1-month aura noob versus her 3 years of experience. She thinks this is an easy clap. Basically, obvious he's just a talentless scrub. But she remembers she needs him to level up fast to help save someone. She struts out, 100% sure Rayon is cooked today. Game day. The other kids gotta watch and take notes so they don't suck later. The openers are Warren and Dorian, but Dorian taps out instantly. Lemaire is totally shook. His lame excuse. He's feeling super sick and pulled an all. Wrath, salty as ever, says Dorian's head. Would be on the floor right now if he was the boss. Lemaire smells the BS, so he tells him to just suck it up and try. since he'll still grab some XP, even if he takes the L. Fight's over fast. Dorian hits the dirt and waves the white flag. Meanwhile, Lemaire notes Warren's feelings are still totally out of control. He could have won in 5 moves if he actually focused. Warren is super annoyed since Dorian just played tag and didn't swing once. Next up on the chopping block, Runnin and Crane. Yeah, the same Crane who had major beef with Rayon before. Crane rushes in instantly. Runnin doesn't dodge, just counters hard with her blade. Her counter smash makes his blade goes flying. Dude is totally shook. Before it gets messy, Teach steps in with feedback. Tells Crane, bro chill, way to stiff, loosen up. Runnin had a sick counter, but her aura fizzled out. Next batch up, Rayon and Marcia are the main event. They hit the dirt and immediately start clashing blades like total maniacs. Marta aims for his mug, but Rayon blocks it easy. She swings again. He counters again. She's stunned. Nearly got tagged by his return. Swipe. So she backs off. Whoa, didn't think you could handle that. Guess he's got skills. But his aura is weak sauce. So she powers up and gets ready to humble him real quick. She lunges for the KO, getting up close and personal. He's read her like a book, blocking it standard style. Though this one actually had some kick to it. Since he's playing turtle, Marcia starts asking how long he can last. Aura takes real talent. As they keep going at it, she mocks his 7-month struggle to make a baby aura. She tells him to quit before she wrecks him, but then he finally snaps back. Her talent rant is boring. She laughs. You got none. At this stage, Rayon's aura is off. She's like, watch a pro. Rayon's like, nah, check this. Showing something way cooler. Boom. Golden flames everywhere. Aura engaged. Marta's jaw drops. Million flame arts. First flame. Totally dazed. She's trying to figure out this freaky fire. It definitely ain't normal. Scary, but pretty. And super mysterious. She's sweating bullets, but grips tight. No quitting. Time to get real. She pulls out her ace card. Solid stone stance. Focal point. That art focuses aura on one spot. Rayon's thinking, oh Kesh, she's actually kind of gifted for a kid. She's betting the farm on this next hit. Marta admits he's tough, but says, no way you survive this, aura or not. She charges, swinging hard. He stands his ground. Inches away, he catches the blade. Kaboom, ground shatters. Crowd goes wild. A massive dust cloud swallows the arena, blinding everyone. Smoke clears, and Marta's face planting on the cracked earth. Sword snap, Rayon looming like a boss. The rest of the class is totally shook. Rayon clapping Lady Marta, with that weird vibe, makes 0 sense to them. Even Coyote Marta's making a fist. Talk about salty. To Rayon, her stubborn brain is way cooler than her actual skills. Later that night, Lord Glenn gets the tea on how Rayon wrecked Marte's 4-year grind with insane power. Glenn admits the flames he saw when Rayon powered up were straight fire. Tiny size, but packing massive heat. Looks like the whole town is gossiping about it now. So the Lord tells Liamir to guide Rayon, so his head doesn't get too big. He also checks on Martashi, basically got trucked by that hit. She bounced back with a quick nap. Her ego took the biggest L. Hopefully, she gets over it. Meanwhile, Rayon is chilling in the garden. Wrath is raging, threatening to turn him into a popsicle for doing it wrong. Rayon ain't even flinching. He just tells the demon to stop flexing. Wrath claims he's only safe cause his water resistance skyrocketed like a coward's shield. It spiked cause Rayon popped that 9 blossom. Pilly snagged after beating Marta, which buffed his stats big time. He finally linked his 4th flame, triggering a total level up in body, rank, and soul, plus his moves. His trash athleticism, gone. Mana skills up, water resistance, way up. Basically, the pill cashed in all his hard work. Everything got a boost, but his water resistance hit 4 stars. Now he just brushes off Wrath's tantrums like nothing. It's his day off, so he's home to water plants and vibe. While he works, Wrath keeps yapping insults and lecturing him on the right way to fix the dirt. Wrath whines he should use hands, not a spade. So, the good stuff hits the roots. Rayon's like, why are you a gardening pro? Turns out, Wrath grew ice flowers in the demon world, got hyped by other demons, and won't shut up about it. Suddenly, Marta pops up. Rayon asks, sup? She just stares, judging him hard, wondering why he's playing in the dirt when he's usually so serious. Then she demands a rematch, ASAP. Rayon thinks she's a sore loser, but she claims she just wants to check her rank. He shocks her by asking, what do I get? Since losers gotta pay up if they want a shot at the champ. She insists fighting is free. So he says nope. Now she's panicking because she's desperate. She considers stomping his flowers to trigger him, but realizes he doesn't actually care. He's basically just doing errands for his mom, which makes her super mad. She tries to bail, but Sylvia pops out, asking Rayon about his best. Sylvia totally mistakes Marta for some training, buddy Rayon mate. But Marta clocks her, the lady who ditched the fam for love but came back to save her kid. Weirdly, Marta thinks that's actually kinda heroic. Oh. Sylvia recognizes Marta and says, "Hi." Rayon starts panicking at the friendly chat. "We are not friends," he insists, trying to stop her. Mom ignores him, walking up to check if Marta survived the fight. Marta is like, "I'm good," and Sylvia relaxes. She heard Uncle Denis adopted a prodigy, but while she's gorgeous too. Marta turns tomato red. "So, why are you here?" Sylvia asks. Super awkward now. Marta lies that she had a message to drop off and tries to bolt. "Nope." Sylvia grabs her arm. "You gotta eat with us. I can't let Rayon's pals starve. Hospitality rules." Marta objes, but boom, she's stuck at dinner with them. Rayon's jaw drops. Marta, being obedient, "No way." Meanwhile, Sylvia gabs too. Her about how much Rayon loves meat stew. Turns out Marta is 15, 1 year older than him. Sylvia goes full mom mode, asking about practice. While she eats, Sylvia warns that the meat isn't fancy Manhwa quality. She pats her, "Eat slow, don't get a tummy ache." That totally hit Marta right in the feels, reminded her of her own mom back in the day. Dinner done. She thanks Sylvia and heads for the door. Sylvia's beaming, hoping she and Rayon stay. Rayon is so confused. Why is Marta so Chelsea? She came to fight. Did she get a concussion? Walking home, it's clear to Marta that Rayon thinks she's crazy. But Sylvia just gave her major mom vibes. She couldn't be rude. Dinner felt just like the times she used to eat with her own mother. After Creep snatched her mom and Denier adopted her, she vowed to never lose until she found her. She's kept that streak alive until Rayon wrecked her. The Seaguards took her for her skills. Losing big might get her booted. Even though her dad is nice, is it fake? If she's out, finding mom is impossible. Her body screams in pain as she's still kicking herself for losing to Rayon. Walks in, and Camelwan of the staff lags her down with a letter from Lord D. Cold sweat hits instantly. Does he know about the fight? She tears it open, but instead of a lecture, Dier actually Hera on the defeat. Says one loss doesn't make her a total failure, so chill out. He tells her to analyze why she flopped and use it as fuel to level up. Also, he's sorry, he can't give the pep talk, because this mission is dragging on forever. Finally, he's still hunting for her birth mother, so she shouldn't quit either. Marta looks up and asks Camo to pass a message. "Thanks, Dad, seriously." Heading inside, she replays her dramatic fail against Ryu. She hacks off her hair, new look, new mindset. She can't shame her dad, so she has to own this. If she ignores this, she'll stay stuck as a loser, and won't be able to face the dad who trusts her so much. Time to delete her pathetic past and grind from level 1 to get stronger. The next morning, at the gym, everyone is weirded out by Marta's total vibe shift. When she marches up to Rayon, no fake sorry for bullying him this time. Instead, she keeps her word. The loser obeys the winner. She's at his command. She walks off, leaving Rayon totally shook. He didn't think she'd actually do it. Did she grow up overnight? That was way too mature for her usual drama. Then he watches her punt Dorian for blocking her path. Okay, she's only nice to him now. New Year rolls in soon after, bringing some low-key changes. Shockingly, Marta actually keeps listening to Rayon and literally no one else. Warren figured out how to lead the pack without losing his cool, and run-in sword skills got scary, sharp. Meanwhile, Rayon kept training like a maniac. During practice, Rayon busts out the Riverwalk move so perfectly. The other kids gasp. They started learning it, like, 3 hours ago. Limer is so hyped by the speed he runs, to gossip to Master Glenn. He thinks Rayon learned it just by imagining it, which is bonkers. Limer's non-stop yapping annoys. Glenn, are you my butler or Rayon's fan club president? Limer ignores the snark because he knows Glenn secretly loves the tea. Looking down from the peak, the main house staff is running around like headless chickens. It's chaos down there. Limer wonders what's up. Glenn drops the info. VIPs from the Kingdom of Owen are arriving in a few days. Hence the panic. Owen is a member of the Six Lords in the Continent Center. They're basically the only ones cool with the Hermit Sea. It is a night kingdom, totally obsessed with warriors and swords. The envoy rep is supposedly the third prince, but it's actually Duke Tartan. A dude Lemaire knows is a total psycho. Lord Glenn tells Lemaire the trainees and the whole facility gotta look sharp since the third prince is bringing Owen's rookie knights to check out the competition. Basically, the Sirts can't get caught looking lame. Lemaire is interested because Owen's prince is apparently Rayon's age, and he thinks a showdown would be hilarious. His weird face makes Lord Glenn worry. He's plotting something shady, but he can't prove it. Back home, Lemaire tells the class they're sparring with Owen's trainees in front of the prince today. The kids are totally shook by the sudden news. But Lemaire's, like real warriors, fighting with while the students whisper to each other. Turns out the prince was meant to visit the 6th ground. not theirs. They're wondering why the sudden Turns out, Lemaire sneakily met the prince earlier, after his boring trip to the 6th ground, and dared him to visit the 5th ground for the real deal. It's obvious Lemaire dropped this news last minute on purpose. Soon, Prince Greer and his squad roll in, and he intros himself. When Rayon spots Greer, he's impressed by his crazy strength and aura for a kid his age. Lemaire, clearly trying to set Rayon up to fight Greer, asks if he's down to spar. Rayon figures fighting the prince is a solid way to test their new river walk moves and ignition sword arts. Rayon says yes, making Lemaire super happy. So he sends out 20 volunteers to fight. Lemaire also mentions he bet his whole paycheck on them, so if they lose, they're dead meat. The students are terrified but rally under Rayon's lead. Pre-fight, Rayon points out the enemies shaking hands. Look, they're nervous too. Despite the fancy gear, he reminds them the intensity of their grind rivals, the 6 lords and 5 demons, so their sweat will pay off. The team gets hyped after his pep talk about going all out and flexing their skills. Since the vanguard is key for hype and needs a guaranteed win, Rayon picks Marta. When the other team's vanguard team walks out, trainees are shook. No way, that huge guy is their age. Marta, though, she stands there totally chilled. The big guy Tar says hi, mocks her tiny limits, and wishes her luck. Rude much. The massive size difference makes the team doubt she can beat such a giant, but cocky Marta tells him to cut the trash talk cause she's winning regardless. It starts, and Greer freaks out seeing tiny Marta totally overpowering Tar. Wild strength, Avi, the fighters from the 5th training zone are beasts, repping C-Cart hard. Basically, Kingdom Owen Knight level. Unlike the lame 6th ground, these trainees are actually legit. No, Cap. Duke Tartan asks Lemaire if he planned this when he crashed His Highness's crib yesterday with that invite. Lemaire's like, look, it's rare to get safe chances to brawl with elite fighters from one of the 6 kings. Good school trip for my kids. Tartan calls fake. So Lemaire says, let's make a tiny wager on who wins most of 20 spars. Betting beats watching. Tartan tries to rattle him. His Owen Knights are Lemaire just backs his own crew. Meanwhile, Marta keeps smashing her opponent. It's getting super heated. She breaks Tar's sword. He's shook by the insane force she's using. She just keeps swinging with that creepy grin. Finally, she jabs her hilt right into his gut, knocking him back. Boom, she wins. Crowd is stunned. Can't believe she ditched graceful moves after their spar to just bulk up on speed and raw power. Classic Marta roasts him, calling his fighting trash since he held back on strength. Weak sauce. Rayon's loving the show, but Wrath is bored stiff. Says baby demons spar way better back home. Ron cuts him off, smacking the bracelet so he doesn't kill the vibe. A few rounds later, spar 18 is run-in versus They step up. Adelia mocks run-ins. Nobody home ice. She fires up a hot aura. Run-in goes, ice blue. It starts with a bang. Smoke fills the arena from their crazy clashes. Adelia has no clue run-in snuck behind her back and jumped in for a surprise hit. She spins to counter, but run-in just ... vanishes. Whoa. Thinking it was maybe an illusion, run-in pops up behind her again. Sword to neck. Gotcha. Adelia left herself wide open. Dead meat in a real scrap, so run-in takes the 18th matched up. Adelia tries to say grats, but run-in ghosts her to ask Rayon if he watched her slay. Rayon nods, saying she nailed that riverwalk move and gives her props for the win. Scoreboard check. Rayon's squad has 9 wins. Ending Owen's team 9L's Lamer's bet is looking sweet. Match 19 features Warren versus some dude named Saren Castle. Rayon sizes up. Saren immediately guy looks tough, and definitely the strongest knight yet, minus the prince. They don't waste time, rushing in to land the first big hit. Sparks fly. Saren matches Warren's power level perfectly. So one slip-up means instant game over for either of them. Bam! Just as the boys smash weapons, both blades snap in half. Talk about a dramatic draw. Warren gets back, and Rhea is like, chill, bro, you held your own against their MVP. Warren's still salty though. A Sagart is supposed to win, not tie. Trying to help, Rayon pats his back. Don't sweat it. I'll clap the final boss for us. Rayon and Prince Greer hit the stage 4 round 20. It's showtime. Greer's confused. Rayon's vibe feels way too basic for a fighter. Curious, Greer asks if he's main family. Hearing Branch makes him think Rayon's a scrub. He really wanted a piece of Run-In, Warren, or Martha instead. So Greer bargains with Lamer. If I beat this rondo, gimme a real fight. Lamer's hyped, agrees with the deal. Greer smirks. Tell him to get ready. I'll wrap this up quick. Gotta save my energy for the actual threats. He decides to chill. No aura needed for this chump. Meanwhile, Duke Tartan's freaking out. Rayon's presence is so faint it's actually scary. Lamer's impressed. You know, why didn't you warn your boy? He's walking into a total trap. The Duke shrugs. The kid's our future, but he's never taken an L. Getting humble pied here is safer than on a battlefield. Still, Greer is legit strong, so even a beast like Rayon won't have an easy time with him. Lamer begs to differ though. To prove it, Lamer proposes another wager. Dude's addicted. He bets Rayon drops Greer in just 5 moves. While they yak, Rayon powers up his aura. Greer's jaw drops. Even the Duke whips around, stunned, as Rayon blurs past. Prince gets clocked in the side and drops like a sack of potatoes. Fight's done in seconds. Betting on 5 moves, total waste of time. It hits the Prince like a brick. He underestimated Rayon? Dude was the finale for a reason. He's legit. Tartan shook that. Rayon's just a trainee with those pro moves. As Rayon bounces, Greer screams, "I ain't done yet." Lemaire calls game over, but Greer claims he was holding back and wants a do-over. While he's yappy, Marta calls him a sore loser for crying. Instead of owning the L, says he gives off Major Warren vibes. Total loser energy. Greer clocks her as that savage fighter from the Vanguard, but she says, "Deal with my trash talk or get lost." Scrub. That really ticks off Idalia, who's like, "Excuse you?" He's royalty, but Marta flexes her main family status. He's got nothing on her. Lemaire breaks it up and asks Rayon about round 2. Rayon's like, "Nah, score's settled. We had a bet. I won. Why keep going?" Suddenly, Prince Greer admits he messed up by sleeping on Rayon's skills. Greer says he's super embarrassed, grabs his sword, and begs Rayon, "Fight me again or I'll hate myself forever." Rayon's shocked. Thought the guy was a jerk, but he's actually humble. So, he agrees to throw down one more time. They gear up. Greer knows he lost because he ignored the threat. Now he's going beast mode, unleashing some weird aura. Shocks Rayon and even Marta. Who knew he had that in him? Tartan tries to stop it, but Greer ignores him. He's putting it all on the line. Right on cue, Wrath pops up to mock Rayon for not spotting the hidden power level. Rayon's chill though. He knows he's got this. Wrath calls BS. They bet. Rayon gets 4 pledge points if he beats the buff to Prince, but takes 10 rage points if he loses. They start scraping, and Greer charges in for the first hit. Its intense swords and auras smash together like crazy. The blast blinds everyone watching. They keep going, and Greer realizes Rayon isn't budging an inch, even against full power. Greer decides to end it, pouring every drop of energy into his blade. Rayon instantly spots it's the peristyle, a secret royal move for Owen's future heirs. Judging by the intense vibes Greer is giving off, he's charging his ult and putting everything into one hit. Rayon's stubborn too, so he decides to match that energy. So far, Rayon has actually memorized every move the Prince used. He busts out the Million Flame spin step, totally shocking Greer. That golden fire glow forces Greer to react fast or get toasted. They charge. It's fiery heat versus icy power head-on. Boom! Swords and magic collide right in the center. Somehow, Greer manages to shove his opponent's aura back, convinced he's the stronger one. Rayon, he looks like he's struggling a bit now. But nope, he refuses to quit and unleashes a loud counter. It hits so hard that Greer's sword literally shatters. Even his aura crashes. Rayon dashes behind and lands the hit. The Prince drops to his knees again. Rayon takes the dub. Crouched down. The Prince is shook. He thought he was faster and stronger. But weirdly, with a grin, he realizes Rayon used a special step move to beat his aura. This L taught Greer that the world is way bigger than he thought. He walks over to thank Rayon for helping him level up during the rematch, admitting he lost fair and square. Rayon's super chill about it, saying he learned a ton too. Greer even apologizes for being a total jerk earlier. Hearing Rayon is only 14, Greer laughs that a kid beat him in skill. Then, out of the blue, Greer hands Rayon his golden neck bling. Rayon's unsure about taking it, but the Prince insists. It's proof he'll grant Rayon any favor, no matter what. Rayon wonders why the guy would drop such epic loot. Greer says the fight cleared his head and woke him up. He feels lucky to have lost to a boss like Rayon. Greer dips, wishing Rayon luck and vowing to grind until he's that good. Since they lost, Greer tells Lemaire the bet is his. As promised, in Rayon's past life, he always had to finish missions. 4-0, reward. Getting free stuff now feels super weird to him. Clearly, this new life is going to be totally unpredictable. Later, Greer tells Lord Glenn what he learned from the brawl. Apparently, he thought he was top tier already, but Rayon checked his ego, showing him what a real warrior is. Even though the Prince visited 3 of the 6 lords, he's never seen a trainee on Rayon's level. Actually, he plans to head back to Owenfast to practice everything he just learned. Lord Glenn is intrigued and eventually asks him to tell. King Owen totally got the DM right after, the Prince and his squad bounced back home. En route, Duke Tartan brings up Greer flexin', his secret power, like asking if the sword skills were overkill, cause keeping some Loki is smarter. Weirdly, the prince nods, but Tartan's salty about gifting Rayon that badge. Prince Greer ain't feeling that, mostly cause Rayon stayed chill, even after getting dissed hard, plus, he had to pay back the respect since Rayon's moves were straight up cracked. The prince spills that his present was totally a power move investment. The duke shook and asks, So, the prince says, Rayon's gonna be a legend. Everyone talks about if he keeps slaying at this tier. Of OP skill this young, even just being a branch kid? To the prince, sliding into his network now is a massive brain play for later. And the young royal's knack to read the meta so fast actually impresses Duke Tartan. The prince claps back that he'd be total trash if he couldn't run. Basic strats, after chilling in the palace, soaking up kingly wisdom. As they keep rollin' Prince, Greer's wondering how much Rayon will level up before the next reunion. Meanwhile at HQ, Lord Glenn's butler, Lane, notes the boss seems hyped that an outside VI noticed his grandkid, but the master snaps that he's trippin'. Leon calls out that rare grin, which hasn't popped up in a hot minute until Prince Greer dropped Rayon's name. Still, the Lord claims Layon's getting old and seeing things. That cracks Layon up, so he pivots to Duke Tartan's DM to avoid drama. Apparently, Duke Tartan slid in earlier with a red alert ping for the Destruction Lord plus Greer's letter. The memo is straight from the big boss, Lacra, Albert du Owen, the second, Owen's king, and that silent sword legend. Lord Lacrestek says the 5 Umbers started acting up. Later, at Training Ground 5, the noobs get props for handling the Owen Knights. Cause of their WLMR decides they're ready and drops news of a special grind next week. The class is curious about what the grind is, but Lemaire spoils that it's not really a tutorial cause they're going, Turns out, this quest means seeing actual blood. They're heading past Seagart's south into a bandit camp called Snow Tiger Point. The bandits are kinda linked with the North-South Alliance and live off small tolls at the pass. But they've been acting super extra lately. Tons of traders are getting mugged and hurt lately. Major drama. Hearing the news, the class is like, time to kick some brigand butt and clear the zone. But nope, the gig is way more hardcore than that. Turns out these creeps torched a South Village, wasted everyone, and dipped. So yeah, the goal is to hunt the snow tigers and wipe them out before they get cocky. Lemaire drops a bomb. These thugs actually use aura. Teach says, gear up fast, cause they roll out tomorrow. Later, Runnin grinds some sword drills. She wants to sharpen her skills before they bounce, but honestly, it's going kinda Rayon's strike was so chill, but she just can't copy his vibe no matter what. She remembers, Ron is prob still grinding at the gym, so she thinks about hitting him up, but nah, she doesn't want to bug him and keep soloing it. After a bit, her moves get slicker, so she calls it a night. Before dipping E, she thinks about saying laters to Rayon, who's likely still training. Then she remembers, her mom told her, head back early for some more ice cream. Sweet. So she bails to crash at home and quiz Rayon tomorrow. Walking back, some creeper sneaks up on her. It's Syria. Run-in shook and clearly not thrilled to see him after so long. Due to Syria slay Jorn from House Vis, he clocks her mood and teases, asking why. The long face, after ghosting her big bro for ages, says he's hurt, as if he nags about her face again, and she starts shaking. He eventually praises her strength, way faster than he guessed. Guess Lemaire is in total trash at teaching. Syria claims he's proud, but says no way is she going out there risking her neck in real fights. His smile turns psycho. He shoves her down and laughs. Oops, you slipped. To school her, he brings up her old pet chipmunk, Ruby. Then he literally pulls out a rodent and recaps how Ruby croaked and what happens if she defies him. Then gross alert, he squishes it. Run-in totally loses it. It triggers major trauma flashbacks, and she breaks down. Syria exploits her panic, claiming she belongs to him. He hints that until he decides to claim her. She can't do anything risky, just exist for him. Visions of squashed pets flood her brain. He used to torture animals just to mess with her back in the day. Right now, history's repeating. Sick to her stomach, she screams, while bro enjoys her misery. Boom. Explosion nearby creates a smoke screen. The interruption snaps Syria's focus. Run-in's shaken like jelly. Rayon pops up between them, blade drawn and ready to rock. Rayon's totally shook and asks Syria what his deal is. Syria stays chill, saying it's rude to ask names without an intro. Rayon definitely doesn't think this guy deserves manners after creeping in an alley. Figured he's a thug. That guess ticks Syria off, making him twitch. A bit before claiming he's no crook, but Run-in's big brother. Confused, Rayon shoots a look over at Run-in. She's trembling, so the brother bit smells fishy. Syria, though, swears he just cracked a tiny joke, cause he missed her and she just overreacted. But Rayon saw the sick way he popped that chipmunk. He calls it a joke. claims it's just a toy, proving it. Syria flashes clean hands. See, zero blood. But Rayon knows he instantly fried the gore with aura. Turns out, Syria's jetting off on a long gig for a while, so he tosses a treat in the dirt for Runnin before dipping. The creep mentions that Runnin made a solid pal and hopes they stay tight for ages. Apologizing for the prank, he bounces with a later. Rayon finally clocks Syria from his past life. The Sleer prodigy and one of the 12 future titans. He's famously dubbed the Spear and Sword. Rayon only knew the rep, but IRL, the guy's a fake hero, psycho. The vibe is nasty, reminds him of that gross Duras guy. Anyway, our boy helps Runnin up and walks her to her ride. Once she's safely at the carriage, she thanks him. He says, get some sleep, we roll out tomorrow. That night, Runnin opens the box. Her brother left. Turns out, it's packed with orb ice cream. She isn't thrilled, just whimpers that nothing's changed. Years back, her pet Ruby scratched her because she was having babies. Syria flipped, ignoring her reasons. Even so, Syria Stradov killed her pet, claiming she's his property and can't get hurt. Totally toxic, told her, don't get hurt, just breathe. Threatened to wipe everyone if she snitched to mom or dad. Said he'd torch the fam, sparing only her. She was terrified someone would get hurt if she spoke up. So, she decided to keep her mouth shut. Silence meant safety, but it turned her into a lonely wreck. But then she realized she wasn't the only one. She felt totally isolated until she met Ray. Seeing him grind 24/7, dealing with his drama, and flipping his rep through sheer grit made her think, maybe I can level up too. So yeah, that's why she's been busting her tail to evolve. But looks like she's hitting a wall. Next day, the squad rolls out south to Zertan village. Popping out of a portal, a mayor points out their crash pad for the night. Guess they bailed on the training center in a total panic. Told them to catch some G now, cause it's the last nap before things get real. Right after that, a local shows them where to sleep. Settled in, Rayon gives props to Wrath for spotting serious creepy vibes. Cause dude was in stealth mode. Rayon would have totally missed him. Wrath's like anything for the girl who fed me magic ice cream. Syria said he's playing the long game. So obviously, he's ghosting for now. But since he's her, bro Rayon worries Runnin won't bounce back. Wrath's genius. Fix. Let me drive your body. I'll whack Syria. Then give it back. Yeah, right. Wrath legit wants to pay back the ice cream debt, but Rayon's like, no way. Even if Syria messed her up, he figures that just flatlining Syria ain't enough. Runnin was the first person ever to be nice to him. If Syria hurts her, he's ending him personally. Day 2, out of Seaguar turf, they hit the spot. The snow tiger goons raided. Kids are freaking out over the burnt bodies scattered everywhere. Can't believe someone would roast innocent people like that. Total nightmare fuel. Even tough guy Warren looks sick. Seems the bandits slit throats before lighting them up. Rayon spots Martha chillin' though. She's not gagging like the rest. So, either she's seen Bodhi's before, or she's done the deed herself. Then Rayon realizes Runnin's Mia. She's off staring at a stiff, trying hard not to barf. Meanwhile, Lamar gathers the dudes. Reminds him the snow tiger jerks did this. Showed him the mess, so they don't slack off when fighting those creeps. Handed out silent whistles that don't make sound to ears, but alert the teachers who swoop in to save their butts if they hear it. No mercy from these thugs. Fight hard before blowing that whistle. Runnin jumps when Liam says to take the bandits' heads ASAP if they get the chance. Rayon's got the gig of sorting the teams. He puts Martia on Team A and Warren on Team B, with like 3 or 4 peeps each. But Runnin's brain is totally stuck on her bro's creepy rant about owning her and banning anything remotely risky or painful. His whole vibo has always hurt her, and you're dead meat by my hand. So ignoring him to join this mission is seriously messing with her head. Rayon snaps her out of it to team up, and she's like, okay, sure. Rayon thinks about hitting Mount Luton's peak for that sweet high ground view. Perfect for spotting enemies, or bailing, basically, a bandit dream spot. But nah, it's too perfect, so they definitely aren't there. No way they'd pick somewhere that basic when everyone's hunting them. That pretty much leaves the hills out back, so he grabs Runnin and heads there. Skipping the forest everyone else picked. Her flinching is starting to stress Rayon out. Wrath's like, dude, say something to her. But Rayon's clueless. It's family drama, and he hasn't even sorted his own mom issues in this new life, let alone fixed someone else's Still, he wants to find a chance to undo serious mess, even if it's going to be super tough. Climbing the hills, a secret forest tucked away, exactly like Rayon guessed. Looks like someone tried extra hard to hide their tracks. A total noob, Matev, missed it. But Rayon hunted people for a living, so they're totally busted. They're sneaky hidden seek. Game might fool a rookie, but Rayon smells the snow tiger base close by. Moving up, they find traps and prints deep in the hills. Betting nobody would check this deep after they cleaned the outside. Big mistake, underestimating who exactly would come knocking. Boom! Hideout entrance, right there. Outside, there's a kidnapped kid with 2 buff guards. The guards look, weak zero aura on them, but one guy is tough. The rest must be chilling inside. Probably like 20 baddies in there. Rayon thinks about dipping to call for backup and ambush them later. But the kid looks super rough, basically freezing to death. He won't make it if they wait. So Rayon calls it, save the hostage now and quietly knock out the guards. Ronin freezes, but he forces her to focus, swearing they can save the kid if she just helps him out. The plan, she mutes the lobby with mana while he handles the mobs. Ronin is zoning out, wondering if she can ever change, but decides to send it anyway. They camp until the guards get lazy and bored. Rayon signals, Ronin steps up and hits the mute button. Guards are confused as she deletes all audio nearby. The dudes realize their voices are glitching and panic about the magic user. Rayon rushes the front too. Before the pros react, with 1 crit, he wipes them both. But Ronin can't handle the gore. Seeing the guards get deleted triggers trauma of her bro hurting pets when she was tiny, so she screams, breaking the spell. Big yikes. The sound barrier is totally busted. Ronin freezes up, lagging IRL, and they're exposed. A swordsman rushes Ronin, clearly targeting the squishy mage, leaving Rayon solo. Rayon intercepts, tackling him to the dirt. He threatens to snap bones if the guy doesn't spill the tea. Suddenly, Rayon notices the mute button is back on. He checks Ronin, still shaking. Fear, body's hyped. She didn't rage quit the mission. Ronin grabs the kid, confirming. It's the Snow Tigers. 39 bandits, plus forest backup. Just like he guessed, he also learns there's another hostage inside. The kid says the other prisoner is his lil sis. Please save. Ronin gets emotional and promises to save her. Rayon thinks that's dumb since they're outnumbered. Ronin says, call backup. Rayon nods, and she blows the ghost whistle. Just like Lemaire said, it's so silent. Rayon hears zilch, but some cave dweller hears it and alerts the squad. Rayon is shook that a guy deep inside heard what he missed from 2 feet away. Armed dudes exit, wondering why kids are raiding them. To stop their attack, our boy uses his captive as a human shield. The boss asks who Rayon pinged with the whistle. Rayon stays quiet, demanding a trade instead. He wants the girl for the goon he's holding. Boss lolls, saying he doesn't care what happens to his guy since he's useless trash. Boss says, drop the sword or the girl is toast. Looks like the squad has hit a total dead end. Rayon peeps that these creeps are trying to clown him. So he tells Ronin, don't look fam, and wait for his cue. Bam! He suddenly deletes the blood spray everywhere. The bad guys are totally shook by this plot twist. Before they can react, Rayon yeets his sword at the other dude. It hits a bullseye right through the guy's chest. Oof! Our boy signals Ronin to drop that ice magic ASAP. Ronin unleashes the fog, blinding everyone like a lag spike. While the goons run around confused and blind, Rayon grabs the kiddo and dips out to safety. Fog clears, and the enemies realize their hostages are ghost. Bandits go full rage mode, hunting them down to unalive them. Meanwhile, somewhere else on the hill, Rayon and Ronin are acting as Ubers for the little ones. Kids pass out from the freeze, ruining the escape plan. Plus, those toxic creeps might just bounce and raid another town. So Rayon decides it's boss fight time right here. He tells Ronin to camp, but she sees his arm is leaking HP. Classic Rayon, trying to act all says BRB, but feels a tug on his gear. It's Ronin, begging him not to int while he's injured. She wants to wait for the teachers to come carry. Since they heard the whistle, backup should be coming. Rayon clocks that she's actually terrified. He gets it, but says freezing up is way worse than being scared. Those losers hurt people. We owe the victims some payback, especially the ones who tried to clutch the round and failed. Then he hits her with another fact. We still have alive teammates to protect. Finally, he brings up her heavy backstory with her brother. He admits he doesn't know the full lore, but the more she spooks herself, the bigger the fear gets. It'll own her life forever if she keeps fleeing. She listens as he explains only she can save her squad. Rayon tells her the next move is up to her, then hands her a hidden item from his inventory. Watching him leave, she starts tearing up, deep in thought. She really wants to level up her mindset and quit letting fear nerf her potential. No more living in the past. Time to protect what matters. As the waterworks continue, she checks the loot Rayon dropped. A toy chipmunk. Suddenly, she's got the buff. She needs to step up. Soon after, Rayon starts slicing baddies like Fruit Ninja. Get his head. The big cheese screams at the mob. But Rayon's wrecking em so fast, they're clueless how one kid's a total beast. One tryhard jumps Rayon, aiming for his back, but he sidesteps. The boss sees a chance to sneak in a cheap shot. The hit is crazy. Strong, smashing the floor right where Ron stood. Bummer for the boss. Our dude pulled a Houdini. While he's spinning in circles, Rayon pops up behind. You gonna fight or play? Swish. One swing, and the boss's noggin goes flying. The other goons are totally shaking. Absolutely floored that a pint-sized kid is packing that much punch. Boss is toast. Give up. Rayon smirks at them. But Wuxia sneak attack proves that white-haired dude was just a decoy, not the boss. The real boss, Vaken, steps out, asking why his crew can't handle one tiny brat. You losers will never make the alliance fighting like trash. Vaken laughs, eyeing the rich kid vibes on Rayon. Nice threads. Bet your fam is loaded. He charges, stoked about the fat ransom. He'll score by kidnapping these wealthy brats. Chach. This dude's legit strong, slamming Rayon into the dirt. The Snow Tiger Kingpin isn't faking it. He can swing a blade. Amidst the chaos, some random crook yells. He found the girl and the kids outside run-ins, shaken like a leaf, trying to fend him off. She's a mess. Rayon knows he gotta bail her out. Fast. Vaken gets salty at the distraction. Eyes on me, kid. You ain't leaving. Rayon realizes he can't save runnin' until he beats this creep down. Outside, the thug trash talks runnin', mad 'cause he doesn't get aura stuff. He mocks her. You've never even sliced anyone, huh? He pressures her to give up the kids and quit stalling. He means business, rushing in to spill some red. Runnin' knows she got a scrap this loser to save the little ones. Lucky for her, he's weak sauce. She tells herself, I got this. Remembering Rayon's pep talk, suddenly, her big bro's face pops up in her head, freezing her up. The nightmare of her brother crashes the party. She tries to shake it, but that old fear holds on tight. She starts doubting. She can be cool like Rayon and protect what matters, especially when she can barely lift her sword. Now, panic hits hard. How can a girl who's never saved squat do anything? A huge yell of her name snaps her back. She looks back to see Rayon dueling Vaken. He shoots her a look that basically screams, you got this, fam. That hit right in the feels, causing the waterworks to start again. The gloomy mental vibe is instantly nuked by Rayon's hype speech. She spins around in a split second, seeing her attacker moving in 0.5 speed. Massive gratitude unlocks beast mode in her heart thanks to Rayon. She uses that boost to slash right through the creepy vision of her bro. Bandit tries to creep up, but she slices his gut like it is cake. Internally, she is sending Rayon major thank you vibes for believing in her. Meanwhile, Vaken is shook that his minion got clapped so fast. He starts whining that his guys are trash for losing to a shrimp. Colin running a shrimp. Rayon is not having that disrespect. He claps back, saying she leveled up through pure grit and has a heart of gold. Then he seizes the moment. Rayon triggers Million Flames and hits him with the Flower Rain combo. With the trash taken out, Rayon starts scouting the area. Gotta check for traps before the instructors crash the party. Instead, he stumbles on this super rare loot, the two-tone flower. The specific item, the bandits wiped an entire village to get. Yikes. Suddenly, a random dude spawns behind them, asking if the raid is over. This guy knows the lore, and asks if Rayon soloed the squad. Turns out, he is from the North-South Alliance. It is Lecter, the Eternity Bandit, Lord himself. Boss music starts. Rayon is super sus, and asks the guy what his deal is. Lecter just laughs, assuming Rayon's sass comes from actual skill. Rayon presses him on the Alliance thing, and Lecter admits it. Rayon remembers this guy from his past life playthrough. Lecter is a sword genius who went solo into the Alliance, and basically owned a fortress within 10 years. Legend status. Unlike the Snow Tiger scrubs, this guy is the real deal. Lecter scans them and realizes they are Nepo babies, descendants of a famous house, specifically one of the 6 big lords. He clocks them as CR trainees since they lack the flame badge. Not sure what to do next. The guy wonders if he should just delete them both right now. First, Lecter flexes his killer aura to scare them. Rayon thinks he is being assassin vibes make Rayon immune. The fact that Rayon does not flinch actually entertains Lecter. Rayon figures a stealth crit might work, but fighting fair. Yeah, he would get wrecked with his current stats. But our guy ain't quitting. He whips out his blade, ready to throw hands, and tells the dude to square up. Lecter thinks it's hilarious. And he warns Rayon he is toast. But Rayon is like, weakness equals death. Duh. That comeback just makes the guy laugh harder. Lecter wonders, what kind of weirdo kid talks like that? Rayon's gutsy vibe totally flips the script, and the guy decides ending him here would be a waste. When Rayon drops that line about how a true warrior never picks his death spot, Lecter just finds it hilarious, asking if he memorized a quote book and doubting he's actually a kid. Lecter admits the funny speech isn't the only reason. He's bailing, but also cause a fierce wind has been watching them. Rayon has zero clue what the heck he means by fierce wind, but the dude hops back and asks for Rayon's name. Rayon drops his name with swag and Lecter says he can't wait for the day he's famous across Turkin and Revile. Then Poofy vanishes. Our boy decides to grab the kids and dip fast, and run-ins totally down. Before they bounce, Run-In randomly asks if she crushed it or what. Rayon's shocked but happily tells her she was the absolute and for once, Run-In actually cracks a smile. They get back with the boss's head, making Warren and Marcia super salty. They missed the fun. But Leomir tries to chill him out, saying it was a group win. Leomir shares his first mission story, but that triggers Wrath, who's always showing off to brag how he froze a whole palaced ones, totally outdoing Leomir. The Sornhouse agreed to adopt the rescued kids since they've got no parents. Now, probably, because Run-In took a shine to the little ones. Back home, Lord Glenn calls Emin and gives bronze medals for being awesome. The big boss praises them, shocking Rayon, and even lets him keep that two-toned battle flower. After that, seemed chill. Weirdly though, Rayon gets home and spots Dorian leaving the annex. When he asks what he's doing, there, Dorian says, Lady Sylvia asked for a full mission debrief. That freaks Rayon out since he really didn't want his mom knowing he totally iced some dudes today. Then he realizes that Dorian, clueless as ever, spilled every single detail to her. He walks in and sees Helen and his panicking mom. He starts stuttering excuses before they speak, cause he's grounded for life if she knows he soloed those bandits. But before he can even explain, Sylvia pulls him into a hug and tells him he did amazing. He's shook, and Sylvia sees the I'm in trouble look on his face. She tells him how the Sigart founder fought to defend the weak, and the family kept that vibe alive. Apparently, Sylvia used to dream of being a swordswoman with that OG Sigart mindset. She's totally cool with him playing hero to save peeps, no scolding here. Rayon's shook cause the ladies are actually hyping him up. After hearing the tea, Helen's even gonna flex about it back at the main crib. Rayon's confused. Figures human emotions are just weird glitches. Anyways, he's plotting to absolutely roast Dorian for running his big mouth. Run-In's chilling at home, giggling at the doll Rayon gifted her. She's just obsessing over how to pay Rayon back for being awesome. Next time they hang, back at the gym, Liam's reminiscing. Turns out, he was creeping behind a rock, spying on Rayon's beef with Lecter. He's grinning like an idiot, mostly, cause he hasn't felt this hyped about the boss in ages. Looks like a new king is finally leveling up. Later at the Robert mansion, Darius is busy journaling. Suddenly he spots blood dripping from a nasty gash. His hand. Weird how that old scar from Rayon won't quit. It's been 17 years since he offed Ron. He's chugged fancy potions and called in top healers, but nobody can fix that sword mark. It's stuck in limbo, won't heal. Won't get worse. Like a glitchy save file, reminding him of that day. Feels like Rayon's dead. Ghost is trolling him, but Darius ain't having it. Anyway, Darius is super close to his life goals. Meanwhile, system pings Rayon. Frost curse dropped a bit. Million flames and frost chill both hit 3 stars. Sweet. Even that snowflower thingy he won from Wrath hit 3 stars. Fire resist is up, and he's officially a sword expert. Other stats got buffed to like aura, speed, sword skills, and his fancy footwork. He's stoked, he finally grinded to expert level. Even if he's just starting, Wrath reigns on his parade, saying even sword masters are bugs to him, so Rayon's new rank is trash. Rayon claps back. Dude, I'm 15 and an expert. That's but Wrath keeps yapping. How being a noob is still being a noob. Age, whatever. Rayon actually agrees. Happy Wrath admits the growth. Wrath rages though, refusing to prop up a human, catching a weird shaky vibe. Wrath's voice. Rayon senses drama and tries to pique his mind. That sass drives Wrath crazy, cause he's insulted a normie, would try to read a king. Wrath Saul, I'm gonna eat you. So Rayon jokes he needs his old mojo back first. Like back in Demonland, or he might end up as the snack. A no revert. Big mistake. Wrath starts yapping about his glory days again. How Scrubs used to pull up to his crib begging for a beat. Rayon spots the ranting coming and immediately dips to go stretch. Later, inside the gym, Lemaire suddenly cuts the session dead. He's gotta bounce. Even though the crew's yelling bout overtime, since dude was 20 minutes late, he totally owes him 20. Lemaire just goes tomorrow. Warren thinks this elf's a total flake. Once they wrap up, Ron yells at the cleaning crew to start scrubbing the room. Dorian's stuck on duty, so he sighs and gets ready to work. Marta jump scares him. You screaming cause you're stuck with me? He swears that ain't it, and acts polite, calling it an honor. She ain't buying that sus lie. She bullies the extras out so she can clean. Seems Rayon is the only one she doesn't hate. Lemaire pops back up and clocks a vibe. He returned cause he forgot major news. Everyone huddles up and they find out mission number 2 just dropped. The room goes dead silent. It's been half a year since their first gig. To Rayon, that's way too long to sit around doing nothing. Turns out, orcs are crashing Cebu village, southeast of Seagart turf. So the job is to head to Cebu, smash the orcs, and keep the locals breathing. Some noobs get super hyped here in Orc Raid. stoked to finally swing their swords for real, like they wanted. Lemaire sees the smiles and goes, "Hold up, chill, don't be hasty. The teachers ain't babysitting you this time. You're hitting Cebu solo. Gotta team up to survive the quest." The big question is, what happens when they run into a boss fight they can't handle? They're told that something they gotta learn is figuring stuff out or just bailing so they don't die. He says that this is why leaders need brains, cause they're the ones deciding if they rush B, go stealth mode, or just flee to live. Dorian pipes up to check if running away is actually legal rules-wise. Yep, it's cool if things get messy, like facing a demon lord. Just survive. And the only bit Dorian can hear is, "Sweet. No punishment for dipping out of fights." Major shocker drops. They leave at dawn in 2 days. To the crew, this vibe seems rushed. Today's done, and they only have one left. Bruh, guess they can't cry about it, because monster. These raids are urgent, way bigger than the usual stuff. If they mess up, the village gets wrecked. No pressure, right? Warren's fuming. Like, thanks for the heads up, Lemaire. A bit late, Rayon shuts down the drama. He's all, guys, remember what Teach says? Stay woke. Missions drop whenever, so quit yapping and gear up. We're wasting time arguing. The squad actually listens, deciding to move instead of crying over it. Lemaire digs the leadership vibes. They also find out orcs are totally cracked, way stronger than expected and nothing like the scrubs they fought before. These guys are massive. Plus, they roll deep, so it's gonna be a crowded fight. Lemaire says face stanking them is a suicide run? Stick to dodging since you know the footwork. 2 days later, it's go time at the center. Round peeps, the small magic bags, they got lightweight enchantments. Feels like the fam doesn't care if they prep or not. He's cool with the freedom though. He likes winging it. Standard procedure. Wrath shows up to roast him. Something about being an arrogant attention hog. Rayon claps back, reminding him who stole his stats earlier. Mid-roast, someone knocks. Rayon shook. He wasn't expecting guests. Definitely not Mom. She gives him the death stare. "Why didn't you tell me you were leaving?" He's confused. How did she find out? Bet Dorian snitched to gang. Nope, Lemaire spilled the tea. Rayon's kinda salty at Teach now. He says sorry fast, but Mom just pouts. Then she drops the act, grabs his hands, and gets real. Being leader isn't just a flex, she says. You gotta actually lead, she tells him. He can't solo carry. He needs to put his squad in the best spots to minimize damage and get the W together. His calls literally decide if people live or die. Rayon's confused. He thought she came to yell at him, but she's dropping wisdom. She adds that raids look chill but are actually hard. They gotta wipe them all out without letting villagers get hurt. Think like a Sagart warrior, she says, not a newbie. She wants him to channel the OG founder of the Sagart clone, a warrior who actually protects peeps. He admits he thought she'd rage. She is mad, but mostly just worried. Then, plot twist. She hugs him because, not the vibe to roast him yet, but warns he's dead meat later. She's totally stoked seeing how much he's leveled up since training started, even if she stresses over him. All these feels are weird to Rayon, but he awkwardly hugs back. Before the squad bounces, they get told the outside world is chaotic. Stay sharp. They gotta stop overthinking and just bail. If things get too sketchy, the trip's usually a month, but a shortcut cuts it to 2 weeks. Lemaire says break a leg, and Rayon sorts the crew into their pre-planned spots. Lemaire knows these noobs have got this, not just because Rayon Zora and fight IQ are cracked, but because of his adaptability, making this quest a breeze for them. While Rayon bosses the team and has Dorian check snacks and everyone's health, it cracks Lemaire up that Rayon is only a 15-year-old since he always smashes every high bar set. Contrary to Lemar's chat, a teacher pokes Lemaire that they gotta shadow the kids so they don't vanish. He bluffed them earlier, so they aren't expecting a save. Meanwhile, Lemaire tells the staff to chillax since one kid has sensory hacks. He snoozes, and the staff starts whisper, stressing if letting kids solo this mission is okay. Seeing their panic, Lemaire says pray for the orcs, not the squad. Later, in a super creepy cave, a shady boss checks a village map with a lack. After confirming it's the spot, he orders a move on Cebu and says, delete anyone in the way. In a few days, the squad hits the woods near Cebu village. There, they bump into Kane Sagart, the 6 grounds MVP and rich kid. They're shook and wonder why his team is there, but Kane asks the same thing. Turns out, Kane was hurt and stuck in the sickbay before joining up, but looks like he's 100% now. Looks like he's a total sword pro now too. The 6 squad captain says they're off to crush Cebu orcs and asks why they're here. Brown says they're hitting the same village, and Kane is confused why they got the same quest with no head. Actually, the night before leaving, some trainers hung out at a local pub. One guy hypes Lemaire on the flexing about his students, crushing bandits like total pros. Lamar is all like, my kids are absolute legends, and thinks he should just yeet them into that orc quest from the big boss. He bets they'll speedrun it and score him major brownie points. But then Mun, the head honcho of Ground 6, claps back that his crew should handle the gig since monster mashing needs teamwork, not solo egos like Ground 5. Mun swears his squad leveled up huge after surviving Hell Week with 0 dropouts. So, he's deploying the Ground 6 gang for this run. Lamera trolls him, saying he's just salty cause Ground 5 is stealing the spotlight, then goes, why not send both teams? Mun's confused, but Lamere says the village is toast otherwise, so sending 2 squads means clearing the mobs way faster. Plus, if both crews go, they can totally race to see who wipes the floor with the orcs first. Mun digs the idea and goes to get the green light from the boss man. Both teachers are hyped to see how this showdown plays out. Meanwhile in the woods, Warren gets all cocky, telling Keen there's gotta be a glitch in the system, and says, go home, scrubs, Ground 5's got this covered. Keen gets triggered, calling out Warren's typical Ground 5 ego. He insists, teamwork is the metaphor of quests like this, so Ground 6 is way better suited, especially since Warren's solo players will get wrecked with 0 synergy. Warren admits, 6 is strong, but snaps don't you dare look down on us. Rayon, watching the drama, realizes the teachers totally set them up, but it makes 0 sense to launch them without mentioning the mix. Lamar clearly values legit combat experience. 4 swordsmen, and this quest is the ultimate XP grind. But fighting monsters needs solid strats and teamwork, which they kinda suck at. So, Lamar totally pitted 5 and 6 against each other to check their egos, especially since they've been getting famous. Rayon finally sees just how sneaky that elf teacher really is. He knows his team needs to learn that coup play is broken. Plus, he can't shake his mom's wish for him to protect peeps. So, he steps in, chills the boys out, and says wasting time is dumb, since neither squad is gonna rage quit and go home anyway. He figures the only fair move is to duke it out for the quest rights. But Warren's like, bro, that's a total waste of the juice we need for the job, especially since we're clueless about what's coming. Still, since training Ground 6 ain't budging an inch, Rayon guesses there must be enough orcs for a buffet, meaning they can tag team this mess. Winner takes command, loser plays sidekick. The game plan is, snap the orc chain of command by taking out the boss, then clean up the rest. If the top squad chokes, handling the mobs, the backup crew swoops in to save the day. KN vibes with the logic, so they gear up to brawl for the captain's spot. Next up, time to suit up in battle threads. The victory rules are dead simple. Knock 'em all out or snag the flagway, easier than boring sparring. When Rayon tries talking tactics with his crew, Marta ignores him, totally convinced the rivals are scrubs. She yells for them to chill while she solos the whole lobby. Then she eats herself at 3 defenders, swearing she doesn't need big brain plays for wimps. Classic Marta, rushing in full power, while Rayon scans the map with his fancy snowflower sensory hacks. While he's checking the whole zone, Runan asks if a 0-strat rush can actually win. Rayon's like, they wouldn't listen anyway cause their egos are massive. Asked if AW is possible. He bets Marta and the rush-heavy crew are gonna get absolutely clapped. Just like he called it, Marta can't even dent their defense, which is totally bricked up, even for a basic pyramid setup. While they brawl, the enemy Vanguard lead drops a truth bomb. She ain't the main character, so stop trash-talking their grind. Shocking Marta, the 5th ground squad gets served and has to retreat back to base. When they limp back, Rayon finally proves it's way harder than they thought. He calls out the dumb idea that the world froze while they were hitting the gym. They underestimated the rivals just cause those guys took an L from the Owen Kingdom. He points out that this mess happens when you YOLO without a plan or team vibes. Wasting aura and stamina, disrespecting foes who grind daily to, they all zip it and take the roasting. Then Rayon says there's still a shot to clutch the win. When Marta finally chills and listens, Rayon digs her intensity and reveals the winning play. Meanwhile, the rookies, Squad 6 is totally shocked that Ground 5 isn't actually that scary. But their boss is like, yo, stay woke, warning them not to chill since these guys just absolutely wrecked the Snow Tigers from the Big Union. Mid-chat Marta pops up and the 6th leader tries to end her. Marta, full of sass, tells him to zip it or get wrecked. Then she eats herself at them. Rival boss screams for his crew to shield the front, but gasps when she hits their weak side instead. Meanwhile, Warren jumps another unit who think they know his Va, but he switches it up and totally floors them. The leaders of Squad 6, shook by this sudden style flip, totally unlike before. Overwhere, Marta's fighting. She's winning and thinks, dang, Rayon was right. Flashback to Rayon grilling him on why they flopped. Even though they were OP and had better players, they had zero strats, unlike the Sixers who planned for every single one of them, reading their stats and making them lose to weaker nerds. Durain starts panicking about losing again, and gets roasted by Marta, who yells at him to shut his trap. Real talk though, some of them are toasted, and the rest are running on empty fumes. Then Rayon drops his master plan. Turns out, Kane has eagle eyes, saw where they were going, and sent counters. Since Marta hits hard but basic, Kane sent tanks to drain her battery. And since Warren's sword skills are simple, Kane sent dudes who could tank his hits. Swapping lanes seemed like the only win condition. But since our duo is stubborn, Rayon says they gotta switch up the attack. Marta's confused, so Rayon says her opponents have a solid defense but move their energy like snails, creating gaps she can smash if she focuses. Warren is too predictable against instinct fighters. The one good thing about those guys is they're gullible, so faking them out works wonders. Hearing these tips makes him wonder if he was watching, since he was just chilling there. Rayon admits Kane has good eyes, but claims his own are way more cracked. Ray checks the vibes. His squad is crushing it. Zero chance of an L today. He is chilling solo until Kane creeps up from behind. Aimless like they are the final act to wrap this duel up. Kane missed the momentum shift and could not find Ray, so he camped the flag. He figures out pretty quick. The game flipped because Ray was shot calling some plays, but he swears he is ending the match right here. He knows Ray is a pyro, but then pops his own fire skills. Ray is actually shook, did not know Kane rocked the same element. Then Kane starts flexing, claiming his aura is the top-tier heat that stomps normal swordsmen. Says Ray has got no shot. Meanwhile, Ray just ignites his own fire and claps back. You talk too much in this house? The two bosses square up to start the real show. Before throwing hands, Ray vows to let his fire eat Kane's lunch. Blink, and you miss a tower boy zooms at Kane. Crazy speed, crazy heat. Even though Kane thinks he is superior, he plays it on the safe side and hops back. Why? Because he heard those flames clap some serious heavy hitters before. Still, he thinks he is the alpha, so he charges back in fire versus fire. Blades crash, and a sick golden flame explodes from Ray, wrapping Kane up. Dude is shocked. He knows he is cooked when the gold fire rips his defense apart. His own fire getting eaten makes zero sense. For Kane, that is just glitching reality. Ray ignores the whining and pushes a heavy hit to knock him out. Kane blocks, but the aura smackdown triggers a massive boom on the field. Smoke fades, and Kane is eating dirt while Ray towers over him, blade ready. The squad gets back and freaks out finding Kane at their base. Ray explains he baited the Atakasius way to flip the game. They are stunned. Ray predicted the arrival, plus the hacks. He gave that one their fights. Without those, they would have wiped. Even Marta admits they caught the dub cause of him. If his calls sucked, she would have bailed. They all recognize him as the 5th training grounds MVP and promise to follow his lead. No drama. Ray is stoked on their level up. This is how the squad should run. Finally, gives props to everyone, but drops the lesson of the day. Baseless pride and ego are dangerous traps that make you play without a strat. In real fights, that is game over. While Ray drills the lesson in, Kane stands back, watching silently. Rayon tells the squad they're crashing in the woods since it's late, asking M to split up, build camp, and watch. Kane's shook. Rayon's actually legit. Kane totally thought the 5th squad was cocky, but Oopsie was the one tripping. Finally, he daps up Rayon, giving props for the schooling, mainly realizing he can't slack till the end and needs a solid plan. He thought the dub was guaranteed because of rumors about the 5th, so he totally ignored orders and the 1v1. Admits he was flexing and learned a ton. Rayon cracks a grin, cause Kane's actually chill, unlike the other main family snobs. They shake on it, and Kane swears to back the 5th, like he said. 2 weeks after ditching bases, the squad finally hits Cebu village. Cebu's tiny, just farmers, no cool merch or tourist traps. This gig is basic, done whenever monsters creep on the town. But Rayon's catching weird vibes, like someone's been creeping on them for a while. Not a teacher, it's creepy, like someone's sizing them up. He figures, best move is to play dumb and trick the stalker. Rayon suddenly tells Warren to play big boss and lead the team this time. Warren's lost, so Rayon says he wants the rest to Sean since only he and Runnin scrapped last time. To hype him up, he brings up Warren's big talk from day one. Prove it. So Warren is down to show off his Then they tell everyone Warren's captain now. Marta's annoyed. Rayon's like, explain later. Just listen. Weirdly, she says he doesn't need to ask. She promised to follow if he wins. Alone, Rayon checks. Wrath feels the creepers watching too. Wrath roasts him, If you missed that, I'd say delete yourself. Rayon asks for a head count and location. Wrath won't spill the guys. Spot but Rayon catches, it's just one guy. Wrath stunned, not realizing he slipped up and said his. When Wrath realizes he's punked, he flips out and starts ranting. Rayon isn't buying it. Just spotting one creeper doesn't mean he's solo. Could be a whole squad. Dude can't chill. His gut screams, this quest is gonna be a total drag. Meanwhile, the cult spy creeping on the team runs to snitch to his boss about the Seaguard kids. Bossman shrugs, unimpressed by the family name. The scout claims they look like total noobs, not pros, likely on their second gig. Since no teachers are babysitting him, dude brags he was boss agrees rookies couldn't possibly spot him. He wonders why Sigart sent babies when they already squashed some orcs. Big boss figures, the locals probably cried for help. When monsters returned, they've been stalling too long, wasting time hunting that magic rock. Turns out, this shady cult is scouring the peaks for a shiny gem. Since the mountain's a bust, only the town is left to check. Scout asks to raid the town now, but boss says, chill for a sec. Even though the spy thinks it's a prime time to wipe the Seaguard brats, the leader thinks fragging them is cake, but it tips off the main house about the gem risky move, losing the jackpot for a small win. So, boss says, throw him a few beasties to fight, let him think they won, then bounce. Then, dude slaps on a helmet and morphs into a legit orc. He tells his lackey they'll trash the town once the kids bail. Back with the squad, the rookies hit the village and score a place to crash. Over dinner, Rayon clocks Warren. Surprised the guy's actually leading well, despite early doubts. What's really cool is how he didn't flex the Sigart name like a snob, and how he chilled the chief out while keeping eyes on the prize. But Rayon knows the real headache isn't Warren Day can handle mobs easily. It's that creepy stare from earlier. For some weird reason, it vanished up the mountain when they arrived. Is this a secret test from home or some random enemy plot? Whatever, he's gotta wait till tomorrow to find out. Earlier, they spotted weird tracks hinting at monsters nearby. The town chief says beasts usually show up now, but the count tripled this year. Way too much for them to handle. They've seen 100, with likely 200 more hiding. Since the noobs aren't used to the terrain, the chief swears he'll set up. They snag the village's speediest dude to lead the way up the mountain at the crack of dawn. Come morning, this guy Kambar, basically the mountain GPS, takes the newbies up. But honestly, he really isn't. Vibing with babysitting the Seaguard monster hunters like the boss ordered, Rayon clocks his panic and swears they'll get him back without a single scratch. Meanwhile, Warren tells the squad that orcs are buff tanks, but goblins and kobolds fight dirty with poison. So, they absolutely can't drop their guard, cause one tiny scratch from those creeps could mean game over. Warren also gets Squad 6 to make a wall and catch any monsters trying to bail, and Keen hops to it. It's go time. They charge in to show these beasts what Sigurd is made of. As they scream and charge, Wrath is fuming about how these rookies are total clowns for yelling and blowing their cover after prepping a sneak attack. Rayon though kinda feels like they're just screaming out the first battle jitters, so he gets it. Wrath has no clue. Rayon sounds like a pro, seeing as this is supposed to be his first rodeo but the guy has zero nerves. To him, Rayon looks like a max-level player who's ground through tons of raids. Pretty soon, the noobs bump into some orcs, and the smash fest starts. Just as Marchia is about to YOLO, Warren reminds him to wipe the goblins and kobolds first, then deal with the big orcs later. Somehow, two orcs break the line and rush Rayon and Kambar, who is freaking out. Why he wails about regretting this trip. Rayon blitzes the first orc and clips its neck instantly. While that one is leaking green goop, he zips past the second one and slashes its throat fast. The two hulking bodies drop right next to them, leaving a panicked Kambar on the floor wondering what on earth just happened. Thankfully, Kambar is totally fine, which makes Rayon relieved. Rayon then asks if there's any spooky mountain lore, like hidden loot or boss monsters. Kambar admits there's an old tale from centuries back about a goblin king from the west battling the Night Order right on this peak. Legend says the Goblin King's ring is still buried somewhere up here. That info hits Rayon hard and finally helps him get why he felt those creepy vibes yesterday and is still feeling him now. It's linked to the Eden Sect Total Villains, one of the 5 demons of darkness. Basically a club of maniacs competing for the most insane award. Eden's goal is a reset, and they think the monster old world from 1,000 years ago was actual paradise. So they're trying to res the monster god to bring back the good OL days. If they were just crazy, they'd have been wiped out ages ago, as weirdos. But get this, they can actually control monsters like tamers. They jack monster skills with their human bods, legit threatening. Even see, their weird magic is a secret, even the top fams don't know. But Rayon knows the cheat codes, thanks to back in his assassin era, he threw hands with Eden for Darius, squad got wiped. He was the sole survivor. Darius knew Eden used magic stones all along. Super sus that a lord kept that info from the others. When Wrath feels Rayon getting super salty, he pops up to grill him, calling him a loser. Classic Rayon realizing his mood is wrecked because he was dwelling on so he chills out to focus on the Eden drama right now. Canvar says Eden is likely hunting the Goblin King's stone, dropped ages ago in the woods. That rock is loaded with crazy mana. If they're actually dealing with Eden, he figures the monsters were just bait to fake a win so they'd bounce and leave the stone alone. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Warren spots a boss orc and tries to one-shot it, but Marta totally steals the kill like a bust down. Warren tells the squad to clear the trash mobs. On the flip side, Ron asks Canner if any loot dropped after the king died, so Cambar spills a story from when he was a kid. The chief mined a red gem at the peak. When Rayon digs for the gem's coordinates, Kimbar says it's secret, but he's Batoon, it's under the chief's floor. Weirdly, the village got toasty warm after that. That scares Rayon. This is way more heavy. If Eden fails on the mountain, they'll delete the village. Back on the field, the noobs wipe out all the orcs and finish the mission. Chief thanks him, saying they've got that Sigart swag. Meanwhile, Ron watches in silence. Marta asks if this was his master plan, saying she still doesn't get the role swap with Warren. He says IDK yet, but promises to spill later. Whatever, she promises to follow his lead for now. Soon after, Ronan finds him solo and guesses. He's stressing because his vibes are off. He fakes it and says, let's hit the chief's banquet. Rayan's mind is on how Eden plays dirty, waiting to unleash beasts the second they leave town. Next day, the squad rolls out of Cebu village. Warren's busy replaying his highlight reel. They wiped every mob off the mountain map. 0 deaths, just a few boo-boos. Clean sweep. In his head, he crushed it. S-tier performance. That's why Rayon hasn't asked for the crown back. His leadership was straight fire. No notes. Whatever Rayon's plotting, Warren's hyped to be on his level, chest puffed out. Warren leads the team. Suddenly, Rayon gets a weird vibe and yells, pause. Everyone whines, camping already? It's barely noon. Then Rayon drops it. Tutorial's over. Real game starts. Warren's confused. Didn't they just delete the orcs? Rayon has to break it down for the noobs. Job is to save the village, not just kill stuff. We did part 1, but some creep was stalking us. They were spectating until like an hour ago. Thought it was a teacher at first, but nah, the vibes were way too toxic for staff. Rayon clocked the stalker before they even hit town. Once they left, the creep circled back to the village. Warren and Martea are shook. Someone was watching. Rayon confirms the surveillance started way back. Since that hill, total stalker behavior. He made Warren boast to lay low and scout. Rayon is playing 4D chess. Kane is gagged. Kids smarter than the teachers. Even Kane missed the spy. Embarrassing. Warren's ego pops. Wait, so why was I lead? Rayon shrugs. I mean, I trust you, bro. Knew you could pull off the main character act. You played the loud leader role perfectly. Enemies watched you. Ignored me. Perfect camouflage. Classic Sagart style. You'd make a great vice captain. Oof! That hit hard. Warren thought they were equals. Besties even. Turns out, he was just glorious bait. Rayon adds. Monsters don't team up naturally. But orcs and goblins were working together. Someone's pulling strings? Mind control stuff. Village isn't safe yet. We gotta spin the block. The squad U-turns back to see ninja mode this time. Rayon warns them to watch their steps since they're totally exposed without disguises. Weirdly, Dorian starts pulling out a whole costume shop from his bag. Dude packed 40 kits. Talk about being paranoid. While the squad plays dress-up, tells Crane to book it to the branch and call for backup. Before dipping, Rayon goes full boss mode. My word is law. No take. 5 hours. Later, near Sabu Mountain, a scout drops the intel that the trainees bailed. Time to start Project Restoration. Big Bad puts his helmet on, morphs into a giant orc, and summons his crew. He gives the order to totally wipe out every villager, like 0 survivors allowed. Orcs Zerg rush the village, while Rayon and Warren creep from the high ground. Warren's shook Rayon was right about the numbers, but is itching to brawl. Before he can jump in, Rayon is like, chill. Not yet. We've got an audience? He senses a human lurker, but the creeper's identity is a mystery. Warren sees that massive army and starts sweating bullets, stressing that the villagers are toast if they don't move. ASAP. Meanwhile, Rayon explains they'll get absolutely wrecked if they rush in blind. Warren still wants to go, but Rayon insists it's an. Our boy warns them to stay frosty since they're facing Eden. Thankfully, the squad recognizes that 5DMA crew. Rayon's not 100% sure it's them. But controlling monsters usually means Eden goons or a lord rank beast are nearby. Gotta be smart. Warren gets Rayan's logic and Eden's power, but he can't just stomach letting half the village perish while they loaf around. He calls out Rayan's camping strategy, while folks are getting jumped, saying he used to think Rayon was worthy of the Sigart name, but doing nothing. Deal breaker. For him, a real Sigart swordsman swings steel to save lives. He eats himself down the mountain yelling, "Don't follow unless you're a real one." As Rayon watches him storm off, Ronan chases after him. The others figure Warren's right, Seagarts don't run scared. So, they dive in to save the village. Here, Nay rallies the 6th squad to chase after them, backing up the 5th squad to wreck Eden. Once they bolt, only a few stragglers stay with Ray. Truth is, Rayon totally predicted this drama. Knowing they couldn't ignore injustice, he'd already DM'd Ronan via Aura to follow them, because he knows they won't be able to stay quiet in the face of injustice. He had sent an Aura message to Ronan in advance, telling her to follow them. Best news. Warren and Keen are on patrol, so the newbies won't get insta-wrecked by Eden. Rayon totally didn't expect Marta to chill in the back, cause she's usually leading the charge. She's just like, duh, I promised to follow your lead, remember? That makes him grin. He tells the squad they're crashing the village, but here's the twist. They gotta go full ninja mode. Eden's definitely got backup goons waiting in the wings, skipping the main brawl. He senses some crazy murderous vibe mid-mountain, ignoring the town. The rookies can handle the trash mobs. But facing this mystery boss head-on, that's a game over. Meanwhile, Warren tells the crew not to play stank the orcs. Parry first, then clap back hard. Also, double team M if a 1v1 is too sweaty. Goal is to stop the orcs cold before they raid the village. He realizes these uglies are way more buffed than yesterday's batch. But guarding the town is a cakewalk. If this is their whole hand, problem is, Eden plays dirty. Makes him think Ron called it. To avoid getting jumped, he tells the fam to check the trees and bushes for campers. Mid-brawl, Eden's Green Demon Squad pops up behind M, rocking creepy goblin masks. Warren counts over 40 baddies, instantly. He yells at Keen to keep aggro on. The orcs pushing town. Ronan needs to freeze everyone's feet. He'll solo the mask, guys. Ronan nods and blasts her ice aura everywhere. Boom! Nearby orc turns into a popsicle. Warren dives in with his star sword move. He dashes, jumps at the orcs, and slices throats with his autumn wind skill. But a green demon guy is camping in a tree. They spam a gazillion poison needles at the squad. Warren screams to shield up or dodge. Then comes the poison fog. Everyone starts gagging. This stuff is way more hardcore than usual. Warren yells, "Cover your mouths." Rookies start dropping and are helpless. Even Warren gets wobbly from the fumes. His body starts to lock up and Ronan is getting super dizzy. Bad guys aren't stopping. It's looking like a total wipe. Then kaboom, massive explosion right midfield. Smoke clears. And boom, it turns out, Marcia dropped that nuke. Backing her up are the trainees, who stuck with Rayon, and she leads M to take out the trash AK Eden, making sure zero creeps bail. The beaten down squad is hyped to see Martia and team to roll up. Good thing too, cause they would choked on the toxic air if Martia hadn't blown it away with that blast. They finally get their guts back to keep brawling. Rayon's Mia, but the vibe shifted, looks like they might actually catch a dub. Meanwhile, the green demons are shook that rookie trainees are this tough, so they try to bolt to stay alive. Before they can dip, their boss pops up asking if they're seriously quitting. This massive new dude freaks everyone out cause his aura is insane compared to the demons. Plus, he talks. Looking at his helmet, it's obvious. He's the Eden Green War Demon. Even if he's low ranked, he's an weird for a boss like him to be here. The Green War Demon remembers. The report said they left. He wonders if they came back after spotting the ambush. If so, not bad for a bunch of rookies. Judging by their skills, he figures Marcia sniffed him out and says they should have ghosted quietly to stay alive. Since they don't know their lane, he decides to wipe them all. One hit, and he flattens Warren, Marcia, and Ronan. This twists everyone up. They look for Kane, but he's stuck fighting orcs by the fence. Rayon is also totally gone, so they assume he bailed after seeing the big bad demon. As Marcia tries to get up, the Green War Demon admits she's the least trashy one here, mainly cause she spotted them, but she's still a weak, skillless bug, waiting to get squashed like an insect. He raises his sword to end it, but Rayon bursts out of the woods in a blaze of golden fire. Rayon jumps for the neck, but the war monster sees him coming and dodges. Rayon still manages to slice his hand off with the 10,000 flames first vortex move. The demon thinks it's funny. He moved just in time to save his neck. Rayon is ticked. He missed the kill shot, but he's got a sneaky plan. The Green War Demon tells Rayon, even if that sneak attack took an arm, that's all he's got. The demon notes our hero looks totally gassed from that last hit. Inside, Rayon knows he's right. He blew way too much juice, trying to end it fast and can barely move. He asks the demon if he's the big boss around here. Demon says his bosses don't care about tiny villages, so he's in charge. Rayon mocks him, saying psychos like him are always wildcards. That triggers the demon, who snaps that Rayon's mouth. Acts tough, daring him to keep yapping while they fight. When the demon swipes our boy clocks, they're both running on low battery. Seeing the lag, he fires back with a counter combo. Demon shook, Rayon blocked that. Okay, you're not totally useless, he admits. Rayon grins. If I couldn't block that weak sauce, I'd quit my day job. The demon cackles, swinging wild, going ham and roasting our MC4, being a total noob. Even with the chaos bear watching from the sidelines, is totally confused by the vibes. Rayon's actually holding his own against the boss who one-shot the rest of him. Plus, he's rocking that star connecting sword style just like Bond. Burr realizes he thought he was on Rayon's level. Jokes on him. Our boy's way past trainee rankees, playing in the big leagues. Martha pulls up, like, that's his real power. The rest was just a teaser. She sees them trading blows, but knows it ain't enough. Ryan's still drained from that earlier ambush. She's stressing, wondering if Rayon can clutch this win with 0 stamina left. Suddenly, Runin pops in, saying they need to jump in and help. Martha's like, girl, I'm barely standing, and you're even Runin stays chilled though, freaking Martha out with her poker face. Burr feels lame for stalling, and decides to crash the party too. Martha asks if he forgot the beat. Can they really flip the script? Burr's adamant. We can't ditch him. We're Ziggert Squad. Remember. Martha sighs. Fine, but don't cry to me when we get wrecked. Squad assembled, they step up, ready to risk it all. Meanwhile, Green Demon is startled that Rayon, just a trainee scrub, survived this long. He even thinks about recruiting him. Who are you, kid? Our boy smirks. Rayon's demon freezes, checking the hair and eyes, realizing he is direct line royalty blood of the Northern King. Recruitment offer canceled. Now he's screaming that he's gonna delete Rayon right now, whatever the cost. He roars, buffs his stats, and swings that giant sword. Our boy dodges, realizing the dude just speed hacked his energy levels. Even with his fire ring defense, Ron's running on fumes. Boom, Martha sneak attacks from the back. She smacks his spine hard. He yells, calling her trash. Demon spins on Martha, but Ronin cuts in, blasting him with her frosty breath of winter ult. Bird takes the cue, lunging with his star sword. Combo, but the demon catches him, squeezing till he coughs red, laughing. Did you seriously think that weak move would work? He figures a cheap shot might work. Then roasts Burr for having 0 skills compared to Blondie over there. Burn admits killing the demon is a total long shot, but swears he can at least stall for time. The demon pauses, totally confused, like say what? Suddenly, Martha yeets a meteor, screaming, eat this! Mad, the demon blasts, yelling give up, losers, but our boy's like, nah, we ain't done. Thanks for the save, guys. I got this now. The demons shook. Bye. Ray's vibes. Who is this kid? Sword up. Lucky you. First time I'm using this, thought I was blocked, but turns out I'm cracked. Activating 10,000 flames. Fire mode. Ray glows with a crazy new heat. Demon's gut screams run. He knows it's game over. He rushes, but Ray hits back with aimbot skills. Ray claps him. Total kill. Baddie's out cold. Ray stands tall. Squatty shook. Did he really just solo the boss? Ray yells, yo, not done yet. More mobs around. Go wipe. Out. Save the village for peace and stuff. Troops hype up. Screaming yes sir. Burn steps up. Okay, you were right. Without you, we'd be total toast. And the villagers would be gone. Thanks for the save. My bad for rebelling, but I still would have gone there, TB. Can't ignore bad stuff just cause I'm weak. Ray turns. You did good. That's why I fought. If you weren't here, we'd have lost. So our main guy says, real thanks, and means it. Burns blushing. IDK what your deal is. But I'll level up so I don't need a carry next time. Then Ray high-fives Martha. Let me recharge while you distracted that beast. Props for listening. Martha shrugs. Rather die than fail. She goes to help. Later, Ray wonders. We done yet? Totally drained. Adrenaline crashing. Legs are jelly. Can't even stand. Runin catches him. You good? Ray blinks. You knew I was falling. You look dead tired. Just like practice. Ray sighs. Guess the squad watches his back too. Chillin' on her lap, he gives Runin props. Ding. System alert. Limits broken. All stats, +1. He totally wrecked the boss, stronger than him. GG. Now the screen flashes his loot and new level. Ryan guesses, it's for beating the green demon. Sweet drops. Hyped. He opens the menu to peep the details. He hops up, sends Runin home, and scouts for creeps. Later, Bro is in the woods, checking his build. 3 points seem small now, but they'll stack up huge. Since he'll fight crazier bosses, this buff is basically forever. System breaks down the backstab perk. Rayon thinks. Total ninja move. Could have one-shot him. Bam. Wrath pops up. Ragin, why pay him for squashing a bug? He calls it a noob and questions his own game logic. Rayon's like, thanks bro, you make me Wrath screams, no easy death, I'll haunt you forever. Hero ignores the salt and grins, come at me browa, while Wrath rages. At the village, kids are fixing houses. One yells for wood, confused cause the pile vanished. Our boy wakes up, shocked he actually crashed. Walking out, he's shook. They fix the walls, while he's running spots him. You good now? Power nap worked. She says, let's go. Folks waiting. Ron's confused. Who's waiting? Ronin says, the whole Cebu crew. Then, the villagers hype up the Zygarde squad. They thank Rayon for saving their skins. They say the town would be toast. If not for him, they promise to remember his hustle. Rayon is stunned by the love and hype. Never felt this vibe before. As a killer, nobody ever gave him props. Just life or death. Robert owned his wins. Didn't matter how many he dropped, the dirty jobs he did. Darius got all the clout. But now, R is the MVP. It feels weirdly good. It's addictive. He wants more fame, more cheering fans. Decides. Sword life, not assassin. Wants the glory. He swears he'll make this hype his new normal. Later, the villagers huddled up for a gossip. Rayon slides up to the chief, asking if he's free for a quick, private chat. The boss nods. They step aside. The old man curious. Rayon asks who commanded that orc ambush. The chief admits he knows, saying blue hair blamed Eden, one of the 5 demons, but why target this tiny town? Our boy mentions intel from Sir Kanbar about a red gem found nearby ages ago. He asks if that's legit. Gramps nods. He snagged that rock in his youth. Rayon says Eden is hunting that specific gem. Chief freaks. His souvenir nearly doomed everyone. Rayon warns that even though they won today, keeping the rock invites more attacks. Chief admits he treated the stone like a lucky charm boosting crops and warming the air, but didn't know it was a villain magnet. Panicked, he asks if they should trash it. I'll take it, says Rayon. The chief calls him a saint. Rayon explains that to Eden, humans are just fuel, and they'll hunt that rock forever. Bringing it to Zygarde is the smartest move. The chief worries about dumping danger on them. Rayon assures him that's their job. Relieved, the chief says they owe the family again. Rayon blinks. What do you mean again? Chief says years ago, Glenn Zygarde saved them. Rayon is totally shook. Did the head of house really do that? Chief recalls Glenn fighting monsters and smiling like Rayon. Rayon pictures his grandpa now. Totally different vibe. Chief cuts the story short and leads the way. At the burial spot, Chief sighs. He thought it was a shield, not a bomb. Rayon digs it up and checks the wrapper. Old man says the cloth hides the crazy red glow. Rayon peels it back and stares at the Goblin King's magic rock. If Eden gets this, it's game over. He tells Chief to cover it, but a giant dude pops up. The intruder laughs that they missed gem earlier because of that sneaky cloth. Without that move, this village would have been toast ages ago. Rayon senses the danger instantly, draws his blade, and yells, "Who invited you?" But inside, our boy is totally freaking out that he didn't sense this guy sooner. The giant plays Guess Who with him before whipping out a creepy mask. Rayon eyes the ogre mask. Is this really the legendary blood-raving demon? The giant confirms it, sarcastically praising Rayon's big brain for a mere trainee. He drops his name, Eden's blood-raving demon. Can't read Rayon's power level, but figures he's the guy who wrecked the Green War demon. Rayon realizes this must be the big boss the green guy mentioned, even though he swore he wouldn't show up. The demon masks up, explaining he's actually the one who assigned the quest. He wouldn't have bothered coming if Greenie hadn't died, so basically, this is entirely Rayon's fault. Great job. Our hero feels a wave of pure, terrifying energy hit him hard. He realizes, even if the whole squad jumped in, they'd get absolutely stomped. Suddenly, Wrath pops up, saying you're toast. Unless he picks one of 2 options, keep up this pointless fight and die, or let Wrath take the wheel. The giant morphs into a green monster. Okay, now the threat is real. Meanwhile, the squad is still stuck on fence duty. Burn spots Martha creeping up, and asks what she wants. She teases that she's just checking if he's actually working properly, adds that he makes a better carpenter than a fighter. He grumbles and tells her to get lost. Martha plays the respect your elders card, saying only one guy is allowed to boss her around. Then they spot Ronin hauling a huge basket of fruit. They ask why she's picking fruit when the villagers already hooked them up. Ronin says these are specifically for Rayon since they're fresher. Martha smirks, saying she's acting like a devoted wife already. Ronin totally ignores the shade and walks away. Suddenly, a massive boom rocks the area, grabbing everyone's attention. Ronin bolts toward the noise, yelling that Rayon and the chief are over there. She screams at them to grab their gear and tells them to radio Keen and the 6th training squad as soon as possible. The trio rushes the chief's house, screaming for Rayon. They find him shielding the chief, totally beat up and gasping for air. Rayon shoves the unconscious chief at Burn and yells at them to run. Martha's confused, like, wait, what are you talking about? Suddenly, a crazy pressure hits the room, practically choking. Burnout. Why run in feels like her lungs are crushing, and Martha can barely stand it either. All three of them drop to the ground from the sheer force. The blood-raving demon grins. Sweet. More victims to play with. Burn spots the ogre armor. Oh, snap. This guy is a top-tier Eden boss. The demon laughs. Zegart swordsman, you guys can't even handle a little pressure. Rayon screams at the beast, asking if he's got a death wish, and tells the squad to wake up. He warns them to stay put, and they're total toast. Our boy yells at them to focus up, ditch the jitters, and get on their feet. He tells Burn to grab the chief and get the civilians out of Dodge. Burn's like, you got it, boss, and promises to be back in a flash. Ryan tells Martha and Run-In to hang back and create distractions. No solo heroics. Just watch the show. He reminds them of what Instructor Rimmer said. Time to break limits. He signals to go beast mode, way past their mental boundaries. The demon admits he kinda digs their vibe, but doubts going hard mode is enough to beat him. Meanwhile, Rayon knows the whole squad in town are counting on him. One screw up, and it's game over for everyone. He scans for a weak spot but feels like he's facing a total brick wall. Would have been scary in his past life, let alone as a noob. Now, the demon sees he's ready but asks if he's gonna fight or just pose. Doesn't matter to him either way. He warns, if Rayon won't step up, he's bringing the pain to him. The SEC, the demon moves. Rayon sees he's way faster now. Our boy blasts, the 10,000 flame style, lighting 10 fires with the sky technique. The demon rushes in, admitting the damage output isn't bad. Dude tanks the fire, forcing Rayon to backpedal hard. Rayon buries a hit. The punch turns a huge rock to dust. He thinks barely nudged that fist away with the fire ring, or he would have been one-shotted instantly. He wants to bail, but the fam needs to watch and learn to survive. Even a 1% chance beats 0. Our hero swings again, but the demon just lolls, loving the challenge. Says it'd be lame if the fire died in one hit. Keep it coming. The demon throws a haymaker. Rayon barely dodges. Dust and smoke cloud the whole place up. The demon admits Ryan's fire is totally cracked compared to normal aura. Now he gets how the green guy lost to him, which is a bummer. He says fire is useless on him and asks if Ryan knows why. RMC is like, yeah, I know. It's that helmet, made from Ogre King loot. Rayon explains Ogre's tank infernos and smash castles while eating fire arrows. The blood-raving demon has that buff, so fire attacks are basically 0 damage. Hearing that, the demon trolls Rayon. So you know your aura is trash against me. Our hero just shrugs and says, if fire doesn't work, he'll switch it up, then pops his ice aura. The demon is shook by the swap. He already thought the fire was over, but now he sees pro-level skills with water aura too. Totally stunned. The demon asks how a kid can wield such cracked stats and aim, wondering who Rayon actually is. Our hero asks if the demon realizes he's about to catch this. Sick of Rayon's cocky attitude. The demon dares him to survive just 5 minutes. Nearby fighters see the brawl and sprint over. Burn yells to check on the crew, then freezes seeing Rayon go beast mode. He's shook seeing ice powers instead of fire. 2 elements. Since when is our guy a dual-wielding pro? In this world, fighters are ranked by power tiers. Swords, spears, whatever. It's all about that aura level. Noobs starting out are called beginners. Learn to channel it. Boom, you're a user. Level up to Project Energy. That's expert tier. Burn realizes Rayon's hit that expert status now. That shouldn't even be real. But look at him, throwing hands with a demon. Burn's stunned. Rayon's barely hanging in there. Still, the power gap is totally obvious. Rayon shoots Burn a look, a signal. Only besties who train together would get. Burn gets it instantly. Combo attack on his mark. Run-In and Martha, catch the vibe, and get ready. Squad goals. Save the village. They got this. Mid-fight our hero yells for them to go all out. The trio rushes. Demon Y is distracted. They want that dub. But the demon was actually baiting. Then blast an energy that knocks them all back. Burn spots that crazy power level fast. This dude isn't an expert. He's a master. The beast laughs, thankful they bunched up to die. He sneers, asking if Rayon real thought he'd win. Spoiler, he's toast. But RMC yells, he was waiting to. Rayon channels all this past assassin rage, plus frosty vibes into his 10,000 flames art, focusing every bit of juice into one spot. Determined, Rayon finally stabs the demon's chest. Landing the hit, the beast drops, then just stands up, totally shocked. The demon asks if he timed that perfectly. He admits one slip-up meant game over. Then he punches Rayon and snaps the sword. Too weak, kid. Dude struck when the aura was 0, but the demons' ABS were basically concrete. Didn't even scratch him. Then it clicked. The guy went full tank mode, hardening his skin like a total aura master. Looking around, Round knows this plan is officially toast. Being top dog, he tells the escort crew to bail, yelling, "We get wrecked if we stay." He tells the squad to prioritize exiting and grabbing every local they can find. Then he screams at Burr, "Jart legends, don't go out like chumps." Hero Boy commands a full retreat. Ditch the blood-crazy psycho, no matter what. Squad listens, and Burr takes point on the great escape. While booking it, Ronin yells, "Don't die, Rayon." He just nods, all fierce. Demon Guy trolls, "Rayon, you really think your buddies can bail? Or that you can solo me?" Right then, our boy hits up Wrath for a little gamble. Wrath, hyped up jokes. "This feels less like a bet and more like your funeral. What's the stakes?" Rayon goes, "If I get flattened or if I live." Wrath roasts him, totally doubting the win. But Hero Dude admits it's a long shot. That's why he needs Wrath's cheat codes. "Fix my HP and body," Rand says, "and I'll take all your rage." Wrath figures Rand is gonna croak. Anyway, so he agrees and dumps a truckload of fury on him. Our guy screams as the rage power fries his circuits. Meanwhile, the demon's staring like, how is he even rebooting? It's glitching reality. No ogre juice or troll shakes. Just weird. Rayon just smirks. "Told you. None of your biz how I do it." Buffed up, he taunts the creep, swearing to keep him busy. Till the sun pops up, Burr yells, "Stick to protocol. Carry the slowpokes if you have to." He knows they're scared stiff, but begs them to hustle. Clock's ticking, and they need a safe zone. Stat, 2 noobs, whisper, totally clueless and freaking out about survival. Martha hears M and snaps. Rayon stayed with that beast for us. He's fighting to save our butts with broken bones. You guys. Suddenly, Martha goes full Karen mode, yelling at the officer for lagging. "You trying to get us killed being lazy?" Burn, instantly, hypes, squad, shouting "move it," and saying Kryn went to a nearby hub for backup, so help should be dropping in soon. Just then, Burn spots a kaiju incoming, and someone flips. Is that an ogre? Why is that thing even here? Barris, confused, Two Eyes the Forest King, chilling in the village. Martha points, there's a second one too. It's a trap. Someone realizes the ogres are pins. Since when are they smart? Martha, remembering Eden's weird skill to bros spamming mobs. Guess that's why Big Red ain't chasing Rayon. Totally, pre-gamed this fight with ogres. Calculated, some noob spiraling, screaming, "GG, we're cooked." But Burns like, "Nah fam, lock in. Ryan's tanking the boss for us." He says, "If we fold now, we can't face our boy who's soloing the raid." Martha actually agrees. Wild, save the NPCs fast, then back up Rayon. Burn odds. Surviving, getting peeps out is the ultimate flex for our bro fighting solo. Squad goals. Wreck the monsters. Suddenly, weird wind one-shots the ogres. Burn knows that vibe. Meanwhile, demons trash-talking Rayon, calling him a bug. "Just quit, kid." Hero's HP is critical, leaning on a rock, eyeing his busted arm, like, should I just chop this? He pauses though. Why's he tanking this insane damage? Never felt pain like this, even in his past life. Old him would have dipped instantly. Then he hallucinates Sylvia. She's all like, "Be a Chad warrior," like the OG. Virtua Hug equals stamina boost. Realizes her words, plus squad memories, are his fuel. Thinks of running, Ice Queen vibes, but actually, a softie. Burr went from toxic to loyal. Martha, tough cookie. Zero quit. Okay, he actually likes these nerds. Gotta save them, so they can all be Zart legends. Stands up. Wrath pops in. "You idiot. Why suffer when you have my power?" Wrath, "Did you buy enough time for your pals to bail?" Rayon nods. Wrath rages. "You don't get the price tag. Bro, think you can reboot, kill the boss, and catch up? You can barely stand." Wrath screams. "You'll live, but your brain gets factory reset if you swap now." Rayon downloads more. Rage, error pain, overload. Crashes hard. Demon sees him lag out. Game over, kid. Then gets a toxic idea. "I'll clap your friends first while you watch. Then you die." Sadist mode on. Rayon's like, "Over my dead body." Literally. Grits teeth. He's holding aggro so the team can escape. Damon turns to leave, but our boy stands up and drops his name. Claims he's the heir of Glenn, the North's king of destruction, future goat of the continent. Swears that as long as he's breathing, Demon ain't going nowhere. Demon's impressed. "Okay, respect. I'll remember your username." Preps a talk. Hero knows his stamina bar is empty. Can't dodge. Close his eyes. Boom! Giant wind blast blocks the hit. Bam! Rimmer swoops in, blocking the hit cold. Rayon rolls his eyes. "Took you long enough. Teach." "My bad." Slept in, Rimmer grins. I got this now. Kid, the creeps freeze. Yo, that's the lightsword guy. Sup, long time no see. Demon growls. Why are you here? Can't let trash stomp on my fresh sprouts? Ya no. Demon snorts sending you. Zegart's gone soft. Babysitting duty for a washed-up legend. Sad. They clash your wobbly, old man. Can't even block, right? Guess the gossip's true, huh? You're busted. Core is totally fried. Fake news. Rimmer laughs. Update your feeds. I retired ages ago. Why's the fan club still obsessed? Liar. The beast spits back. You used to be scary. You swing like a wet noodle. Sparks start flying. Legit fireworks everywhere. Rimmer dances around him. So uncivilized? TSK? Our boy watches, glued to the show. Whoa. Switching flows instantly. Smooth as butter. Sneak attacks on point. And astral juice too. Wait, why is he stalling though? He could have coded this ugly dude 5 minutes ago. Easy ... giving a lecture right now. Seriously, dude's absolutely bonkers. Yo, Rimmer teases, I'm weak, and you still miss. Keep that up, and I'll knock your bucket off. Demon rages, quit trolling, and fight me for real. Okay, bored now. Rimmer sighs, wrap it up. My teaching prop is getting too rowdy. Hey kid, watch this. Zeghart style, pro level. Step 1, sword field. Step 2, storm time. Demon panics. What's this wind? I'm trapped. Screw it. Demon roars. I'll crush you. He dives. Rimmer meets him midair. Zoom Rimmer's way faster. Asterisk, kaboom. Giant dust cloud poofs up. Smoke clears. Demon gasps. You controlled it. Channeled the whole storm into one strike. Perfection, but how? You're not even a main family guy. It's a cheap knockoff. Rimmer shrugs. Just use some elf hacks to fake it with nature. Ding, Demon huffs. Old Tiger's still got claws. Heater should have squashed that brat, ... Big mistake leaving him alive. Boz won't like this. Zip it, Rimmer snaps. You're done. No scrub is touching their baby boss on his watch. Demon admits the kid's legit, but tells Rimmer to chill. Eden's got mad skills too, at least for today. Light sword for the win. Demon drops after one hit. Rimmer flexes, asking the kid if he caught that move. That's a Swordfield Zeghart style, not lame magic. It grows from pure vibes and spirit power. Plus, aura blasts, made of XP, wins, and your whole future. Since he's main family, Rimmer swears he'll get it. Just gotta grind more levels in XP, till end. He asks if the rest of the squad saw the beat. The trio rushes Rion, stoked he's not dead. Martha sighs. While Burr is hyped there, Bud is okay. Rimmer watches, thinking how hard acting cool is. No bloodline. You need insane stats to cast it. Literally, eats up your life bar. His core's busted, so it hurts like heck, but worth it. Seeing the kid fight proved a new king was born. Right then and there. He chose Rayon as his new boss to stand. Since getting wrecked, Rimmer felt totally useless. But these kids gave him a reason. He'll spend it all. Before his timer hits 0, he just wants to see Rayon take the crown as the Zeghart king. At the palace, Gramps checks if the boy fought the demon. Rimmer knew the old man would freak. He rushed over just to see the shock. Glenn, shook, says quit stalling and spill the tea. Sounds crazy, but Rimmer swears he saw it live. And it wasn't just him, but all the trainees and locals saw Rayon soloed the beast. Glenn thinks out loud. That demon equals a master. If true, what's the damage? Just scratches for most. But Rayon got wrecked, but held on till Rimmer showed up. Glenn asks if he really expects him to buy that. Sounds fake, but wait till you see the kid's an expert. He also mentions, Rayon tanked a master, so the elf juice was worth it. Lord Glenn, totally shocked, calls that sap priceless. But Rimmer says he earned it. Glenn guesses that it sounds like Rimmer's playing favorites. Rimmer sighs. He just wants to help the squad level up. Glenn nods. Call the bosses. Meeting when kids return. Lone shoots back a quick, you got it. Plot twist. Glenn actually gives Rimmer a high five verbally. Rimmer grins huge. Hasn't heard that in 20 years. Glenn shuts him down. Don't trip on your ego, kid. Maybe he'd get more love if he wasn't such a chaotic mess. Where are the newbies? Glenn asks. Inbound, Rimmer says. Outside, Rayon thinks Cebu mission totally crushed it, even with Eden crashing the party. ... and wrecking the place. They stayed to fix the mess. Since our hero got wrecked, he crashed at the chief's pad. Woke up, checked his loot from the bet with Wrath. Wrath cried foul. Rimmer got the kill? No fair. Whatever, the stat boost was sweet. Wrath raged hard about the Iron Will perk. System said he needs it. Wrath just screamed internally. If not for that cheat skill, he grouched. I'd own you. Then he told Rayon to chill out. He's got loads of time anyway. His juice is returning. The Wrath seed is already planted. You level up fast for a human, but I still win. Your soul is mine, buddy. Once I win, you're on ice forever. Literally. Back home, a loon lines Emma. Welcome back. Scrubs, Dorian. I need a coma. Runnin' wants ice cream. Martha's like, I saw the light. Burn shrugs. Hey, at least we're not dead. Bus nods. You look beat. But one last thing. Drags them to the manor. Everyone kneels for the Lord. Gossip flies. Is it true? They whisper. Did Rayon really frag that demon and survive the other? He looks pretty mid to me. Boeing Rayon thinks. Was nervous. But this is my shot. All the big shots are watching. He learned a ton on this trip. It's only gonna get harder from here. Gotta get buff, fast. Leaders? Masters? Glenn isn't playing around today? Glenn keeps business strict. ... and pays well. Time to show off and get new skills. Lord Glenn points at Rayon. Heard you carried? Gimme the deets. Rayon starts yapping about ... spotting the enemy and jumping that green demon. He adds ... Then the blood demon appeared, so he played bait to save the squad. Out of nowhere, Karun interrupts, screaming at Rayon, calling Cap, and asking Glenn if he seriously buys this story. I mean, the green demon, alone, would have wrecked some teens, let alone the blood one. Right on cue, our guy tells Dorian to drop the receipts. Dorian flops the demon helmets, right in front of Lord Glenn. The whole court gasps, realizing it's actually legit. Rayon asks to pull his blade, and Glenn gives the nod. He unsheathes it, and boomfire, everywhere. Everyone's jaws drop at the real aura and crazy flames. Whispers start 10 years ago he was weak. Now, beast mode. Rayon glares at the hater. Good enough for ya. The dude, super salty, and jelly, has to admit Rayon's pro level improved the wins. Lord Galan speaks up, hyping Rayon and the top squad for crushing it. Later, Rayon thinks about how that random compliment left the whole house totally shook. Usually, Glenn just mutters good job, no matter what. First time in decades he actually said, excellent. Kids were literally crying over the rare praise. Rayon wraps up, shows the goblin stone, and spills the tea on Eden. Everyone else got bronze tablets, but our boy snagged a silver one before it ended. Leaving court, Rayon wonders if he expected too much. He wanted some epic loot for exposing Eden's plans, but looks like no new skills for now. Suddenly, Wrath pops up. Whining Rayon got nothing for the intel. He grumbles that he actually started to trust Glenn after the 10,000 flames thing. Big mistake. Rayon's leaving when Lone slides up, needing a chat. Confused, Rayon listens as Lone says, meet at the Onyx. Midnight, Rayon asks why. Lone says the big boss wants him. Time for round 2 of rewards. Rayon gets home, and Helen yells to Sylvia, he's back. Mom's super hype, meeting him at the door with Helen. Sylvia heard about the Eden brawl and asks if he's good. He tells her to chill. He's totally fine. She hugs him tight. Sorry for the act like a Ziggert pressure. She was just freaking out since he fought demons solo. Rayon comforts her, saying that advice actually saved him. He admits that facing the blood demon, he almost bailed or used the others as bait, feeling weak. But then he heard a voice in his head, telling him to stand tall like a real swordsman. Her hype speech, total game, kept him steady. He is a sword pro strictly because she hyped him up. Respect? Walks in. Mom and Helen are bawling their eyes out. Yikes. Maid is like nice glow up. Rayon asks, why the That night, he hits Jadelle up. Yo, any weird stuff happen? She says HQ recalled her, aka they want to delete her permanently. He bets they are salty. She ghosted the updates. No level up report plus throne room drama. Big Matt cannot let her die. She is his agent. Wanna live? Listen up. She looks shook when he says write HQ right now. Tell them mom made you my maid. Health issues. Whatever. That will stop them acting sus. He says. They will think you are prime for stealing intel. If they get nosy, say I recovered a crumb. But who only Boss and Rimmer? No. Proves you are still useful. Send it. Stay chill. She nods. Game time. Wrath pops up to roast him. Why keep a trash spy? Hero claps back fast. Not trash. Bait. To catch the big fish. Will not ditch her. Knows the feeling. Too real. Done. Next quest. Royal Court. Yo Glenn, I am here. Glenn skips the chat. Asks straight up. Which moves did you spam? Kid is confused but says, footwork is life. ... Stuck to basic river steps. Walk before you run. Glenn nods. Fair. Basics are solid, even when you are buff. But simple stuff gets you wrecked by bosses. Reward drop since you exposed Eden's plot. I am teaching you some sick moves. Custom fit. Rayon is shook. The Glenn is training me. For real. Glenn stands. Focus. Kid, one take only. Moves and bursts into fire. Literally. Rayon geeks out. Steps of the strongest, rare loot. Glenn's footwork. ... is wild. Fast, slow, glitching reality. It was over in a blink. Flawless. Even his cheat skill could not track it. Glenn says, That is Supreme Harmony steps. System ping. Saw that Supreme Harmony stuff. Perfect form logged. Speed learning, heavenly advanced. Glenn smirks. Catch that. My bad. The kid size only caught the first move you flashed. Glenn nods. Cool, we're done here then. Parakin it, he reminds Rayon, that was your prize for the Eden gig. Learn it or don't. Can I bounce now? Rayon asks. Later, Roan's like, whoa, didn't think you'd teach Rayon the Supreme Harmony, steps. You think the kid can handle that level of crazy? Glenn smirks. Even with that blink dash and dash, you dash miss, dash it, double quotes, Demo Rayon mimicked the heavenly advance. That's literally half the swag of the art. He adds, kid might be clueless now, but he'll crush those steps eventually. Back in the yard, our boy realizes it's been days since the lesson. He's been grinding. Hard with the system's cheats, but still hasn't nailed it. Wrath pipes up. Weaklings can't learn this. Scrub. Still, our guy thinks, just a little more grind, and I'm golden. Mid-swing, his mom yells, take a break already. Rion blinks. Is her mana core broken? She moves like Rimmer on caffeine. Sylvia steamed. You swore no training till you were 100%. Chill, Mom. He stops, thinking she's scarier than the Demon King. So, the workout gets axed, thanks to Mom's nagging. Catch you again, and you're toast. She warns. Even sneaking, it fails. Helen and the maids hawk 'em like drones. Chilling on the grass. He sees them. Having a blast. Okay, relaxing ain't so bad, he admits. Suddenly, a maid sprints over. Code red. Raiden Zagard is here. Rayon's confused. Why's Baldur's, Kid Glenn's fourth sons, spawn here? Why is he at the annex? He asks, and the maid gasps to know, but he went full psycho on Lady Sylvia and the staff. At the gate, Radin is totally grilling. Sylvia, guest arrives, and this place is a dump. You claiming you didn't get my letter? Sylvia calmly says, no letter came. Raiden sneers. So my butler messed up, or are you calling me a liar? Not what I said, just give us a sec. She calls the maids to wrap. Inside, Raiden's fuming, thinking the whole house should bow to him after he wrecked a white blood branch. Yet nobody gives me props. It's all about that brat. Some Rondo sideline kid stealing my thunder, as if losing it. Raiden yells hurry, and spits on her hand. Helen snaps. Too far, even for a main bloodline. That's trashy. He laughs, then slaps her into next week. I own you. I could delete you and just get grounded for 2 days. And yet, she tried me. Suddenly, Jadil pops in. Watch yourself, Lady Sylvia. Not gonna let Sylvia get wrecked. She jumps in to kill the vibe. Raiden winds up a kick, but boom, Rayon spawns with his blade. Raiden freezes. Oh, it's him. Great timing to catch our hero. Points at the steel like, whoa, you gonna use that scary toy? Tells him to put it away. Then drops the hole. I'm Raiden Jart. Big shot. Air intro. Rayon doesn't care about his clout. Swings for the neck, but a minion blocks it last second. Raiden cusses, but Rayon punches the servant into next week. Raiden screams, do you even know who I am? Our guy's like, yeah, a burglar on my turf. Raiden's chook. I own this place. You weirdo. Rayon kicks his gut. Nope, wrong. Raiden drops, crying, you jerk. You'll pay for this. Rayon says, you ain't the boss. This isn't your crib. It's mine. My fam spot. Rayon goes for the finisher. But Rayon goes for the finisher. But Rayon. Our guy spots the elite badge. Why is the boss's guard here? Raiden orders the squad to wipe Rayon for hitting a VIP. Raquel's like, I only listen to the big boss. You leave too. Raiden calls him a glorified pet. But his butler whispers, sir, don't mess with elites. Let's bounce. Raiden bails. Warning, you're gonna regret this. Total cringe fest and pain coming. Later, Helen tells Sylvia, my bad. I should have done more. Sylvia hugs her. Nah, girl. You were brave. It's all good. She says she'll fix the mess herself. But our main guy steps up. Relax. I got this. Trust me. Later, both dudes kneel for Glenn. He says, get up. So, heard you guys had a brawl yesterday. Raiden lies. I sent a message. But they ghosted me. Zero prep. He says Rayon jumped him and his butler for no reason. I literally almost died. Our guy thinks, wow, drama club president. Better actor than fighter. Then our hero tells Glenn he's capping. Total lie. He recalls Raiden turning tomato red and screaming. Raiden snaps, grabbing him. Glenn yells, hey, watch yourself. Glenn sighs at the drama. Bring in the witness. Reiko walks in. Sup, boss? Blade Squad here. When asked what went down, Reiko says, yeah, no letter. He just crashed the party. Sylvia was just gardening when Raiden barged in. Our guy blinks. Thought Reiko would snitch on him. Expected him to back Raiden's squad, but nope, the swordsman spills the real tea. Lord Glenn hears the scoop and goes full scold mode, grillin' Raiden on why his story is bogus. And if he'd lie to his face? Raiden cries that the real crime is a peasant attacking a royal, ruining the hierarchy vibe. Lord, Glenn admits it's sketchy for a side branch kid to hit a main heir, but says both are messy and getting punished. Raiden complains that a basic timeout isn't enough. Our hero cuts in, cool with any penalty, but says he's got unfinished business first. Glenn raises an eyebrow, asking, "What's the deal?" Rayon explains Raiden dissed his mom and beat the maids without paying the price. Lord Glenn sighs that they're both guilty and way too loud for his headache. He asks if they forgot whose house they're standing in. Raiden chokes under the pressure, practically gasping for air. But Rayon says that intense vibe is exactly why he needs justice. He quotes Glenn, "This is a warrior's house, so swords should do the talking." He demands a one-on-one sword duel. Glenn thinks it'll be entertaining, setting the fight at the big arena in 7 days. Raiden faces his dad, Balder, who asks if this duel nonsense is legit. Raiden confirms, explaining Rayon had the guts to challenge him right in front of Gramps. The stakes are locked in. If Raiden wins, he gets to shatter Rayon's energy core. If he loses, he and his butler beg forgiveness and leave the annex alone forever. Balder sneers that no matter his skills, Rayon is just a scrub born from Sylvia and some random nobody. He tells his son to teach the kid what elite bloodline really means. Raiden says chill dad, claiming he only struggled before cause he was unarmed and surprised. But now, Rayon's toast since Raiden hit the intermediate expert level. Happy with that, Balder warns him not to go berserk and accidentally kill the Gaibid PR for a formal match. Instead, he suggests just totally wrecking Rayon by slicing his wrist tendons, crushing his dreams for good. Raiden nods. Meanwhile, Sylvia and Helen watch our boy grinding sword drills at the annex. Helen, freaking out, mentions that their young boss is fighting Raiden, wondering if they should just stand there watching. She stresses Raiden is mid-tier expert level, while Ron is basically a total noob, hinting they should pull the plug on this insanity. Sylvia admits it's risky, and things wouldn't have blown up if he kept his cool earlier. She notes Balder's snake-lick sword style, which Raiden mastered, is super tricky and hunts weak spots, making him a beast in combat. Still, Sylvia tells Helen to trust the process. Helen gasps, asking if she's really gonna let this go down. Sylvia admits she's terrified, but figures Rayon has a plan if he asks for their trust. She's finally all in on her boy. No more doubts. While he grinds, Joodle pulls up with lunch, bringing Sammy's and telling him to slow down or he'll barf. He says thanks, but is shook to see a book with the snacks. It's a cheat sheet on Raiden's bendy sword. Super easy read. He's wondering how Jadil scooped all this intel in one day and printed it. Remembering how she defended his mom earlier, and now drops this info, he's totally feeling the love. Time flies as both squads prep for the showdown. Duel day hits. The whole crib is watching the drama. Both dudes step onto the training field. Raiden's hyped, dying to clap Ray after all the mess. Says he'll wreck him so bad he'll retire early. Ref says, go. Raiden's ready to see Ray cry about it. But our hero claps back, asking if Raiden will even be awake to see. Drums, bang. It's go time. Fight on. Raiden yells, no fakes, and rushes in, then Ray vanishes. Ray's actually chillin' behind him, sword on his shoulder. Raiden glitches out. When did you get back there? Our guy says Raiden's gonna die 8 times. Drops the sword, yeets him across the arena. Raiden's leaking red, totally confused. He didn't see a thing. 0 visibility. Ray yells, get up. Still, counting down the 8. Pow. That's for the fake letter drama. Raiden stands up, cursing, trying to swing. Big mistake. A&E Ray ghosted him again. Where'd he go? On your left, our boy announces, bonking his face. That's for spitting on mom's flower. Next hit is for stomping on that flower. Another boom for smacking Helen. Raiden's hugging the floor, totally shook. He's just using basic noob moves. Why is he winning? Getting wrecked? He still doesn't get the skill gap. Helen's watching from the side like Ray could have caught him instantly, but he's dragging it out. Not for a W, but for pure payback. She realizes in this stuck-up house, even useless maids are getting defended by a guy fighting the top heir. Mom Sylvia is getting emo watching her son dominate. Her dad chased clout, froze the home. She felt odd, so she eventually bailed. She couldn't handle reality or her toxic fam when she really needed to boss up and deal. But Rayon is out here schooling everyone on how to clap back against impossible odds. Mid-fight, our hero literally spikes Raiden into the dirt. Total domination. Sylvia finally clicks that her kid isn't just fighting, he's proving a point, showing why you gotta face your problems head-on, instead of ghosting when it gets tough. The ref steps in like he's toast, and crowns Rayon the sword, King G. The second Rayon takes the W. Balder completely loses his cool, screaming at his son, demanding to know how he fumbled the bag so hard. Rimmer goes wild in the stands, yelling called it, told y'all, he was built different. The whole squad Dorian, Martha, Buren, and Run a knees just vibrating with hype. Meanwhile, Lone hits up Lord Glenn, pointing out something pretty wild. In all his years serving the Zigguarts, he's never seen vibes like this before. A massive crowd rooting for a nobody relative. Status doesn't even matter right now. Glenn nods. He's honestly shook that Rayan's crew has his back like that. But the real the way the actual fight went down, rookie or not, Rayan pulled off the Supreme Harmony steps. Glenn's own god-tier move. It is a skill so cracked that most pros couldn't learn it in 100 years? And yet, our guy unlocked it in just 2 weeks. Absolute legend behavior. Glenn also notices the kid's clout is off the charts. The whole arena is chanting his name. Glenn thinks back since he was thirsty for power. Strength rules this house. Muscles and magic are the only currency that matters around here. A toxic system he's too much of a boomer to fix now. But maybe the underdog, who knows the struggle, can finally flip the script on this family. Getting on his feet, Glenn says the match is done, so it's time to pay the piper. He tells Lone to snatch the Marshall Palace's yearly budget. Make up a reason. Whatever works. Lone chuckles. Say less. Boss, I got you. With Glenn watching, everyone starts paying up on the bet. Raiden has to spill the tea on his crimes in front of the whole school. On his knees, begging forgiveness from Rayan's mom and the staff. Humiliation level, maximum. The Marshall Palace gets a firm warning. Don't mess with the annex ever again. The maids are crying happy tears. Relieved the drama's over, so they can finally chill. Later, Lady Sylvia hits her son with a question, asking, when he got so up, she admits he totally caught her off guard. Our hero turns red. Like, Mom, please, stop clinging. You're embarrassing me. Nearby, Ponytail Girl notes that right now, he's just a regular teen, way different from his battle mode. Another girl chimes in, saying that with his moves, maybe Rimmer wasn't capping about him surviving that demon attack. A dude next to them nods. His footwork, flawless. That's way beyond just talent. The Ponytailed Girl thinks he'd be a killer recruit for her squad, while the guy swears he's dragging Rayan to the Black Tiger Division. Ponytail tells him to take a chill pill. A silver-haired lady points out graduation as soon once they pass exams, it's drafting season. Ryan might be the main character here, but he isn't the only beast tearing up Training Zone 5. Martha, Byrne, and Runnin. Total powerhouses who would crush it anywhere. The selection ceremony is going to be absolutely wild. Later, Jadil grills her boss. Did you script that whole sword fight? He basically shrugs, admitting he knew he would catch the dub. Jadil's like, you are actually terrifying. But also, ... super nice. Ryan is totally shook by the compliment. She thanks him for saving her from Karun, says goodnight, and dips. Ryan stares outside, thinking, okay, she wasn't faking that. Look, based on her whole vibe and how she guarded Sylvia, her loyalty is definitely 100% real. He figures he can finally tell her his rage mode was just acting. At the palace, Rimmer says hi to Glenn, while flexing serious bling. Glenn and Lone give him the weirdest suck. Glenn asks about the drip. Rimmer brags he won big, betting on Ryan. He even snagged some fancy elixir. For the squad, Glenn jokes. So you robbed my son? Sippin' tea. Glenn knows Rimmer. Flashy flex isn't why he is here. Spill the beans. Man, Rimmer drops the act. I got a pitch for you. Glenn's listening, though he thought Rimmer ran the show already. Not training, Rimmer corrects. It is about the big final exam. Glenn asks, what gives? Rimmer points out that the current test is just boring approvals or sparring match. But these kids fought real knights and survived a death trap. They have crushed trials way harder than normal newbie stuff. So, Group 5 needs something spicy, a real challenge. Lord Glenn asks, alright, what is the play? Rimmer says, survival mode, no backup, no family perks, just them. Even if they aren't full pros yet, they gotta level up their game. Glenn thinks it over, then notices, you have changed? Dude, Rimmer blinks. Huh, what do you mean? Glenn says Rimmer looked gloomy ever since his injury forced him to retire. But hanging with these kids, he has got that fire back in his eyes. Rimmer gets all shy and admits, okay, stop. That is kinda cringe. Lone nods. Rimmer claims he is a teaching genius, maybe even raising the next boss. Glenn assumes it is Ryan, but Rimmer's like, nah, could be any of the top 4. Glenn demands a report in 7 days. Mess up, and I forget we spoke. Rimmer smirks. Joke is on you. I already wrote it. The trainees gather up. Confused. Where is Rimmer? He called this meeting. Same old drama. Rimmer is late, again. Betty was partying at a pub all night. Bam! Dude kicks the door down and says he was late, helping orphans. Yeah, right? Dorian rolls his eyes. At least try to lie better. Bruh. Rimmer swears he's legit. Anyway, big news. He had a sudden epiphany seeing us. Grad exam starts now. No more baby steps. Usually, it's just sparring. But this year, total Someone asks why. Rimmer says, we've seen too much action. Knights, the South, North Union, and that whole Eden Raid survival thing. So, no duels. We're hitting the real world to see how huge it is. Exam theme, pure survival. In 1 month, we ditch the trainee tags. And try not to die out there with just one sword. Scaredy cats can take a backup test. Runin asks Rayon, and our boy nods. I'm in. She's joining the party too. Dorian hops on the bandwagon, trusting Teach. Martha flexes, saying she was born, surviving. Rimmer's shocked we're all so chill. Especially, the main guy? Do we even know the spots? He eyes Rayon, worried we're just blindly following the ace. Hero admits he knows it'll be brutal, but trusts Rimmer won't send us to die. Teach digs the vibe but won't hold back. Then he drops the locations. Burn, Desert, Martha, Canyon, Run-In, Jungle, Rayun, Haban Kessel. Rayon instantly remembers that place. It's a non-stop monster war zone. A total hellscape, honestly. No rest, even our golden boy will struggle. He says, get ready kiddos, we got 1 month to prep. Later, Rayon's grinding hard in the garden. Mom watches. Helen's freaking out cause he never sleeps. She wants him to quit. Castle is too scary. Sylvia agrees. It's risky, but good for leveling up. He's gotta be peak condition for that place. She'll just back him up and let him grind. Hero's exhausted after a week of crazy workouts. Still feels like he's slacking. Castle mobs are super tanky. Tough to slash. Ziegert's sword game mixes offense and defense, but he knows he's gonna get cooked. His 10,000 flame skills are OP, but they drain mana way too fast. The Ring of Fire came in clutch, but he can't spam that cheat code forever. With only 3 weeks to blast off, our guy realizes he needs the deets on Haven Castle and a spicy attack skill to boost his deep. He decides it's time to level up his own stats. Later, Rayon hits up Glenn, asking if he can blow silver tags on a skill book. Our boy is like, heck yeah. Glenn says it's his call, but thought he'd save up to unban his mom. Rayon admits that was the OG plan, but after the Cebu drama, he saw he was only getting silver scraps, not gold. Flashback to Glenn saying it would be a total grind. He gets that only gold tags will fix Sylvia's rep. Instead of hoarding useless silver, he figures it's smarter to get buffed now so he can farm gold drops later. Glenn thinks that's big brain energy for Haven, then eats a book at him saying he can swap it if he's skeptical. The title Fangs of Insanity totally grabs Rayon. He's stoked, figuring if Glenn picked it, it's gotta be his. He snags it, and Glenn wishes him luck, mastering it. As Rayon turns to dip, Glenn stops him with a cue. Knowing Hoban Castle is sus, wasn't he scared to take the exam there? Why didn't he just say nope? Rayon explains. Fighting Eden woke him up. Glenn wants the tea. He says surviving a deathmatch gave him a year's worth of XP. He gets now that he needs to go beast mode in crazy spots to actually level up. Plus, he bets Rimmer wouldn't set them up to fail. It's gonna be a rough ride, but he figures the experience points will be worth it. Glenn drops a final tip. Get creative with the sword and open your mind. Rayon thanks him for the cheat codes. Suddenly, Rimmer pops out, yelling, that's exactly why he stands. Rayon, he loves it when a student gets his vibe. Unlike Baran or that sassy Martha, Glenn roasts Rimmer for being a trash teacher, dissing students behind their backs, and is shook that Rimmer let Rayon snag a gold tier skill like Fangs of Insanity. Rimmer jokes about Glenn being obsessed with his grandkid. Glenn says Rimmer yaps too much, but Rimmer claims he's been quiet. Still, he admits that move is savage and worries if Rayon can handle it. Now that he's handed off the manual, job's finished. Now it's on the kid to sink or swim. Rimmer smirks. Glenn talks tough, but that's just grandpa love right there. Glenn snaps back that if Rimmer's fit enough to sass, he's fit to catch hands. School's in session. Rimmer sweats, begging for a timeout, claiming he's fragile, but Glenn just winds up for the punch. Outside, Rayon jumps at the sound of a massive smack. Later, our boy eyes the book. Is this really worth a silver tablet? Fangs of Insanity, just like the name screams. It's a top-tier, instinct-driven style. Pure offense, ripping into throats like a savage beast. You can't learn this junk from a textbook. You gotta bleed for it in real combat. So Rayon fought everyone, non-stop, right up to the final exam. He refused to quit until he leveled up his game. When everyone else dropped, our guy finally started to get the insanity vibe just before heading out. Exam Eve. Rayon chills, while Jadil patches up his battered frame. She asks why he's so wrecked lately, pushing this hard before the big test. She adds that Lady Sylvia's gonna flip if she sees this damage. He admits he went hard. Daily brawls were the only way to learn. Is that why you need my help? He just nods. Before she goes, Rayon's got a truth bomb to drop. She listens. He admits the poison worm thing. Total lie. Did you know? She says not 100%, but yeah, kinda. She remembers being terrified at first, too scared to doubt the worm threat, but living here, feeling the vibe. It changed her. He treated her like a human, never asking for favors, even helping her dodge heat from the bosses. Seeing him guard Lady Sylvia, spotting that look in his eyes, she figured it was just an act. But she wasn't totally sure until this moment. Why? Tell me. She says watching him changed her too. He played cool, but she saw the real feelings underneath. That day he raged out. She was ready to take a bullet for the Then seeing the Haben Castle notes she gathered, she realized she wanted to help. Our hero gives her a solid thanks. Then she spills the tea. She lost her brother when they were sold. No clue where he is. But she obeyed orders, hoping to reunite. She tears up, dropping a sorry. Rayon shocks her. I'll save your brother. Promise. He's like, look, as long as Karun is obsessed with me, we're totally gonna clash again. And when that drama goes down, he swears he'll find her Sib or die trying. Pinky promise. Judeel hits him with a can. I ask you something? He nods. Why'd you spill the tea on the rage worm? I could have totally snitched to Karun. Our guy keeps it 100. Because I knew you wouldn't backstab me. She rolls her eyes at the cheesy line, but simply asks, so, what's the move now? I'm riding with you, Judeel vows. Just tell me what to do. Boss. Rayon tosses her the keys to the annex. Hold down the fort while I'm gone. You got this. Next morning rolls around. It's crunch time, the big graduation exam. Rimmer rounds up the squad. Your mission, survive solo for 1 year. Don't die. Pull that off, and you guys will level up big time. Rimmer makes Rayon give the valedictorian speech. Ugh! Still, our main dude steps up to the mic to address the crew. They say if you survive your first brawl, you're basically Our first real scrap was random, but guess what? We're all still breathing. When things got dicey, we stuck together. That's exactly why we'll keep crushing it, getting buff, and repping the 5th training ground like legends. He yells, win, stay alive, let's roll. Hype levels maxed out. Rimmer watches, thinking, yeah, I knew this kid was built different. It's not just that he's got mad skills. Dude's chill, got a big heart, and grinds harder than anyone else here. In their last duel, Rayon even unlocked Fangs of Insanity. Total shocker. Rimmer only fought him because Rayon had already coded the entire class. And somehow, Rimmer was the one who ended up needing a band-aid. The nerve, he smirks. Come back in one piece. Kid, be the king, I know you are. Alright, time to salute the boss. They thank Rimmer, and he waves them off. Go get strong, ya Roscos. Dorian whispers to Rayon, I'm gonna hustle hard, ... So don't you dare flop this year? Martha chimes in with the same vibe. I owe you one. Die on me, and I'll resurrect you, just to kick your butt. Rayon sighs. Do these guys know how to speak without being weird? Running quietly slides him a snack beat ice cream. Gross, but sweet. He blinks. Whoa, are you sure you want to give up this gold? I'm stocked up, she mumbles, wishing him luck before drifting away. While Rayon waves goodbye, he sees Dorian chilling on the floor. Let's move, Rayon says. Dorian whines. Why do I have to tag along to Haben? Pit stop first, our hero explains. He literally drags Dorian. We're hitting the merchant city. Chameleon, gotta grab some epic loot before we hit the war zone. Cut to Cameloon's market. It's packed. Rayon, his buddy Dorian, are dodging tourists, hunting for specific gear. There's junk everywhere, but our boy can't find the good stuff, making him think the real treasures are hidden in the shady black market. Suddenly, Dorian snaps. Yo boss, what are we even looking for? 'Cause it ain't in these basic shops. He jabs a thumb at a shop, groaning. We've walked forever. You going in, or just staring? He grills Dorian. You know the Cameloon underground scene? Dorian nods. Oh. Rayon's curious. First time here? How did you find the secret spots? Dorian smirks, spilling the tea. I look basic, but my fam is rich merchant royalty. I know things. Rayon gets it. That explains Dorian's whole vibe. He knew the kid had layers, but didn't peg him as a trade prince. Secret's out, so no need to be cringe and hide it. Thinking fast, he says, let's hit the black market. ASAP. Need a secret way in? Dorian warns. You got a map? Luckily, he recalls Rimmer leaking the info. Dorian's cool with that. He didn't know about the market casino, but figures Teach knows the shady spots. They sneak through the secret door, entering the massive underground mall. Dorian's shook. It's huge and weirdly squeaky clean. Tidy as heck. Think your loot is actually here? He asks. Let's check the catalog, our guy says. They grab a bench, Rayon scanning the list. Boom. Found it. The black butterfly. No shocker, it's up tonight. Start bid. 10 gold coins. Dorian eyes the tag. Pricey, you really buying that? We could drain our travel cash. He sighs, but that's too sketch. He figures they gotta hit a pawn shop to stack cash. Let's roll. Dorian? Where to? Dorian asks. He gets the intel. Pawn shop. Rayon's selling junk to get rich before the bid. Hour later, Dorian's like done. But Rayon's just window shopping. Rayon shrugs. Got time to kill. Hunting for epic gear. He's got cash now, but spots zero good loot. Real treasure looks like trash to noobs, he claims. Deciding the shop is a bust, he says. Let's bail to the auction. Heading out, he freezes. That ring looks sus familiar. Is that the Ziggurat boss's bling? Saw it in a flashback from the 10,000 flame skill. Wild seeing it here. He walks up. How much for the shiny? Owner hypes it. Buffs, strength, clears mind. 5 gold coins. Dorian gasps. Calling scam. Bro, you definitely paid silver for that. Super salty. Dorian argues that if that mind-clearing buff was legit worth 5 gold, this ring would be in a boutique, not this sketchy stall. He seriously doubts the strength. Boost is actually decent, implying it's trash compared to an ogre gauntlet or ring. Plus, the design is super basic, covered in nasty cracks, and honestly, probably not even real gold. Dorian claims nobody would grab it even from a dumpster. He counters with a single gold coin. The shop guy, realizing the gig is up, awkwardly takes the deal. Rayon hypes Dorian up for those savage haggling skills. Suddenly, Wrath pops up, hinting the ring has secrets and mocking Dorian's scary bargaining face. Our hero can't help but think Dorian's a sales genius, even if his appraisal skills are kinda trash. Still, pretty solid haul for the day. Just then, a masked girl and her sidekick roll up, asking if Rayon already paid. He gives a quick nod, deal's done. She offers 10 times the price, figuring a broke adventurer like him must be desperate for quick cash. Dorian is totally shook, and even the shopkeeper starts wondering if he accidentally sold the treasure. Dorian is practically begging to sell. Despite the temptation, Rayon realizes she knows what this bling is actually worth. It's likely worth over 100 gold coins. He hits her with a polite, nope. She cranks it up to 20, then 30 times the price, but he doesn't budge. Even at 50 gold, Rayon passes, saying he hates giving up his loot, no matter the payout. Hurt Butler steps in, warning him that saying no brings big trouble. Chill as ever, our guy replies that he won't be bullied by status symbols and tells him to quit annoying him. Losing patience, the girl demands the ring before she stops playing. Nah. Rayon notices the mood switch, wondering if she's just flexing her rich kid privilege. She threatens him, saying the world is dangerous for nobodies who refuse to bow down. Unbothered, he tells her. He's bouncing if she's done talking, then simply walks off. She snaps at her butler, Satyr, that they're hitting the auction house next. She knows Rayon is going there and swears to outbid him on everything. Inside, the auctioneer sells a necklace for 70 gold, followed by a silver mana stone and a flame ring. Nothing so far grabs attention, and he's just waiting for that black butterfly to show up. Finally, the host reveals the rare black butterfly, noting it eats mana stones and is super hard to keep. The bidding kicks off. At 2 gold coins, bumps to 7, and then our boy drops a bid of 13, hoping to scare off the competition. Out of nowhere, the masked girl screams 50 gold coins. The host freaks out at the record price and slams the gavel for her. She tells Satyr to leave, convinced she just stole the one thing Rayon actually wanted. She announces she is totally done dealing with him. Dorian spots the girl again. She's throwing major shade now. Zero chill. He panic asks the plan, since waiting for another emo butterfly could take forever. Rayon's like, relax, says they need to grab some stealth gear outside. Dorian, totally confused, wonders why the rush. Then Rayon drops the bomb. I'm swiping it back. Dorian's floored. Look, every top-tier hitman has a gimmick. Speed, slick moves, or just being sharp. But back in the day, Rayon was the sneakiest pro. He mastered Chatterless Steps, literal ghost mode. Thought he'd retired that move for his new life, hoping to learn cooler, holier moves instead. Nope. Fate said, no. 10 minutes ago, Dorian coughed up the ninja suit. Our boy gives him props for finding sick gear so fast, then asks about the masked girl. Dorian freezes up, making Rayon raise an eyebrow. Finally, he spills. Locals say she's actually Princess Janna of Balar. Big deal. Not only is she a magic prodigy since diapers, she's got a freakish talent for spotting loot. Daddy King loves her for it. Since she's royalty, he begs to bail and wait for a better shot. Dorian figures she's basically a VIP here. But our guy argues the auction house is still checking the goods. And unlike some, Rondo guessed, her stuff hasn't hit her room yet. It's prime time for a heist, while the market technically owns it. Rayon yells BRB and bolts, ignoring Dorian. Hiding behind a door, he realizes he was right. Princess's loot is just sitting outside her suite. The guard grumbles about some idiot dropping 50 gold on a useless bug. His buddy, distracted by cards, tells him to quit whining and play. Rayon spots the butterfly. Staff is close, but totally zoning out. Those bugs need air, or they croak, so it's in a cage. Rayon gets an idea. The bug loves pure mana stones. It's addicted to the stuff, but once it smells the 10,000 flames, Mana which is way pure it'll bust out itself. Rayon leaks some mana. The bug escapes and lands right on his palm. Boom. A guard finder notices the empty cage. The other guy, still glued to his cards, takes a second to process the disaster. Panic mode ensues for them, while our hero goes away with the goods. Meanwhile, Dorian sweating bullets. If the young master gets busted, it's a massive international incident. Heart pounding. He regrets not tackling Rayon. Then, he hears his voice. Dorian flinches, asking when the boss spawned back in. Just landed. Our guy chills. Dorian's eyes pop. Mission complete. Rayon flexes the loot bag. Butterflies secured. Let's dip to our room. Midwa, they run smack into that masked lady. She blocks the path. Oh look, it's Rayon. Bet you're salty right now. She claims there is zero chance he can outbid her cash. Trade me that ring for the butterfly. Use your brain, she warns. This is your final shot. Our boy gets ticked off. I already said, hard pass. She giggles, claiming he's too dumb to see her mercy. Then she flips the switch, threatening to hurt him if he bought. Suddenly, auction guy busts in. Princess. The butterfly went, poof. Some thief totally swiped it. Our hero smirks. Oh snap. Looks like you're the one in trouble. Princess connects the dots fast. It's gotta be Rayon. Mainly, 'cause of that troll smile. Game recognizes game. Zero proof. But she knows he's guilty as sin. Screaming thief. She pulls the "Do you know who I am?" card. Rayon shrugs. Nope, and I don't care. Mask drops. I'm Princess Gianna of Below. Watch your tone, peasant. She sicks her butler on him like an attack dog. Unbothered, our boy squares up, ready to school these clowns. He folds the butler instantly, leaving him kissing the floor. Princess is shook, screaming at her guy for losing to a nobody. Right then, Greer spawns in, spotting Rayon. Yo, that's the Ziggurat sword genius. He tells her. Ziggurat rolls with a scary king of the north. It clicks. Blonde hair, red eyes, just like Rayon has. The penny drops, and she starts panicking hard. Our main guy turns back. What did you just call me? Thief. Is Ballard trying to start a war with Ziggurat right now? Rayon offers her one out. Apologize, and I'll blame it on you being a noob. Terrified, she stammers that she had zero clue who he was. He warns her. Say sorry, or he'll officially report her for the slander and all the shade she threw. She cracks, bawling her eyes out and begging for mercy. He accepts it. Cool, we don't need to make this a big drama. Leaving, Greer warns her to chill and not embarrass her kingdom. Later, Greer asks if he interrupted. Ron shakes his head, glad he came. Greer tells him to ignore Jana, promising to scold her later. Our boy says thanks. Then Greer asks what Rayon's actually doing in Cameloon. Rayon says he's on a quest. Weird for a Zyhart to be this far out. Young Master explains he's taking his final exam and needs gear. Greer's hyped about the exam. What loot are you hunting? Rayon's like, desperate for a new blade. My old one's practically a relic now. Greer points him to a sick forge out west. Check the smith's skills. I'll hook you up with a VIP intro, but I can't tag along. Got my own quests? Rayon fist bumps him. Thanks for the hookup, dude. Greer dips. Catch you and Owen later. Break a leg. Dorian exhales. You're nuts, but Greer saved our butts. Calculated risk. Our hero smirks. With a sprinkle of luck, we rolling to the shop right now. Dorian asks. Nah. Tomorrow, Rayon says. Got secret biz tonight. Night hits. He's chilling alone in his room. Butterfly lands. Showtime. Little buddy, he whispers. This bug eats mana. Bug gets a tummy ache. Well, the Tootin' Flower is totally monostarved forever. Smash them together. Both curses just go poof. Flower chugs the mana straight from the butterfly, turning into a god-tier potion of fire and ice vibes. Bet nobody else knows this cheat code, Rayon thinks. Only knows because of those 10,000 flame memories. Ding. System alert pops up right on cue. One Frosker strand, totally delete. Mana pipes are tough. Willpower, just skyrocketed. Plus, every single stat just leveled up. Down the hatch. Then he checks the buffed stats screen. Morning comes. Let's bounce, Rayon tells Dorian. Dorian sees the vibe shift. Whoa, what happened last night? He's shook. Like, totally floored. He used to wonder how Rayon grinded so hard, even when the fam treated him like total garbage. But hanging out with him changed his mind. Rayon's the realest Ziggurat at the training ground. That's why the squad, even though they're split, are still Team Rayon all the way. Rayon's buff enough to fix Dorian's fam drama too. But that ain't the only reason he tags along. He zones out till Rayon yells, Yo Earth to Dorian. Grab the sword, then we jet. Rayon barks. Keep up, we've got a serious trek ahead of us. Dorian vows to get swole right by Rayon. Sigh, knowing it's all Gucci if he sticks close. On my way, he finally hollers back. Rayon grins. Fixing your trash form on the way to Haboon. Dorian gulps. Is this gonna hurt? They hit up a tiny workshop, dropping Sir Greer's name at the door. The smith goes, Wait, you mean Prince Owen? The third one. Rayon nods. Yeah, Greer said this place is legit. Old guy's skeptical. Then he actually looks at Rayon. Looks like a kid, but his skills stomp Greer's. Sharp, heavy, like a veteran blade. You're always weird. The Smith grunts. You a Z. Dorian shook. Asterisk, how'd this geezer know? Then Wrath pops up. See, a real Smith knows a pro just by looking. Zip it, Rayon snaps. Met tons of sword guys, Gramps says. None like you. My bad. Rayon introduces himself. Dorian follows suit. Name's Kabarad, the Smith replies. Just an old fossil swinging a hammer, 'cause I ain't dead yet. That name rings a massive bell. Kabarad, Yatin, guys, famous across the whole map. Rayon didn't think he'd find a legend in this dump. Kabarad asks, so, why you here? Need a blade for the road, Rayon says. Gramps asks about forging. Nah, Rayon says. Not a swordsman yet. Someone else promised my first real one. Let me guess. Kabarad smirks. Vulcan? Rayon nods. Gramps cackles. So Vulcan unretired for you. I ain't stealing Vulcan's dibs on a client. Just grab a temp sword then? Kabarad shrugs. I don't make junk. Pick whatever. Me too, Dorian asks. Sure, kid, says the Smith. Thanks. They start digging through the stash. Rayon's impressed. Even the scraps here are Then, he spots it. A wicked red blade. Dorian's brain is frying. Too many epic choices. Gramps nods at him. Bad vibes. He spins around, Rayon's holding the red one. Drop I. That thing's cursed. It'll possess you. Dorian blinks. Is it that serious? But the old man's freaking out about the aura. Then his jaw drops. The curse bounces right off Rayon. Wrath explodes. You trash. How dare you? Trying to hijack the king, I'll shatter you. Chill, Rayon sighs. Chill, you'd be toast without me. Wrath yells. Rayon rolls his eyes. I'm not yours, and a weak sword like this can't touch me. Kabarad stares. Kid, ... You good? I'm Gucci, Rayon shrugs, but this shank is definitely sus. It's cursed trash, Gramps warns, cueing the tragic flashback. So, down south in Siren, folks worshipped this magic tree, total chill zone. Everyone was super wholesome. Then, the white blood cult raided, killed half, snatched the rest. Kabarad heard the news, and forged a dagger from the tree to honor the dead homies. But the second it was done, the thing glowed red with pure rage, overriding the good vibes. Nobody could handle the toxicity. Until our boys stepped up, gripping it. Rayon downloads the village's tragic backstory. Pure salt, big mad energy, and tears. How could those cult weirdos do em so dirty? He wonders. Knowing there's drama left, Rayon vows. Can't chase him. But if I see those creeps, I'll let this blade get its payback. He tells the sword to join the party. Gramps feels the vibes chill out. Did it just simp for him? Rayon gets that the sword is a ghost pacifier for angry spirits. He adds it to inventory, dubbing it the Blade of Requiem. He thanks the Smith for the cracked gear. Didn't think I'd score a main sword in a special drop? Don't sweat it. The old man grins. Seeing a pro flex my work is all the payment I need. Pull up to Zygarde anytime, Rayon says. We got bet. Just make sure you become a legend first, Gramps replies. They dap up and bounce. Gramps thinks, thought he was just a talented noob, but he tamed that cursed dagger like it was nothing. He reached full sync. Bro is built different. Nah, his potential is actually broken. The Zygarde fam is gonna trend worldwide again. On the road, Dorian whines. Bro, we left Cameloon for this icebox. As the white void gets boring, Rayon announces, we hear Haben Castle looms. Graduation exam site found? He notes. Dorian gags. Ooh, smells like sweaty gym socks. Wrath cheers. Smells like victory and violence. Hype. Rayon rolls his eyes. Why so pumped? It was an easy walk. Dorian can't believe his ears. Easy. It was basically Antarctica. You made us march like robots. Ignoring all my complaining. You roasted my form all day, even during my sleep. Dorian mumbles. Zero sleep on the road, yet Rayon calls this a breeze. Dude must be hallucinating. Even Wrath is ticking. For once, the moron makes sense. He chill with the training. He whines. Even a king needs his beauty sleep. Just then, the massive gates creak apart. And out steps Styrian, looking like he eats nails for breakfast. You, the new hires. You're late, he barks. I'm your boss, so listen up. From this second on, your sorry butts belong to me. Rayon grins. Totally Tyrion eyes the shaky kid, but Rayon waves it off. Ignore him. He's always dramatic. Tyrion shrugs. Move it. Don't fall behind. Rayon basically hauls Dorian inside. Walk you baby, please. I want to go home. Dorian sobs. Rayon looks around. Yikes. The rumors didn't do this dump justice. Battered walls, patchwork repairs, and soldiers looking like walking zombies. The air reeks of metallic blood and charred remains stuck to the brick. Judiel's intel was spot. Kinda crazy to think about though. She's never stepped foot here, yet dug up all this dirt so fast. Nearby, a girl squints at the duo. Fresh meat. She wonders, Mercs? Maybe. Michua, working the local frost branch. Hey kid, quit staring and help me open up, her boss yells. She snaps out of it, rushing to assist the geezer. Inside, Tyrion snaps a salute. Commander, the new recruits are here. He presents the mercenaries, secretly Zegart, trainees in disguise. Millen nods. Welcome to Haven. I run this fortress, he states flatly. Rayon raises an eyebrow. Does this guy already know the truth about us? That's Milland, the giant of the north. Held the line here for 20 years. Legend. Wrath hums. Now that is a warrior's stare. Haven't seen grit like that in Rayon blinks. Even the lazy king picked up on it. That 1,000-yard stare only comes from decades of surviving hell. Your background stays in this room, Milan says. To everyone else, you're nobodies. I see why that elf tossed you, here to toughen up. But this isn't school. No lessons. Just freezing cold and constant fighting. If you want a cozy bed, turn around and march out right now. Dorian's hand shoots up. Wait, can I actually leave? He sounds serious. Rayon cuts in. We're staying. We came for power, not a vacation. Milan smirks. Gutsy, let's see if you're still talking like that in a week. You're grunts now. Lowest of the low. You start at the bottom. He snaps his fingers at his aide. Charles, dump these two in the 3rd scouting squad. Charles nods. Done. Scrub floors, fight monsters you, do it all. He waves them off. Show him their bunks. So Rayon nods as they get marched out. Once they're gone, Tyrion frowns. I don't trust M-Boss. Milland leans back. Oh how? One's shaken like a leaf, and the other looks like he's on a field trip. It's unnatural. He figures they're dead weight. I mean Rayon's rocking a flower bracelet. Not exactly screaming fearsome warrior vibes. He suggests they ditch him before it gets messy. Milland's all, don't judge a book, dude. Reminds Tyrion, they both survived Zigart's insane boot camp from hell. Says they should chill and watch how they roll first. Charles nods. But Milan's confused why the bi-weekly report homework on these two. Charles asks if Rimmer wrote that, but nope. Milland says it came straight from Zigart H. Charles freezes. That means the Northern Conqueror himself asked. Whoa. Bose confirms he's got a stalk there every move. Totally unprecedented weirdness. Lord Glenn is just super confused by what the big guy wants. Meanwhile, Ryan shook. Dorian pimped their room while he was just peeing. Swears the place was a dungeon 5 seconds ago. And asks where the bling came from. A gold curtain. Really? Dorian's like, packed it all. Bruh, always prepared. Rayon asks if he's got color options. Dorian nods. Curtains are life. Obviously. Then he quizzes Rayon on his fave colors. Hero just stares at that magic bag like, what is that? Suddenly, some dude barges in. You guys done unpacking? Says he's Raiden, boss of the 3rd Scout Squad, their new babysitter. Seeing the total mess, Raiden barks at M2. Gear up. Orders are already in time to roll. Back at Zygarde, Glenn wonders why Rimmer's crashing his place. Reimer grins, bringing up the Hushush banquet, meant to. Tess Rayon says he's shocked. Glenn actually gives a crap about his grandson. Figures Lone spilled the beans, despite the zip it order. But Rimmer brags. But Rayon snagged that 2-tone flower during the Tiger Bandit raid and slurped it up. Also, totally bruised that snobby Balar princess's ego. Glenn's like, stealing and ticking off royalty isn't exactly a party, dude. Rimmer claps back to. Rayon didn't start it. She poked the bear, he just poked back. Bets nobody at the banquet figures out how he swiped the butterfly. Bummer alert. Rimmer finds out Glenn already called the boys home. Buzz, flabbergasted, he asks. Aren't you curious? He got a sword from Coop. Glenn says they were only sent out. Dodge family drama. Drama's over. Come back. Curveball Rimmer knows Glenn's getting Haven Castle intel. Lone whispers fast. Wasn't me. Swear. Rimmer won't shut up. Nuge Chet Haven. Just tell Rayon he's the goat already. Adds that if they keep vibing like this, the annex drama ends. And things with Sylvia get chill too. Glenn rages. Stands up. Time to school Rimmer. Dude tries to bail with lame excuses, but still catches hands and screams his head off. Meanwhile, back at Haven Castle, Rayon swears he heard someone screaming. Soon, Raiden drags the boys to Mount's total frozen hellscape with monsters. But hey, nice view. Raiden decides it's pop quiz time. To check their skills, he points at some snow tracks and asks, what are those? Dorian's like, maybe an ice troll. But our guys, like, nah, trolls have huge humanish feet. These aren't deep enough. He notes the tracks definitely come from a 4-legged critter, probably a Carry Mountain goat. Raiden's shook. He asks if Rayon knows when they were made. Since the ground's soft, Rayon says, less than 1 day. Go west, we catch it. Then Raiden points at a scratched up tree. Our hero chills and says there. from a dire wolf clawing up the place to claim its turf. But the wolf that did this, already, toast. He explains wolves don't move spots. Old marks mean the beast is history. Raiden's blown away. Usually, newbies in the squad get roasted to prove they know nothing about the real world. But plot twist? Raiden's actually a genius, so the prank totally failed. Raiden eyes Dorian and tells him to ID the tracks on the branch he's holding. Dorian whines, but Raiden forces him to guess. Meanwhile, our boy scans the area with his OP senses. His true soil sword lights up, auto-scanning and beaming info into his brain, just like it did back when they arrived, slurping up energy from dead monsters and feeding it to him. That's how he got his spirit powers. Suddenly, Wrath pops up. Salty. Why use that? Junk instead of my king's sense. It's way better. Hero chills and says, Sword's got this. Don't need your help. Wrath gets annoyed. That sense is just a tiny fraction of my power. Way better than that stick. Rayon asks for proof. Wrath flexes. I was the strongest demon king. Bro. Rayon shrugs. Since that power comes from a body snatcher, who knows what the side effects are? Wrath pauses, then says, Relax, kid. This new move just uses the cold energy you've already got. Rayon freezes. Wait, is this a free upgrade? Later, he sits tight while Wrath breaks down the Glacia move. Basic humans can't learn this. Only those with pure ice vibes. He warns it's a grind to master. Focus and chill your brain. Our boy has to sync his inner chilled with the cold outside and just feel it. After zoning in, bro notices Wrath's chill vibes melting into the snow. But Wrath's like, nah, fake news. We're both ice cold deep down. He shows Ray linking these vibes is the real deal. Dude's stumped. Never thought to hack the freeze like this before. Click said he's got to visualize the link inside his head. Boom. Instant zoom hack. Far stuff feels right here. Basically, the Frost turns into his own personal spy radar. Minutes later, his body lags, but his senses get a mega buff. Spots Dorian, Ren, and a direwolf snagging a fresh snack. Wild that he can spy on not just their location, but their moves. Then, major red flags pop up, and he books it to tell Radon a shark mole is incoming fast. Raiden doubts it, thinking sea mobs don't spawn on this mountain. But boom, shark moles pop up facing them. Raiden yells to bail and warn the crew. Bad lucky trips, and the mole growls like dinner time. Ray swings his blade, blocking the beasts so Raiden can scream as he knows Raiden is still sus, but yells at him to just trust the steel. Raiden grabs Dorian and dips, warning Ray. The mobs jump, our boy. Luckily, he parries with his rabid fang blade, and realizes this weapon is totally overpowered. No aura needed, just pure sword skills keeping him back. His chill vibe syncs with the area of boof, his cuts and letting him read their moves. He knows mastering these hacks needs real-world grinding. He slashes away, getting comfy with the fang and the ice. Our guy levels up fast, admitting hitting Havun Castle was the best play for farming XP. Raiden brings the cavalry back, only to see Ray already wiped the floor with those mobs. He's shook cause those beasts usually wreck whole squads. Our dude sees Raiden is totally gagged, unable to talk, cause his doubt almost got the whole crew wasted. Shockingly, Raiden bows, saying sorry and thanks for the carry. Admits he choked on trust and made things risky, giving mad props. Ray replies he would done the exact same if a sketchy noob joined his squad. Raiden sees Ray's legit vibe, making our boy sweat a bit. Now Raiden thinks the new guy's a literal guardian angel. To hype up the rookie's win, Raiden orders a tavern meet. Later, the whole crew crashes the pub. One grunt outs our main character. Soloed M at 17, but Raiden shuts him down fast. Meanwhile, Wrath is all about the snacks. Yelling that pineapple on pizza's lit, but bro acts like it's sus. Dorian totally roasts his buddies. Whack taste, admitting that pizza is straight up nasty. Then UA pops up, hypes his looks, and points at the menu. Scanning the list, dude realizes Wrath is thirsty for mint choco chip. He's meh, but UA swears their local casamint is straight fire. Devildorm nags Rayon about that secret hack, so bro caves and orders a scoop. Still weird a pub serves sugary stuff. The squad asks how he soloed 6 shark moles at once. One guy's shocked he's OP, but thanks him for the save. They bet he'll level up fast. And when a chill before he's famous, bro's awkward with the hype. UA finally drops the mint choco bomb, and Wrath geeks out, claiming it's cold and sweet just like him. Then, Argaia asks if there's other hacks for Wrath is shook he knew, saying Glacia isn't just a radar, it's for maxing out chill energy and power. Ran realizes he can attack and defend with it. He hears it takes a year to see results, but a year sucks, so he bets Wrath he'll nail it in 6 months. Wrath stalls since he loses a lot, but at 5 months, deal. Fun night over. Ryan heads back to the dorms. As the boys bounce, Slides him pineapple cookies made from pizza scraps. He says thanks. She says, hit her up for more. Meanwhile, Team 3 sprints toward Haven Castle to tell Milland about the troll mob. Next day, Rodin tells them to wipe out the trolls. Dorian freaks out since their first run was yesterday, but Radon says orders are orders. He recalls Milan got a ping this morning from Team to about trolls near Pit 4. 13 trolls, maybe more. Gotta move fast. Tarian said to squash the trolls before checking the shark moles at Pit 5. Milan tells Tarian to take the lead. Team and Mercs direct the trolls and scout. Randomly, the VP drags Team 3 along since he heard Rayon soloed the moles flawlessly. Figured the main guy would be handy. Back now, Raiden tells them to pack up and crash early. Raiden dips, and Dorian freaks about another run. No chill. Asks our guy if swords wreck ice. MC thinks cold makes them squishy. Aura swords slice easy. Just like other trolls, they heal crazy fast. Dorian's shaking, scared, stiff. Rayon says speed wins. He's still freaking out, so our hero has a plan. Fight me first. Trolls will seem lame after. Classic Dorian. He calls trolls weak and passes out cold. Next morning, Kate, Vice Commander, checks roll. Dorian looks wrecked. Ryan asks, but he says he's good. Beats fighting you. Some guy walks up. Beto, Wolf, Merc, Captain. Beto says his squad's itching for a fight. Fake handshake. Beto bounces to check his crew. Later, Wrath grumbles that he hates Beto. Snake eyes. Dude's totally sus. Our boy takes note. He got creeped out too. UA brings food. Troops hyper glow up and skills. Seeing the love. Our hero thinks she's the castle mascot. Surprise, UA gives some homemade jerky. He's lost. She says it's for his first run. Rayon head pats and says thanks. Tyrion yells to line up for the briefing. Mission: kill trolls, patrol MT, Sterling to North Sea. Hero sees Wrath looking super serious. Wrath denies it but feels bad vibes. Finally, the squad rolls out. Mercs make scouts tote their bags. Rude. Treat him like you're a girl, they joke. Wait, you're single. Ran wonders why the snow squad's so entitled. Raiden says fighters save energy for fighting. Scouts rank lower, so they gotta obey. Been this way since that squad showed up. Last time, scouts hauled gear and cleaned up. Rodon tells our boy to chill, or it gets harder. MC thinks it's nuts. Scouts risk it all for trash treatment. With the snow squad, there's zero team spirit. Ren says Cap Ediquil thinks this is fine. Ron decides to crush Ediquil and end the toxicity. Squad hits the spot, but shocker zero, ice trolls in sight. Raiden swears he saw 13 trolls lurking by the woods. Ediquil glares, ranting about scouts needing sword backup. Still, the VP tells the crew to split and hunt for tracks. Hours later, zilch, no. Our guy figures even sneaky trolls leave some crumbs. Rayon asks the boss if he can dig deeper. Ediquil cuts in, pitch a tent, and quit acting a fool. But Tyrion says, go for it, kid. Ignoring Ed's whining. While he scans with Glacia, boom, he spots him near Mount Sterling's icy valley. Ed screams, you trolling us? You sure about that? When Rayon nods, Ed flips out, claiming it's a bad prank. Heroes chill. I wouldn't joke now. Dude. Ed cools off, so Tyrion asks, how'd you know? Kid says he used energy. Radar a trick he picked up from a pro. Ed argues the valley is way too far for that magic. VP secretly agrees, newbie pulling that off. Nah. But Rayon's glowing red eyes look intense, making it hard to doubt him. VP recalls only one guy who owns the woods, like this. Rimmer. If Remmer taught him, totally legit. Bento pipes up. Cool, how long to get there? He says 30 mins, plus time to get set. Bento's shook that he already planned the attack. Grinning, he tells VP to go, since they have 2 hours. Ed hates it. But Tyrion yells, move out, let's crush this threat early. Ed's still salty, so our guy bets him. If he's right, Snow Squad gotta show respect, carry their own junk, and do chores. If wrong, Rayan's Ed's slave. Ed agrees, smirking. They march to the valley. Suddenly, a hooded dude spies on M. He's freaked, they're beelining for the trolls. Confused how they found M with no tracks. Panicking, he decides to stall them. Then, he summons beasts for a better trap. Out of nowhere, the troops run smack into trolls. Ediquil is super salty that Rayon spotted the trolls from miles away. Our boy strolls up. Yo Edquil, remember the bet. Your squad is on trash duty forever. He expects you to pay up, Cap. Edquil rages, but Tyrion steps in. Chill, Rayon saved our butts. Focus up. Tyrion gets everyone hyped and screams. Light him up. Trolls turn into pincushions and start wobbling. Don't let him heal, the boss yells. Swordsmen rush in to finish the job. Rayon nods. Okay, that formation isn't total garbage. But Bado, dude's a beast. Went from chill to zero chill psycho mode. Real quick. Dorian nudges Rayon. Bruh, why aren't you diving in? We're babysitting scouts. He shrugs. Just chill. Plus, he's got a special boss fight loading. Scouts get the ping. Support from the back. Raiden yells. Tanks front. Ranger skite. Go. He's loving it. The squad, basically. Spawn camped the trolls before they could rage. Raiden thinks about a reward. Then his spidey sense he spins around Elite Warrior and Shaman. Incoming. Warrior jumps right. He freezes, but the boys save his bacon. Heads up, Beta warns. These mobs are high level. Boom. Magic rains down. The shaman's cheesing from the high ground. The VP screams at the snow crew to tank the warrior while scouts silence that wizard. As Raiden tells the boys to reload, some hooded creep shoots. Ice spikes. Rayon steps in, shattering the ice. Raiden's jaw drops. Masked guy slow claps. Not bad. Noobs, not bad at all. The VP clocks the dude. Eden knew. He is absolutely fuming. Eden casts a massive spell. Cold Shadow Curse. I ain't going nowhere. Everyone gets hit by heavy lag, faceplanting into the snow. Massive deep. For the plan, Eden monologues. It's game over for you. Rayon just walks up and smacks him. Eden's shook. How are you moving? Bro, Rayon yawns. I grew up with way worse hacks than this. He unleashes Savage Fang Dance and goes ham on him. He lands a crit and laughs. Relying on cheats makes you weak. Scrub. Curse breaks. Ediquel's mind is blown. Rayon tanked. What the boss couldn't. Tyrion snaps too. Finish the trolls. Don't let Amri's. Fight's over. Tyrion grabs Eden. You failed the gank. Even he corners the guy, demanding info on the ambush. Talk or suffer. Eden just laughs, showing zero chill, and drops the truth bomb. His real game plan was splitting up Haven's squad. Mentions a final gift, then explosion rocks the castle. While the blast echoes, Eden's like, yeah, Haven falls today. Soldiers freak out watching smoke rise from the base. Raiden flips. Wait, isn't that place totally invincible? Meanwhile, Blue Spirit Eden admits the ambush was bait for Since that flopped, he switched to plan B, summoning a troll mob to wreck Haven via magic. Bet those trolls are trashing the place right now. Tyrion decks him. A few trolls can't take us down, dummy. Rayon backs him up. If Milan's home, the fort is safe. Suddenly, Spirit Boy busts out laughing, and the ground shakes hard. The soldiers are super confused. But RMC knows this isn't just Mother Nature acting up. Eden Flex is his perfect setup. You guys got played the whole time. Claims nobody can stop it. Just watch the fall from here. Manic laughter intensifies. Tyrion's done. Instantly deletes Eden. Orders everyone back to Haven. ASAP, castle's already burning. Inside, Milan yells, prioritize saving the villagers. Squad 1 on fire duty. Squad 2 blocks the ice trolls. Luckily, Tyrion rolls up with the whole crew. Milan updates them. Ice troll ambush. You guys see anything weird? Tyrion, says Eden, set it up. They dusted the blue. Spirit summoner, but warns, quakes mean the enemy has more planned. Milan argues, taking Haven is pointless. But Terry says, chaos triggers monster waves early. With trolls, monsters, and quakes. Massive wave inbound, guaranteed. Soldiers start sweating, thinking, the busted castle can't handle a monster wave. Milan shouts, chill out, stop acting like cowards. Reminds them, Haven is the Iron Fortress, the continent's shield. If we fall, our fams and friends lose their protection. Drops a hype speech, fight for your loves, not just yourselves. Morale shoots through the roof, leaving Rayon stunned by the boss. Leadership, Milan assigns cleanup duty, then leads the rest to the walls. Tells Dorian and MC to hang back and help inside. Tyrion says, nah, bring him to the wall. Milan pauses. They'll get wrecked in the first wave. Terry hits back. Hero one-shot the spirit. Dorian's chill. Don't sleep on these guys, seriously. Milan drags Rayon and Dorian up the wall for defense duty. Up top, a scout spots something totally wild. Incoming, Milan looks and is absolutely shook. Bento asks Ed Quill. Seen this? Ed admits, nope. Seeing the mob, Ryan remembers Rimmer calling the castle a forever war zone where he'd fight creeps from the North Sea and MT Sterling with zero chill or breaks. Back to now. A huge troll tsunami is rushing them. Milan needs specs, so he asks about enemy numbers. Korean sees 1,000 but guesses 10,000 are hiding. Rayon is totally freaked out, realizing even his super senses can't count that high. Milan checks if he knows waves. Our guy says, kinda. He remembers that blocking waves always means heaps of casualties, so squads go out early to prep and save lives. Stuff gets fixed, but you can't respawn real people. So now, his main quest is saving the squad. Monsters scream. Milan yells, swords up, no fear. He hypes them up. Haven vets can totally crush this. He lifts his blade, promising drinks after the dub. Tanks and spears grab the front row seats. Archers up top make it rain on signal, but then a scout screams about a boss orc rushing the gate. Soldiers fail to block it. Milan steps up. I got the gate, fam. Orcs start climbing. Soldiers get told to blast them with aura when they pop up. One ugly dude makes it over. A soldier screams for backup. Luckily, our boy zips in and one-shots him. Panting hard, he realizes this is total nightmare fuel. He's fragged hundreds, but the crowd isn't shrinking. Suddenly, brace yourselves. Orders fly out. A boom skull hits the wall. Kaboom! Our hero eats dirt, stressing about the others. He hears screams and sees dudes blown off the wall. Ready to help? He gets an aura from Milland. Stay put. Defend what's left. Sweat the small stuff. And we lose big time. Rayon gets it. Leave the wall equals game over. But since he's not the boss, he decides to just save as many brothers as he can. He eats himself off the wall to help, making Wrath call him crazy. Bro, you gonna survive down there? He admits it's insane but decides to max out his senses and just send it. Wrath yells at him for being emo, warning that he's walking into a funeral. Deep down, Rayon knows that bailing out is the smart play, but he swore to live as a Chad swordsman, not a sneak. Hyping himself up, he grabs his blade and shouts that nobody's getting past. Totally set on surviving this absolute nightmare. With grit, our boy starts slicing and dicing monsters like a blender. The fight drags on forever, hands shredded as he burns every last drop of mana. He just feels the blade chopping and sees nothing but gallons of red syrup. Time gets weird as that creepy red moon finally flickers out. Finally, he realizes he actually cleared the entire map. Meanwhile, a masked chick is stalking Rayon via her magic orb. She planned to wreck Haven Castle to snag that incarnated beast, but instead, she finds our guy's antics way more interesting. Morning hits, Rayon wakes up, remembering the castle, walls crumbling, and him barely hanging on till the cave opened. Suddenly, Yue zooms over, bawling her eyes out, cause he's finally up. Later, Dorian spills that everyone was freaking out, cause he was in a coma for 3 whole days. Nothing woke him up. They legit thought he kicked the bucket. Sweating bullets, our hero says, sorry for the scare, and thanks Dorian. But Dorian's like, nah, thank you a dude. Was glued to his side despite her crazy shifts at the tavern. Right then, Yue walks into the room with soup, saying to eat slow, cause she mashed it all up. Rayon gives her a big thanks for playing nurse. She grins, claiming it's just good customer service to look. After VIPs and hints he should come spend money now that he's alive. He jumps up, begging for greasy food at Branch of Frost tonight. Dorian, though, thinks he needs to prove to the squad that he's actually alive since everyone's been stressing out. Dorian opens the door, and the troops hail Rayon as the MVP. Totally hyped. A bunch admit they were scared. He was toast and thank him for saving their bacon. Some call him a legend for yeeting himself into the fight. One guy promises free booze. Another says he owes him big time. Totally shocked, our boy just stands there with his mouth open. Then Millen shows up, looking stoked to see Rayon breathing. He tells the crew that Monster Wave was massive, way bigger than normal. Usually, we'd be dead. But thanks to our MVP, who dove off the wall, nobody kicked the bucket this time. Millen stresses that even if Rayon's just a hired gun, the whole fort owes him big time, and gives a serious thanks. Just then, Etiquil steps up, leaving our guy totally confused. Etiquil totally owned up to getting Rayon wrong, thinking he was just some noob for hire. Even after watching him wreck shop, Etiquil admits he was still kinda salty about it. But seeing Rayon dive in to save the squad, that's peak main character energy. Then, Shakur Etiquil actually bows his head, says sorry for being a jerk. Then Milan shouts that this win calls for a massive party. Open bar and buffet for 3 whole days at Branch of Frost. Time to go wild. Guys, the troops sprint for the booze like they just Our boy grins at the chaos, but Milan's like, go have fun. I'll BRB after a quick chat. The VP and the big shots get called to tail Milan, while Dorian yells, save us a spot so we can start raging soon. In the meeting room, Milan asks, are we just gonna sit here and fanboy over Rayon? But Tyrion steps up. Nah, the dude needs the ultimate loot drop since he basically saved everyone's bacon. Milan's thinking bigger than Goldware talking the castle's holy grail. Rodin freaks out, thinking he means the Snowhorn sword, while Tyrion thinks Rayon's about to be crowned the new boss. Milan laughs. Chill. The sword is just a prop. I'm gifting the white soul armor made from that Orc Lord stone. That gear is worth way more than the sword. Honestly, but for the MV, it's the bare minimum they can do. Milan says he'll only sleep soundly if our boy is rocking that protection. Tyrion and Raiden, not hard. Like, totally legit gift for the guy who kept us alive. But Etiquil interrupts. Is this kid actually a normal merc? Because those moves, way to up for a random hire. He knows Rayon is built different and wants the deets on his background. Suddenly, Milan's like, "Sorry guys," and claims he can't spill the tea yet, but he swears our protagonist is the real deal and totally legit. Says Rayon will drop the truth bomb when he's ready. For now, just trust the dude. He's not on the dark side. Then he tells M to go party and hype up the new legend. 10 months flew by since Rayon first hit up Haven Castle. For our guy, it felt like forever and a second. Crazy times. He leveled up big time. Thanks to Kubarud's sword, he unlocked some serious spirit energy hacks. Survived a monster raid so gnarly, they called it Hell's Battlefield. Beating that unlocked a new Glacia skill, boosting his stats even more. Through all this drama, the Haven Castle crew became his ride or die squad. Word got out, and now the whole server knows this game. Everyone's gossiping about the hero of Haven Castle these days. Meanwhile, across the desert, Burn catches wind of the hype. Some green-haired dude spills the tea, telling him a blonde guy pulled an all-nighter saving people, snagging the titles Hero of Haven and Sword Demon. Burr gets totally hyped, realizing Rayon is leveling up like crazy. Green hair sits down. "Is that the guy you're trying to beat?" Burr nods. The dude's confused. "Why?" The grin, "You should be salty, since your rival is leaving you in the dust." "Nah," Burr says, "this makes it fun. Chasing a beast is better. If he gets buffed, I gotta get buffed too." Green hair smirks. "You two besties or something." Strictly rivals Burr shoots back. Across the Levane Desert, Martha catches the same gossip. Her aide says, word is Rayon solo carried the defense against that monster wave. Martha sighs. Seriously, does this guy have a level cap? Her aide rolls her eyes. Probably fake news. You're way stronger. You crushed those mobs yesterday. Remember, not enough, Martha insists. I can feel his power spiking from miles away. The aide looks worried. Who is this guy to make you stress like this? He saved my life once, Martha admits. Now he's my competition. Deep in Kadum jungle, someone brings up the wild story to run it. How does one guy jump walls and guard everyone in that mess? A short-haired girl waves it off. Just hype. A kid can't do that. She turns to Runnin. Real or fake? Runnin keeps her cool. It's true. He's definitely built for that. But you'd win, right? The girl asks. Runnin shakes her head. He gaps me. Mind and body. The crew is shook, knowing rep for speed running the jungle in 6 hours. A guy in a tree pipes up. You get weird when his name drops. He your rival. Runnin clarifies. I just want to be strong enough to stand next to him, not as a rival, but a partner who pulls her own weight. Meanwhile, our boy chills atop a snowy peak, grinding his Glacia skill. Every use makes his senses sharper. Now he's got Wahak seeing miles away with eyes shut. He remembers Wrath throwing a fit when he first unlocked this. But lately, Wrath's been quiet, staring at Mount Sterling. Sensing a chance, our hero tries to bait intel out of Wrath with a bet. Suddenly, Wrath offers his own wager. Rayon raises an eyebrow. What's the stakes? The test was to survive Haven for a year. Right, Wrath asks. Yep, our hero confirms. Only 2 months to go. I bet you won't last these final 2 months, Wrath says. Our boy laughs it off, but Wrath insists, I never lie. Bro Rayon shoots back. You lie all the time. Like that time? He asks if Wrath is Trepay, since that blue spirit got wrecked. Haven Castle is swarming with guards. Eden would be nuts to attack. If Eden has a brain cell left, he'll stay away. Rayon figures he just needs to cruise back to Z. He grins and takes the bet. Getting Wrath, all hype. 1 month flew by. Just one more till exams are done. Despite Wrath's doomsday talk, it's been dead quiet here. Wrath got so salty he actually yelled at Mount Sterling for being a lazy bum. Then, he spots a creepy amount of crows. Monster party nearby? Out of nowhere, he steps on something squishy. It's a frog, in this freezing cold. That ain't right. Boom, the ground starts shaking like crazy. And everyone starts freaking out, thinking it's a quake. Alarms, blast and scouts scream about a monster wave. Soldiers panic cause the timing is off, rushing the walls. Raiden grabs our boy. Let's move. We gotta warn the others. While the squad clashes with the beasts, they realize this horde is massive. Tyrion asks if Eden is pranking them again. It's too weird. But our main guy notices a vibe shift. They aren't trying to kill. They're running away from something way scarier. Wrath chimes in with a told you so and a warning. He says this is Rayon's karma for not listening. Nervous our boy asks, what's up? Wrath just says, too late. Big Bad woke up and knows we're all here. It won't stop until every single person here is toast. Dipping into the bracelet, Wrath mumbles about a sacrifice. Freaking out, Rayon screams, what sacrifice? What is it? But Wrath shuts up, saying he ain't gotta explain nothing to nobody. Our boy rushes to Commander Milland with a huge question. What's the play if an unbeatable boss shows up? Milland is shook. He didn't think R would ask that. He says they gotta fight regardless to save lives. Even if they die, they gotta buy time for the civilians. That's the whole point of this castle being here. A beast creeps up, but our boy drops it, realizing they're clueless. So running away early, not happening. For now, he just focuses on squashing the wave. Later, Ed Quill vibes something off about the monsters, and orders the squad to push while the beasts are confused. Then, our boy sees animals rushing the castle, just like the crows. Weird. Never seen a monster wave get this crazy before. Meanwhile, Millen barks at Tyrion, get everyone out. Even the Tyrion glitches for a sec, but yells move it, forcing him into gear. Then, he zaps a magic DM to Rayon. Bail, if this goes south? When our boy asks why, Millen says he gets in now. Save your skin, kid, you're going places. He promises the dude that his epic moves won't be forgotten around here. But Rayon clenches his jaw. No way he's ditching the squad. He ain't running solo. Suddenly, major creeps hit. It's been dark for over 12 hours. Horned dude rolls up, whining about being cold and over it. Says he just woke up and gotta delete everything. What a drag. Kid freezes. Wrath pops up. Took you long enough? Wrath drops the bomb. That guy? Sloth. Demon Lord of Lazy. Basically on my level. Millen's arm starts shaking. Total despair. Can't believe a monster like this is actually real. Rayon shook seeing a pro like Millen freak out like that. Being a master means he knows exactly how screwed they are. Wrath notes Sloth got buffed since leaving the demon who. Hero demands to know why Sloth is Hera. Thought only, Wrath crashed the party. Wrath's like you're too noob to get it. But, caves and spills the tea on Sloth's arrival. Goes. All that drama and fighting. Plus, Eden's noise shook the mountain and woke the beast. He was dozing off, but now, wide awake. Wrath tells a story. The demon world is chaotic. Sleep openly. You're dead meat? But Sloth and App King became a lord anyway. He'd wreck anyone who ruined his beauty sleep, flattening annoyances for 1,000 years straight. Now, he's here to delete his alarm clocks. When the kid asks if there's a way to stop him, Wrath says heavy hitters make Sloth bail. Our hero's confused? Like, doesn't he smash anyone who wakes him up? Wrath explains. Long fights kill his vibe. He hates that more. Rayon frowns. This guy literally lives for naps. Suddenly, Wrath gives the kid an ultimatum. Let me drive your body, or everyone goes, poof. Only way to save the day, pick one. Our guy is totally cornered and needs a big brain move, fast. Letting Wrath take the wheel means humanity's toast with 2 demon lords dropping in. So he figures, worst case, he'll tag Wrath in butt, only to block Sloth. Right before he caves, Milan rolls up, all teary-eyed and grateful. Since you showed up, Ryan, ... Millen's like, things are looking up. Your lead last wave. Totally clutch. Now the old man wants to go full hero mode for the squad, so he starts pumping his aura straight into his blade. He's lived a full life, but says Rayon's highlight reel is just starting. Our boy's got way bigger wins waiting in his future. Seeing Millen flex that bravery makes Rayon feel cringe for almost quitting. He powers up, telling the boss, no way you're soloing this. I got your back. Then RMC screams for everyone. Scram, claiming it's Millen's direct order. Tyrion objects from the back, refusing to bail and wanting to throw hands till the end. Millen roasts him, shouting, you can barely stand. Go save someone. That's your job. That's the whole point right now. Super salty about it. Tyrion orders the retreat and pops the south gate open. Every second Rayon and Millen stall is another life saved. The troops peel out, begging our duo to stay alive. Wrath just smirks, calling it useless since Sloth is already knocking. Sloth's just mumbling about being chilly and sleepy. Salty, he had to travel. He blasts energy that almost drops our hero. Rayon realizes that earlier vibe check wasn't even Sloth trying. Wrath drops his take it or leave it deal again. Gimme the body to stop Sloth, or it's game over for everyone. But RMC ain't quitting. He knows there's gotta be a cheat code here. Digging through his brain, he remembers the stats on time, laziness, annoyance, crazy strength, cold, and needing an app. Connecting the dots, our guy suddenly pitches a deal to Wrath. Wrath blinks, confused. Rayon's like, I'll channel your rage if you buff me up. Wrath rolls his eyes. Lame, what's in it for me? Our boy fires back. I could just lock you out completely, bruh. If you say no, we both get deleted right here. But if my plan flops, you get the keys to the car instantly. Wrath goes quiet, annoyed, Millen collapses, and Rayon screams. Pick a lane. Stuck, Wrath caves, grumbling. Fine, but you're paying for this later. Boom, Sloth, senses, Wrath's, vibe in, hits pause. Out of nowhere, our hero goes. Yo Sloth, don't start drama here cause ... This is Lord Wrath's turf, and I'm his ride. Wrath freezes, then absolutely loses it, demanding to. No, since when he became a vessel? And what the heck he's pulling? Inside, our MC admits he's just trolling Wrath for being a jerk all the time. Wrath's totally shook, asking why Rayon just claimed the castle as his crib. Our hero just ghosted him. No comment. Sloth hits the brakes, trying to figure out if this kid is actually Wrath's meat suit. Rayon keeps his cool, confirming the rumors and adding that Big Red is currently absolutely losing it over trespassers. Crashing his pad, inside, Wrath goes ballistic, screaming at Rayon to quit lying because he never said that. But Rayon tunes out the noise, figuring Wrath's little tantrum is irrelevant. All Sloth feels is the raw aggression Rayon has been bottling up just for this scam. Channeling his inner demon king, Rayon tells Sloth to tattoo these words onto his brain immediately. Gasping for air, our hero roars like a maniac, demanding Sloth's head for invading his turf. Get out, or I'll make sure you never nap again. Wrath is totally baffled. Bro, have you lost your marbles? I didn't say any of that garbage. Shockingly, Sloth starts freaking out, terrified by the thought of a permanent ult. Rayon catches the flinch. Holy cow, this bluff is actually working. He doubles down, stuttering and arguing with the air, acting terrified, like he's barely holding back the beast within. Real Wrath is just floating there, totally clueless about the play. Rayon begs his master not to waste energy on Sloth when they need it for world domination. Finally, Sloth pipes up, his droopy eyes locked onto Rayon's bracelet. Rayon doesn't break character. Master, you want vengeance? He dared attack your crew. Will you hunt him eternally just to ruin his naps? Sloth turns to stone. Endless chasing, zero naps, pure horror. He mutters, asking if Wrath would really throw hands. It clicks. Fighting Wrath means kissing his beauty, sleep goodbye forever. Bracelet Plus, knowing his nap addiction, Sloth is Soldrion, is the real deal. Inside, Rayon is grinning, because he trapped Sloth in the ultimate annoyance, just like Wrath predicted. The bling and the blackmail worked like a charm. Our hero strikes a pose. I am Wrath's vessel, the future flesh suit for the king. He hits Sloth with logic. You're only here because the shockwave woke you up. Then he points the finger at Eden. Used monsters as bait. We just swatted flies. No clue where the Eden creeps are hiding. Sloth mulls it over. If what you say is real, I'm out. Gonna go catch some Z's. Sensing Sloth chill out, Rayon decides to double down. He feigns panic, acting like Wrath is clawing his way out to throw hands. Then he mimics the demon. You think you can just walk away after hitting my boys? Sloth opens his mouth, but Rayon in his Wrath voice yells, silence. Without me, you'd have flatlined my entire crew. He drops the hammer. A life for a life. Your little tantrum cost me soldiers. Time to pay the bill. The deal is simple. Sacrifice your sleep forever, or juice up my vessel right now. Wrath's jaw practically hits the floor. Rayon played him. Sloth just shrugs and dumps power into our boy. Wrath is screaming, and this kid. Bro, he's scamming us. I could flick him, and he'd die. Wrath whines, but Sloth is chill, just loading that energy up. System pings, yo, you got a slice of Sloth juice? It's soaking in. Got a buffer before it kicks in. Hero feels the buzz. Wrath faceplants, literally dying of cringe. Sloth's ready to dip. Sleepy AF Rayon's like, wait up. Sloth gives him the death stare. Major scary vibes. Rayon decides to chill out. He tosses Sloth the Goblin King's magic rock instead. Warm fuzzy rock equals nap time forever. Hero's like, let's deal. Don't come back. If trouble starts, you fix it. Deal. Sloth thinks. Says, easy. Wrath puts you up to this. Nah, my idea. Just stay away, dude. Sloth decides to tip him for the sweet loot. Tosses a flower bracelet. Trust me, it's useful later. Rayon's confused. Flowers, really? Master style. Sloth says. Then ghosts, before Wrath nags him. Rayon hypes himself up. Don't pass out till sunlight hits the fort. So risky. Wrath is salty. Cursing in the corner. Huge weight off his shoulders. Glad he knew the lore and scammed Wrath into betting. If the squad was awake, this trick wouldn't have worked. Nightmares, finally over. Sloth vanishes as the sun comes up. We made it. Sun's up. Melinda and the troops wake up groggy. Melinda remembers getting blasted by crazy energy. Vibe check from that horned guy was insane. Felt like that legendary northern boss level. Shocked he's alive. Tyrion walks up. You good? Melinda checks the crew. About to say, we're okay. He stops. Rayon's standing there. Melinda gasps. Rayon told ya, I'd handle it. Tyrion's floored. Did he actually beat that beast? Melinda code, but Rayon stayed standing till the end. Hero sees they're safe. Then, drops Melinda, catches him. Our hero. 3 days later, castle life is back to normal. Rayon up. Nah, still snoozing, but he's good. Just totally drained. Needs recharge time. Tyrion asks, who was my memories, blank. Melinda's like, yo, that dude was totally a demon. The vibes were rancid strata. Demonic juice. Only a Demon King rips a shockwave that gnarly. Unless the Northern King pulls up, nobody's tanking that hit. So how'd Rayon keep the squad breathing? Sus! Edic well bets Rayon tried negotiating. With the boss? Cause fighting him? Yeah, zero chance. Ed thinks our boy sold his soul to clutch the win. Millen remembers hearing, YL code. Ed's asking if Rayon took one for the team. Now he's dying to know who this mystery MC is. Finally, Millen spills Rayon's. Ed says only legends have skills like that. At 16, Tyrion knew the kid was built different. Zygarde confirmed. Millen feels super guilty and swears to back Rayon 24/7. Rayon finally wakes up and spots the medbay. Guess his plot armor held up. Sits up, sees UA passed out by the bed. Towel bucket nearby. Was she nursing him AFK all night? Didn't know when he'd reboot, but she grinded anyway. Weird flex, but Rayon isn't tired. Actually feels buff. Senses are popping off. Wrath screams, you feel lighter. Scammer, head spinning. Instead of biting back, dude, thanks Wrath. Wrath thinks it's sarcasm and rages. Wrath wonders if Ryan's the only one trolling too. Demon Lords? Calls Sloth a total noob for falling for it? He screams, soul leveling from a short holdout. Glitch. Confused, Rayon opens his menu. Finds epic loot and skill ups he missed before blacking out. But then he spots something sus. Trait Sloth. Stats go burr while sleeping. Both are shook. That explains the full HP restore. Nap equaled 24 hours of grinding. He's hyped on the XP. Wrath's salty sloth didn't end him. Wrath demands numbers. Rayon says, up about 11. Wrath freezes, then goes ballistic at how much juice our hero elite. Rayon grins, your rage buffs me. Friends walk in. They ask if he's good. He's like, chill, I'm solid. Ren says that. Commander Milland wants a meet. Later, Bossman is stoked. You heal like a cheat code kid. Rayon acts humble. Just luck, he claims. Milland says, nah. Then Milland's like, my bad, and asks how he handled the demon. Everyone stares, and Rayon sweats, worried they'll boot him if they sniff out his demon ties. While he scrambles for a lie, Milan cuts in. Chill, you don't gotta explain. Bro is confused, but Milan explains they know. It was a demon king and figure Rayon talked him into leaving. They think he traded his soul to save their skins. Our boy is speechless, while the squad calls him a total saint. Sensing the vibes are getting weird, he's totally clueless. Rathiel's sloth paid the price, not him. Demons don't want human souls. Millen stands up, like since you gave up so much, we owe you big time. The whole crew bows down, swearing. They got his back forever. Just say the word. Rayon pauses, then goes, actually, let me fight Milan before I bounce. Time just flies until Rayon's got 1 week left. Thanks to Sloth, he's used to being swall and knows his powers. And right now, his stats are basically maxed out. He hits the arena, and the fans are hyping him up to wreck the boss. Milan checks if he's set, and our guy says he's been waiting for this. Milan yells, game on. Our hero feels the boss's crazy pressure instantly. He rushes in, but the commander blocks it like nothing. They trade lightning fast hits, clashing loud. Ediquil feels the boom from the fight, while Tyrion can't believe a rookie is pressing the boss. Tyrion's like, this kid's leveling up insanely fast. He's basically a master already. Someone adds, he was a noob when he got here. Mid-fight Milan says, fast and strong, but you're sloppy. He reminds him it's a practice. Mats then asks, think you can beat me that easy? Our dude just grins. I'm getting stronger. He swings his fang sword, sees a gap, and throws a punch. Shockingly, Milan catches it bare and counters, forcing a retreat. Our boy is confused. Thought that combo was a winner, but Milan blocked and was ready to clap back. Also, the boss isn't even sweating. Seeing Rayon's face, Milan goes, what's up? Rayon's like, you read my moves and never get tired. Milan breaks down the mid-core diff. It only unlocks when you hit master rank. That core is an buff-endless power. Zero effort aura. Milan admits that Rohan is this dear for an expert, but he's no master yet. So in a stamina battle, he's toast. Our boy is shook, finally seeing why that mid-core is such a cheat code. Rand just grins when Milan asks, what's so funny? He says he's just hyped to see the road ahead. Lots to grind. Milan decides to show him real mastery. Maxing his stats, he preps to unleash his ult Dice Dragon's Bane, the move that deleted a dragon. He fires it, but our hero stands his ground. No dodging. Thinking it's the perfect time to XP farm, he fires back. Milan asks, yo, what's that move called? Our MC mixes his Haven Castle grind with memories of the 1,000 flames. From fighting Sloth, he drops the 10th flame. Fire Dragon's Breath, or just Fire Dragon's Breath for short. Milan's dying to see who wins. His sword or the kid's dragon. They rush in, and their skills smash together, nuking the arena with dust. Tyrion is stunned, wondering if Rayon is actually matching the boss. When the dust clears, the squad holds their breath to see the winner. Shockingly, both dudes are still standing. Rayon bows, admits the loss, and thanks him. The crowd goes wild. They cheer the win, but hype up Rayon for being insane. His name rings out across the stadium as everyone vibes with his growth. Meland is secretly freaking out over the kid's talent. He thought aura was enough, but he actually had to defend. Inside, he knows backing Rayon was the right play. Rayon and Dorian finally prep to bounce from the castle. Rodin's gonna miss him, and Beta gives him props. Rayon thanks Milan for the carry. Milan tells him to stay safe. Tyrion says visit whenever, and Bento hopes they meet again. Edquill steps up. Gonna bully patrols again? Our boy jokes? Etek denies it, but Ron laughs, saying he was just trolling. Fighting together was an honor. They shake on it, promising to level up. As they leave, the soldiers gather to say goodbye. Outside, Dorian maps the route. If they speedrun it, Rayon makes graduation on time. Yue crashes the scene, gasping for air like she just ran a marathon. Seeing her, he admits he was bummed to miss her, but stoked she made it. She says sorry for the delay, holding up a snack pack she whipped up. Wrath crosses his fingers, hoping there's pineapple pizza inside. Rayon says thanks, but things get quiet as she hints at a favor. He's all ears, but she totally freezes up and decides to bail on the confession, leaving him clueless while promising to spill the tea later. Final fist bumps exchanged. Dorian and our hero finally hit the road. Watching them fade, Yue swears she eventually asked to be his ride. Fast forward 1 year since the graduation trials kicked off. The rookies have leveled up big time, gaining serious XP, skills, filling the quiet hall with a squad of glow-up warriors. They're busy flexing and hyping up their new power levels. Some brag about hitting expert tier soon, while Rimmer lurks in the back. Then someone asks if our boy is back, seeing his graduation is tomorrow. Another kid chimes in, low-key panicking that something bad went down. Rimmer stands up, scoffing, please, nobody's snatching that kid. He tells him to chill with the doom-scrolling vibes and focus on the big day, grinning until the room clears out. But the anxiety hits hard, so he immediately pages Lone for backup. Lone shrugs it off, but Rimmer clings to his leg, sobbing about the delay. Dude was supposed to report back a whole month ago. Usually, Rimmer would smuggle a letter out, but the fun police at the Sword Order blocked his exit and even booby-trapped the ceiling. Lone sympathizes, wishing he could throw him a bone, but says Glenn locked the kid's file under top-secret encryption. Rimmer gets salty and starts complaining that if the old man cares so much, maybe show his grandson some actual love. Totally over it, Rimmer decides to just confront the boss man himself. He vows to spill the details later and stomps off, leaving a nervous Lone. Moments later, Glenn absolutely loses it and unleashes a massive energy blast to deal with Rimmer's nonsense. Over at HQ, Karun gets a juicy rumor that our boy might be toast. His aide reports the kid is Mia, and the search party got blocked by a wave. They managed to stop the chaos, but with zero contact, they figure he's either critical or straight up gone. Karun also hears Rimmer, panicked, and went crying to the big boss. Honestly, Karun is thrilled. The trash took itself out without his help. The aide wonders if the Eden group jumped him, especially since he played hero at Havon Castle against that blue spirit. Karun agrees since the kid's a nuisance, he probably got a target on his back. But still, the assistant isn't 100% convinced he's dead. Karun muses on the exam, noting it's designed to weed out weak. The whole ordeal drags on for several days, so even if he shows up tonight, he's totally disqualified. Karun's dying to see the look on our hero's face when he realizes he totally flopped. Assistant's gone, and Karun's thinking, man, I really sweated over how to handle that kid. But hey, game over now. Gotta admit though, the kid was at least entertaining to watch. Finally, graduation day at the 5th training hall is here. Sylvia's freaking out on the side, thinking her son's gonna get disqualified if this drags on. Her maid's like, chill, they won't start without the top dog. Karun though, he's feeling pretty smug. Meanwhile, the trainees are yapping about the ceremony and the crazy missions they crushed. Suddenly, Byrne rolls up and tells them to quit yapping since graduation is literally seconds away. Sit down and focus. He sighs, wondering when they'll finally grow up. From behind, Martha sneaks up on Byrne and tells him he's still the same old stiff board he always was. Byrne thinks, wow, her mouth is still just as sharp. She couldn't care less if she sounds mean or not. Byrne warns her that constantly picking fights is going to make life tough after they graduate. Martha shrugs it off, claiming people shut up real quick if she just beats them up. That makes Byrne wonder exactly how long her ego will last, glancing at the gate and wondering where Rayon is. Did our boy actually get jumped by Eden, or what? But Runnan's sure Rayon will show up because he wouldn't lose 2 scrubs like Eden. Suddenly, Martha drops a bomb saying it Actually, it'd be better if he goes so she can take the top spot instead. Ronan starts screaming that our main guy will totally show up and tells Martha to quit talking trash. Martha yells, if he was coming, he'd be here. Wildburn tries to break it up. Then boom, the announcer calls out the start of the graduation ceremony and tells all the trainees to get in position, ASA. They announce Zygarde's eternal son, owner of the North Patriarch Glenn Zygarde. Everyone yells out a huge greeting to the patriarch. Rimmer nervously asks Glenn to hang on a sec since 2 kids are still missing. Glenn says, nope, everyone knew graduation was in February. If they aren't here, they just aren't good enough to graduate. He asks if Rimmer's really suggesting a delay just for those 2. Defeated, Rimmer grabs the mic to announce that they're moving on with the graduation, led by the patriarch and the family elders. Before kicking things off, they do one last roll call. Rimmer says out of 43 students, 41 are here and 2 are Mia. Whispers start spreading as they realize this thing might actually start without Rayon. Rimmer wraps up the attendance check and officially declares the start of the ceremony. The gates start closing but suddenly freeze, leaving the trainees totally confused. Luckily, Rayon and Dorian bust in, and Rimmer lets out a huge sigh. Our hero yells, he's here, and his friends rush over to say, my bad, I'm late. The squad's like, thought you flopped. Dorian whispers, yo, I exist too. Reem's hyped, he's alive. Get to your spot, kid. Reem leads the way. But Karun hits pause, tells Glenn, they passed ages ago. Rayon just showed up. Since his skills are totally unchecked, Karun claims he can't graduate yet. But Glenn says, Teach decides based on yearly vibes. Karun sneers, bet Rayon won't make us wait to flex. Rim shouts, nah, he can prove it right now. Boom, swords clash, aura glowing wild. Crowds shook at our boys. Massa glow. Rim yells, let the blades do the chatting. Energy blasts the sky like literal fireworks. Crowd cheers. Karun's gagged. Rayon blocked it. Easy. He's confused what went down last year. Rayon smirks. Proof enough, brop. Defeated Karun sits and tuts loudly. Rim asks Glenn, start the party now. Glenn eyes the mess. Questions later, just go. Rim sends the top student. Rihanna, roll call. 43 total, 0 skipping. So, the 5th Hall's grad bash officially kicks off.